1に郵便、2に郵便、3子はなくて5に郵便ですから。届けたいお手紙があるのですが、ここからすっごく遠いところなんです。ピーヨ、届けるよ。
光を求めてたどり着く先に、今もかけらのように揺れる可能性求め、また繰り返し、だけど信じているから、ずっとこの先もそれは蛍のように、儚くても切なくても輝き続けたい。好きだけどまだ言えないの、わがままな恋心、目の前の運命の螺旋越えて、それでもすぐ飛び込んで抱きしめて、時の数だけいつまでも。まばゆく揺れる草原を命の歌だと教えてくれた君は、名前を呼んだことさえも気づかないくらいに遠くを見つめていた。ささやかな願いも風にまとい続けて、僕は追い越していく星の瞬きを探してた。ずっと抱きしめていたいくつもの言葉
ゆずソフトの最新作千年晩歌は2016年7月29日発売予定です。よろしくお願いいたします。
Hello, and welcome back to Nemophila. Alright, so we're gonna start out where we left off from the demo, which is just after the H scene. So we're gonna get started. I made a save, so we're gonna have to do skip. I'll walk you to your room.
平気ですよ。それに少し森を散歩してから戻ろうかなって思ってるんです。頭を冷やさないと。
In that case, I will go with you even more. That's dark and dangerous.
平気ですってば。もう何度も来ているので森の道も多少は把握しています。迷うようなことはしません。
しかし、
お嬢様は一人でお散歩がしたいのです。ホタルは私のぬくもりを反芻しながら眠ること。わかりましたか？
ruminating on my word. Hi.
それじゃあ。
Saying so, Chizuru Ojo-sama brought her face closer and...
おやすみなさい。
She gave me a kiss that just barely touched. Hi. Seeing Chizuru Ozuro-sama out of the room, I slipped into my futon. Interesting scene transition thing. The sound of footsteps treading down the stairs echoes in the narrow space. Is the volume weak? No, it's just weak. Oh well. It is bright outside, even at night, due to the moonlight. But these are stairs leading underground. Therefore, it is gloomy. The only thing to rely on is the light that the candlestick held in hand. What it unsteadily and conspicuously illuminates is the rugged stone wall and the ground. It's a space with no redeeming features other than being sturdy. After descending for a while, the stairs end and reach a dead end. There are doors in front and to the right, and the person holding the candlestick puts their hand on the door in front. Originally, it was dug out as an air raid shelter, but the previous owner had renovated it as a storehouse. The person holding the candlestick slowly opens the door and enters. The size of the room is about 10 tatami mats, and there are no windows. A hole about 10 centimeters wide was open as a ventilation opening in the solid concrete wall, allowing fresh air to be drawn in from above ground. A small set of drawers placed there, and on top of it, a statue of Aizen Myo and a skull resting on the Buddhist altar fittings are arranged. Other than that, there is a simple bed and a single young girl, bound by chains. When she was brought here, she resisted and was frightened. But after a while, she became quiet. Wait, give me a second. I think the volume's really too weak. Give me a second. Okay, I think the volume is better now. I found the master switch thing. Master volume. Anyway, lately, it would rather be fitting to say she is obedient. Right now, she's staring vacantly at the wall with an unfixed gaze. The person places the candlestick and checks the empty tableware. It would be troublesome if she died from not eating. As they do so, the girl notices the person.
いらしてたんですね。すみません。気づきませんでした。
What's going on? A somewhat happy tone of voice. A sweet-sounding speech with slurred articulation. In this basement, with no light morning or night, one loses their sense of time, and opportunities to talk with people decrease drastically. That reminds me. We just read a VN about like underground prison like thing, right? Anyway. The mind gradually wears down, and the heart detaches from reality. Sumari, one falls into an easily manageable state. On top of that, this girl had original sin tormenting her.
今日はアイゼン様とたくさんお話できました。ずっとお答えくださらなかったのが嘘のようです。やっぱり自分の罪と業を素直に認めるのが大切なのですね。してきたこと、言ってきたこと、感じてきたことを認めたら声をかけてくださったんです。すべて懺悔し、自らの過ちを認める。そうすれば、愛禅明王様のお力で業を浄化してくださる。最初は半信半疑でしたけど、本当だったのですね。実感してます。
The girl moves her lips with an expression of ecstasy. The eyes mixed with fear and disgust that she showed at the beginning had cleanly disappeared. It's going extremely well. The more karma a human harbors in the bottom of their stomach, the faster they go to the other side. To be precise, the more a human recognizes their own karma. That's probably because, somewhere in their heart, they have the consciousness that they are in the wrong. If so, I must make it easy for them. They must be made to think that everything is fine, because they have done this much. Hearing the voice of Aizen Myo is one sign. It's about time. The person looking down at the girl smiled, but she didn't notice it. Her gaze is directed beyond the Buddha statue and skull placed on the drawers. Perhaps she's still hearing the voice even now. Perhaps she's seeing things invisible to the residents of the shore. Even when her hair or arms are touched, she does not resist. She is ignoring it, as if to say such things are trivial. Today's purification begins. When it's one that acts down, the firewood split completely into two. Today I've been helping with chopping firewood since morning. When I keep quiet, I can't but remember what happened yesterday. It makes me toss and turn in agony, and I hesitate to talk to Chizuru Ojo-sama about it. In that case, it's better to move my body like this. Even though it's relatively cool in the Yama, doing physical labor on sunny days makes sweat pour down like a waterfall. I should have brought something to wipe with, I thought to myself as I set up the next piece of firewood and swung the axe. With a light sound, another piece of firewood split. However, once I take a break, I end up remembering it after all. Chizuru Ojo-sama, coming to my room in the middle of the night. She said it was a declaration of resolve. Oh man, I might as well have shown the issue. Oh well. She had implicitly conveyed her affection to me many times before. However, this was the first time she resorted to such forceful measures. If so, the only thing left is... I had to focus. Choo-choo. As if shaking all worldly desires, I continued to chop firewood.
いやいや、恐縮ですな。お客様に薪割りなどをさせてしまって。
Please, don't worry about it. I'm a servant, so this is also part of my job. Saiten-sama carefully observes the firewood that chopped.
都会の若者もうまいものですね。東京ではもう薪は使わないと思っていましたが。
The Hiragi-ken uses gas fuel, but I was born in the countryside, Inaka, so I used to help out a lot when I was little.
そうですか。高校者ですな。高子奥様も良い若者を雇われたものだ。
To be precise, I'm a freeloader. I just selfishly asked to let me work.
そうなのですか。しかし、あの柊家だ。養子縁組でもしてもらえれば将来は安泰でしょうに。どうして使用人に？
Because I felt that helping someone and being abused suited me best. That's why I had my senpai thoroughly teach me how to cook and clean.
他利業ですな。節操も見習わなければなりません。
It's nothing that grand. I'm being taken care of. So, I just thought I wanted to be of use.
養子縁組でもなく雇われているわけでもない。今時居候というのも珍しいです。しがない坊主ですが、何かのお役に立てるかもしれませんよ。
I'm just a war orphan. Nana-sama offered to adopt me. But it would have been too much to ask, so I firmly declined. After that, I'd just been taken care of as a shionin at the Hiragi household.
無欲ですな。主上のために修行を積む僧侶のようではありませんか。
Yeah, Sonayori. Azakuro is rare. Did you plant it, Saiten-sama?
いえ、前の持ち主ですな。節操は特にこだわりもありませんので、そのままにしているのです。水をやるくらいですね。もう少し前であれば見事な花を咲かせていたのですが、まあこの丸々とした実も可愛らしいものです。
The fruits get bigger, heading into Aki, don't they? I hear around October is the peak season.
ええ、 たまにお客様へお出しすることもあるのですが、あまり良い顔はされませんね。女性は特に。
Is that because of the Shinshin Myoji Densetsu after all?
お察しの通りです。人の子を取って食らっていた岸御人が仏に帰依した後も手にしているのがザクロですからな。ザクロの実は人の味がするという。改心してもかつての味が忘れられないから手放せないのだ。などとよく言われたものです。まあ、気味が悪いですからね。
That might be especially true if the person is a onna. From the perspective of onna suffering from gynecological diseases or pregnancy issues, it wouldn't be a very pleasant anecdote. The Hanashida Zakuro tastes like humans is amusingly embellished, but to someone who believes it, it sounds plausible. Soyeba, where did you train, Saiten-sama? I thought the manners of the incantation prayer you showed us were quite unique.
節操に死はいますが、どこぞの寺院にいたことはないのです。生まれながらの雲水でしてな。身の振り方に迷っていた頃、たまたま出会ったお坊様に感銘を受けまして、その方にくっついて各地を放浪し、見よう見まねで修行をしたのです。
じゃあ、that master was.
密教系の方でした。世を憂いて各地を行脚していましてな。共に修行した僧侶もいましたが、今はそれぞれ別の道を歩んでおりますな。
Were there other disciples too?
節操とは違い、美形の僧侶でございましたよ。その方も世を捨てて弟子入りしたらしいのですが、いや、ベラベラと余計な話をしてしまいました。手伝っていただいているのに邪魔をしては本末転倒です。大変失礼しました。
Yeah, it was a good break. ありがとうございました。Alright, this should be about enough. Wait, give me a second. Maybe it's too high. Okay, I think that's fine. I don't know, maybe it's fine now. I continue chopping firewood, even after parting ways with Saiten-sama. With this much, we shouldn't have any trouble with bats or cooking. It's been a long time since I held an axe. Natsukashi. Before coming to the Hiragike, I often chop firewood to help out. Neighborhood households lacking male hands or houses with only elderly people were very grateful for it. There was a time when receiving an allowance and reporting it to my otochichire was my daily routine. My arms would get tired, and chopping many pieces gave me painful blisters on my hands. The allowance I received was very little, so it truly felt like a child helping out. But I didn't hate that kind of life at all. I could be of use to people, and they would be grateful. Above all, thinking that the firewood I chopped would be used to start a fire for oishi tabemono, or used for oporo to heal fatigue, made me feel somewhat proud. Being able to help someone makes me happy. And that's why I think the job of shionin suits my personality. Alright, next is sentaku. I grab the sentaku basket and head to the young lady's room. Chizuru Ojo-sama, Mio Ojo-sama. I'm going to do the sentaku. Do you have anything to wash?
ありますあります。昨日はたくさん汗をかいてしまいましたからね。私も。だけど、ホタルが洗うの？
Hi. I heard there's a large river beyond the Mori, so I'm thinking of washing them there.
下着もあるし、どうしようかな。
Please, put them in this basket. I'll take them all together.
いや、ホタルに洗ってもらうの恥ずかしいんだけど、下着見られちゃうじゃない。
However, even at the yashiki, I wash them on the duties I'm on duty, you know. I've washed your shitagi several times too, Mio Ojo-sama. Hi. I did ask Hatsue-san to hang them up, but when there's a huge amount, we don't have the luxury to pick and choose who washes what.
知らなかった。もう見られてたんだ。急に恥ずかしくなってきた。言ってよ。はいはい、とっくに手遅れです。観念して任せてしまいましょう。わかった。
The Sentaku is dumped into the basket. I like there was like that little up and down, as if you're literally that's his POV. Even so, perhaps out of consideration, she hid her shitagi under the other clothes. I mean, in general, that's what you should do.
さて、それじゃあ行きましょうか。
You're staying behind to look after the place, aren't you, Chizuru Ojo-sama?
嫌です。昨日はホタルとミヤがお散歩したじゃないですか。今日は私に付き合っていただきます。それに森は迷いやすいんですから。私は何度か来たことがあるので道案内もできます。まあ一応私の下着は千鶴に洗ってほしいかも。今更だけど、本当に今更だけど。ほら、ミヤもこう言ってます。乙女の下着事情を守るためにも私が同行した方がいいのです。へえ、ミヤお嬢様ってこういうパンツ履いてるんだ。意外だな。うわー、ミヤお嬢様のブラジャーおっきい。おとなしそうな顔して巨乳なんだ。ふんなんて思われたら恥ずかしいですもんね。やめてよ。見ないでよ。
I wouldn't think that. And I explained it already too late already. Anyway, well, fine. It would indeed be terrible if we got lost. Please, guide the way.
はい、任されました。
I walked through the muddy, carrying the sentaku basket. Following Chizuru Ojo-sama's guidance, we briskly advanced. I heard the rough route, but it's easy to get lost here. Honestly, I'm glad you're here, Ojo-sama. It's highly likely I would have gotten lost on my own.
そうですよね。この辺りは暇に任せてかなり散策したので任せてください。私とお母様だけで来た時は時間が余って仕方ありませんでしたから。スケッチかお散歩くらいしか選択肢がなかったんですよね。
The way she puffs out her chest proudly is adorable. What kind of place is this river?
そんなに大きな川ではないのですが、終わりが崖になってますね。滝です。結構な高さなので気をつけてください。落ちたら大変ですから。
Wakata. It's at quite an altitude here after all. I didn't notice it when we got off the densha and moved by kuruma. But soyeba, we came up here via quite a winding slope. A so-called hairpin curve. I don't feel like the air is thin, but it's reasonably high.
絵を描くには素敵な場所なんですけどね。どこかで一枚は描いておきたいです。
That sounds wonderful. We could have drawn the densha at the end after all. While having such a conversation and walking forward, Ojo-sama suddenly stopped. Ojo-sama.
ここは一体どこでしょうか。
We're lost? You're kidding, right?
冗談ですよ。こっちです。こっち。
Please spare me. I follow the seemingly happy back of Ojo-sama and proceed along the mountain path.
はい、到着です。ここが九段の水場ですよ。
Ah, what a magnificent river. It makes you want to chill a watermelon in it. Exiting the muddy, we enter an open area, and the river flows there just as I heard. Perhaps because there is water, it feels even cooler than at the temple lodge. And then, over there is the cliff, huh? It certainly is dangerous.
はい、 ふざけて近寄っちゃダメですよ。
The river ends at a sheer cliff. It has a considerable height, so it would be a disaster to fall into the waterfall basin. Amazing. It seems like you would be the one to do it, Chizuru Ocho-sama.
もしかして期待してます？
I'll start washing.
もうどうして無視するんですか？
Washing Sentaku in the river water sparkling from the summer sunlight. Applying soap and gently hand washing it so as not to damage the fibers. This is quite difficult, especially women's clothes are delicate. So I had to be careful.
あそこにお魚さんがいます。ほらホタル、あそこ。この草は食べられる草でしょうか、食べちゃいけない草でしょうか。ホタル、私話しかけてます。構ってほしい感じです。もう一度キスすれば構ってくれますかね。
Hey!
やっとこっち向いてくれました。ずっと洗濯しててつまらないです。私もやりたいです。
If I let you do the Sentaku, Ojo-sama, I don't know what Oku-sama would say to me.
内緒にしておきましょう。二人でやれば早いですし合理的だと思います。
Skushy.
もしかして私とミオの下着をチェックしたいのですか？やらしいですね。お年頃ですね。
Oh, I keep telling you that's not it. Alright, please go ahead.
はーい。
I watched the Sentaku side by side with Ojo-sama. Since we're here, I decided to leave all the shitagi to her. I thought she'd start playing around, but she's surprisingly serious. I might have underestimated her too much.
これは
どうしたの？
大変です。ミオのお胸が育ってます。私の記憶より大きくなってます。ブラジャーが立派なサイズなのです。
立派な size. She is in a growing period after all. Are you ready?
しばらく一緒にお風呂も入ってませんし、全然気づきませんでした。お姉ちゃんとしてはちょっぴり寂しいですね。しかしこれはもう私より大きいのではないでしょうか。姉としての威厳が危ないです。序列が入れ替わってしまいます。
Is the hierarchy of Shimai determined by breast size?
それにしても可愛い下着ですね。妹ながらセンスがいいです。今度一緒に選んでもらいましょうかね。ほら見てくださいよこれ。可愛い。
Let's be sure to protect a maiden's underwear privacy, shall we? Shoujo's underwear privacy. She started playing around after all. And now, we noisily and cheerfully continue with the Sentaku. We finished everything for now. Shall we head back and hang them up?
せっかく川まで来たのですから少し遊んでから帰りましょうよ。
We can't. ダメだ. We didn't bring anything to wipe our bodies with.
足元だけチャプチャプすれば問題ありません。
You'll catch a cold.
天気がいいので平気です。
We don't have to change the clothes either.
確かに。ではこうしましょう。
Huh?
お洋服は濡れないように避けておいて。
Bro, how many times do we need to cut it? Anyway, now I'm gonna put the black bars. Ojo-sama smoothly took off her clothes.
冷たくて気持ちいいですね。
Okay, thought I need to. Well, there's already one thing I need to put black bars on, but like. And went straight into the river. Oi, what are you doing?
替えの服がないのなら 脱いでしまえばいいじゃありませんか。ホタルも靴を脱いでこっち来てください。
What are you going to do if someone sees you?
ここまで来る人なんて私たち以外にはいませんよ。早く。
もう。Wait, give me a second. Taking out my shoes and stepping into the river. It certainly is cold and feels good. Since I is wet from chopping firewood and doing sentaku, the chilly sensation is pleasant.
ね、気持ちいいでしょ。
How about this one with eyes? Hi. It's perfect for today's weather. But you mustn't push yourself, okay? If you feel unwell, get out immediately. No, rather, tell me before you feel unwell.
はいはい、わかりました。
One hi is enough.
はーい。
Ah! She splashed water on me.
やり返しますか。でもこれは下着なので透けてしまいますね。
Just as Kikuku, I guess.
私は全然いいですよ。ホタルのエッチな気持ちすべて受け止めてあげますから。
If you say that, I can't retaliate, can I?
だと思ってやりました。私は作詞なのです。
Chizuru Ojo-sama playing happily in the water under the refreshing summer sunlight. The time when we first met, when she would immediately run off fever over anything, is hard to believe now.
楽しいですね。こういうの久しぶりです。昔はお母様の目を盗んでミオと遊びに出かけたものです。
You got scolded, didn't you?
それはもう。けどお母様も鬼ではありませんから。目の届く範囲でなら遊んでいいと言ってくれました。あの頃は今より融通の利く優しいお母様だったんですけどね。
That's right. I remember when I first started working as a shioni. Oko-sama, at that time, was strict but gentle, and even as she scolded the young ladies, she would ultimately be understanding. But now, she feels unapproachable. It would be nice if we could return to the gentle Oko-sama she used to be.
きっと無理だと思います。今は話し合いすらできませんから。自分の考えと柊家のことが第一って感じがしますし。なので私ができることといえば自分の考えを主張することだけなのです。意見がぶつかろうと言い争いになろうと、それもあと少しの辛抱です。私が独り立ちさえしてしまえばどうこう言われる筋合いはなくなりますから。
That may be true, but there's something slightly catching in my heart. Parents observe their children more than one imagines, and the reverse is also true. That's exactly why they need to discuss things with each other. Because I think it's better to be able to understand each other, even if you can't be convinced, rather than rebelling and growing apart. That being said, my situation was an issue before that even happened.
足元お魚さんが泳いでます。くすぐったいですね。
Please, don't fall over.
平気ですってば。ホタルってうちに来た頃は控えめでしたけど、どんどん過保護になってきましたよね。
Taking care of you young ladies is my job after all.
でもその割には一緒にお風呂も入ってくれないし、添い寝もしてくれません。職務怠慢では？
It would be one thing if you were little, but there's no way you can do that at your age, is there?
どうしてです？
Because... どうして? Thanks for the zoom in, developer son. Every time Ojo-sama moves, her dekkai oppai jiggles softly. Translucent whiteness, and skin that you can tell is smooth just by looking at it. Even her thighs are healthy. Chizuru Ojo-sama refrains from exercising, but it's not like she's thin at all. Rather, as she grows, various parts have become fuller, and I don't know where to look.
姉としての面目保てているみたいですね。視線が釘付けです。
That's not true at all. I was looking at the sakana.
本当ですか
Developer sama, gochiso sama deshita. Anyway, splash. She kicks up the river water. Her up eyes shake violently, like they're going to spill out of her shitagi. Oh, hey, Ojo-sama, they're going to spill out.
ほら、お魚さんじゃなくて胸を見てました。やっぱり釘付けじゃありませんか？
I can't help it, can I?
もっとしたらどうなりますかね？はい。
It's seriously dangerous. I'm telling you, they're going to spill out.
今危なかったです。紙一重でした。これだけ動くと簡単にずれてしまいますね。
Don't tell me. I have to put some black bars in a few minutes. That's what I told you. Only one scene so far.
気持ちよかったですね。また来たいです。
In the end, we played until Chizuru Ojo-sama's desire to play in the river was satisfied. Watching the river fish, skipping stones we found underground. It's amazing because she did all of that in her shitagi. To call it daring or bold.
次はさすがに着替えを用意してきます。やっぱり下着が濡れてしまったので。
It's obvious if you're frolic around that much, aren't you cold?
ご心配なく。下着を脱いでから服を着ましたから。
Oh damn, she's in commando. Is that so? Ja, right now, under those clothes.
何も履いてませんし、つけてませんけど。ついでなので他のと一緒に洗っておきました。
Thanks for the slow panning. Are you in your right mind?
正気というか平気です。宿坊に着いたらすぐ着替えますし、風が吹いても動物さんしかいませんし。
I'm here too, though.
めくっちゃダメですよ。
I won't do such a thing. Chatting like that, we walked the path back to the temple lodge. Oh, so. Barring the garden, I hang out the Sentaku. The Hiragi Yashiki has an agitator washing machine. So it's been a while since I hand washed everything to the end like this.
干すの手伝う。カゴ貸して。
I can't possibly let you help me, Ojo-sama.
自分の下着くらいは自分で干したいの。
Ah, so that's how it is. So you could placing the basket between the two of us, we each hang out the clothes. I made a conscious effort to avoid the shitagi and such.
あれ？これ千鶴が朝つけてた下着だ。どうしてここにあるの？
Wait, give me a second.
あれ？これ千鶴が朝つけてた下着だ。どうしてここにあるの？
Oh yeah, I was worried. So I'm back to reading. Let's continue. There are deep circumstances behind it. When I told her about what happened at the waterside, Mio Ojo-sama's eyes widened.
じゃあ千鶴、ワンピースの下はすっぽんぽんで帰ってきたの？
I'm pretty sure anyone's naked underneath their clothes. Anyway, that's right. It's amazing, isn't it?
子供みたい。どうしたなんだろう。見た目と中身が正反対だよね。
I think that's also one of her charms.
で、干 ホタルはそんな千鶴を見てニヤニヤしてたんだ。スケベ。
I wasn't grinning.
でもさ、大きかったでしょ？
Well, that was I thought they were going to spill out.
やっぱりスケベ。最低。
This is a leading question, you know. I'm not the worst at all. I'm not sight there. I snap open towels and washcloths and hang them on the clothesline. With this weather, they'll dry in no time. What were you doing, Mio Ojo-sama?
読書。今いいところだから。
Ah, it's Otome Romantica, isn't it? That's Mio Ojo-sama's favorite magazine. If you recall, it's a magazine that existed since before the war. It published many novels aimed at girls. I also had the chance to read a little bit of it, and it has many fantastical and romantic novels.
あと少しで読み終わるんだけど、終わっちゃうのが寂しいから進めたくなくて。
I understand that feeling, because I also get the chance to read Danna-sama's hon.
あ、でも新しい連載も始まったの。それも結構好きだから追いかけることになりそう。二人の女の子がとある男の子と仲良くなっていくんだけど。
Mio Ojo-sama is quite talkative when it comes to things she likes. It seems the only people she can have this kind of conversation with are me or Chizuru Ojo-sama, and she tells me when there's a specific scene or word she likes.
これもイワシの頭なのかな。
What is it?
昨日言ってたでしょ？イワシの頭でも信じる人にとっては価値のあるものになるって話。
はい。その通り。
ホタルは男の子だからこういう小説はあまり読まないじゃない？
Well, I suppose so. I didn't have a chance to read a little bit of it before, but I didn't get that engrossed in it.
でも私はこれが好き。ドキドキするし来月も続きが読めるって思うと頑張れる。お母様にとっての採点さんも同じなのかなって。あの人がいるからお母様は自分を責めずにいられるのかもしれないって思ったの。
That might be true. The idea that a woman's job is to give birth to a baby, boy, and to become their heir is changing now, in the post-war era. But it hasn't completely disappeared, especially among those who were no Kizoku. The primacy of bloodline still remains deeply rooted. Takako Okosama, in particular, had her birth family die out. And so, giving birth to a boy and ensuring the continuation of the Hiragike was probably the highest priority that she imposed upon herself. However, when that didn't come true, Takako Okosama might be caught in the middle, or rather, having a conflict, because while she's working for the women's social advancement and protection, in a way, this might be a noroi. If Okosama had been born into a normal family, it probably wouldn't have turned out like this.
でもそしたら私も千鶴も生まれてない。お母様は家族の一人娘って触れ込みで嫁いできたみたいだからさ。
Is that so?
前に初江さんから聞いたの。会社がどんどん大きくなるにつれてお父様は付き合う相手が変わっていったんだけど、でも結局は成金みたいなものだから銀行とかもともと大きい会社をやってた人たちからは相手にしてもらえなかったみたい。
There were Zaibatsu before the war, after all. They probably need status, or rather prestige.
仕事は順調で会社はどんどん大きくなってるけど全然箔がついてない。そこにお母様の実家からお見合いの申し出があったんだって。
But at that time, the nobility system was still alive, wasn't it? Entrepreneur or not, it's unusual to marry a musume off to a commoner. The nobility system was abolished in 1947, which is after the war. at that time. When Takako Okosama's bird family approached Danna-sama about matchmaking, it should have been normal for Kizuko to marry Kizuku. If it had been the big three Zaibatsu families, it would be one thing. But Danna-sama at that time had no prestige. Why did they propose the matchmaking?
詳しいことはわからないけど、初江さんから聞いた。怪しいから断った方がいいって言ったのに、お父様はすぐに結婚を決めちゃったって。
Is that so? That's strange.
一目惚れみたいだよ。若い頃のお母様ってかなりの美人だったから。それからすぐに千鶴が生まれたし。
The remaining mystery is why Takako Okosama's bird family thought of proposing a matchmaking to Danna-sama at that time to her.
初江さんはお金目当てだったんじゃないかって言ってる。これからもっと会社が大きくなると見越して今のうちに関係を持っておきたかったんだろうって。
How harsh. That's so like Hatsune-sama. Hatsue-san. Talking like that, we hung out the Sentaku. It's fast and helpful with two people.
ちょっと。
Hi?
それ私のパンツなんだけど。
It was dashed away with tremendous force. At the dash, she hangs her own shitagi with her own face bright red.
やっぱりスケベ。
It was completely unconscious though. Anyway, with this, all the Sentakus hung out.
こっそりですよ。大きな音を出してはいけません。お母様にバレてしまいます。
I know. Is Mio Ojo-sama all
よ
right?
ーく確認してきました。ぐっすり眠ってます。
Is that so? Having mostly finished my chores, I was thinking of finally taking a bath when Chizuru Ojo-sama came by, and I sneaked out of the temple lodge just as I was told. But so, why at this time?
お散歩ですよ。夜の森なんて素敵じゃありませんか。お昼とは違った趣があります。
When you say it like that, it's true. The sounds of insects and the sound of wind shaking the trees, combined with the cool night breeze, the atmosphere is perfect.
あとは効果の確認ですね。
どういう意味？
まあまあ、まずはお散歩を楽しみましょう。
はい、わかりました。I entered the mori without understanding what's going on.
私は今日一日ホタルのことを観察していました。気にしてくれてるかなとか、頭がいっぱいになってくれてるかなとか。
What are you talking about?
はい、それが答えです。
Ojo-sama forcefully approaches me.
私が勇気を出して初めてをあげたというのに、今日のホタルはいつも通りでした。巻き割りをして、お洗濯をして、お料理をして、ちょっと寂しいです。
No, that's not. Wait, I know some of the text. Yeah, the text is kind of clipping. Oh well, it's fine. I recall chopping firewood in the morning. If I kept quiet, I would remember all sorts of things and end up tossing and turning in agony. So I was moving my body.
お顔が赤くなったり、ぼーっとしてしまったり、昨日のことを思い出したりして、もじもじしたり、そういう様子はみじんもありませんでした。
I thought I shouldn't let it show in my attitude, so I focused on my work.
は
That's a face that doesn't believe me at all. No, I should say, a face that's not convinced.
私は結構思い出しちゃいましたけどね。スケッチに行く気分にもなれませんでしたし、気を抜くとぼーっとしてしまって。なのにホタルは知らん顔でお仕事してるんですから、なんだかなと思ったのでお散歩に誘ったんです。
No, well, I thought it would be bad to let it show in my attitude.
それはそうなのですが、 少しは気にしてほしいなっていうか、乙女心と言いますか。
わかった。
あ、めんどくさそうな顔。また厄介なこと言い出したって思ってます？思ってますよね。絶対思ってます。
I don't think that. I'm telling you.
じゃあ証明できますか？
What should I do? She closed her eyes. This is probably what I think it is. Her face is bright red, perhaps embarrassed by doing it herself.
遅くないですか？
Go in. I timidly bring my face closer to Ojo-sama, who is waiting for me. The moment we touch, Ojo-sama's slender shoulders tremble with a twitch. It must have been embarrassing after all.
ホタルからキスしてもらうの嬉しいですね。
I'm glad. I was nervous too.
ですよね。私もあの夜は大変緊張しました。たくさん準備して、たくさん予行練習しました。
Practice beforehand. You say, did you, by any chance, do it with me or Ojo-sama as your partner?
いえ、妄想で。
暴走です。
はい。ミヤが寝静まった後、一人暗闇で唇を突き出してました。ニューって滑稽だったと思います。
それは How heartwarming.
それくらい緊張したんです。なのにホタルってば全然意識してくれません。ああ、頑張ったのにな。ひどいな。
The conversation has looped back around.
ですから、もう一回。もう一回したら、もっと意識してくれるかなと思ったんです。
はい。I'll be conscious of you, very much so. I had no choice but to be conscious of it at the stage this morning, so it would be a disaster if we kissed twice. I wonder if I'll be able to work normally from tomorrow.
多分勘違いしてます。もう一回体を重ねたら、もっと意識してくれるんじゃないかなってことで。
これ？
私は学びました。お部屋だと声が聞こえないか不安ですが、我慢できるものでもありません。しかし、森ならどうでしょう。天然の防音装置ではありませんか。地球さん、ありがとうございます。
いえ、しかし。
ダメですか？
This expression is unfair. Her cheeks are bright red, and she looks like she's about to cry.
お母様のこと、絶対説得します。あんな分からず屋には負けません。ですから。
Saying so, Ojo-sama brought her face closer again.
私のわがまま、聞いてください。
Our lips overlap again, and her tongue timidly enters. It's soft and warm. No reserve, her tongue entwines as if seeking mine. 今日は絶対してあげたいことがあってきたんです。 What is it?
まあまあ、お姉さんに任せてください。あらあら、こんなにしてしまっていけないんですから。もう。
Why do you look so happy?
これでしょんぼりされたら女子の固形に関わるのです。それにしてあげたいこともできません。
Staring at my manhood, she smiles broadly. Could it be? I haven't taken a bath yet, you know? You can't.
大丈夫です。私は入ってきました。
I'm pretty sure that's not how it works, but okay. That has absolutely nothing to do with it.
大事なところなので、優しくしてあげますね。
No. Simultaneously with a slippery sensation, warmth touches me. The small hot tip of her tongue crawls, flickering over it. Ocho-sama. It's dirty, so...
なら、きれいにしてあげないといけませんね。お任せください。
A frustrating yet admirable movement. She crawls her tongue over it as if tracing it, as if confirming its shape. Hi. 上手です。
もっとこうしてほしいとか、ここを舐めてほしいとかありますか？何でも言ってください。
いえ、I couldn't possibly say something so presumptuous.
何でもいいってことですか？それが一番困るんですよね。要望は言ってもらわないとわからないんですよ。考える方の身にもなってください。
That's what I often say when I'm thinking about the menu for dinner, isn't it?
しかし逆に考えると、私の好きにしていいってことにもなりますね。
Huh? Difference from the soft stimulation until just now. A strong, sharp stimulation.
こうして強くしてあげるのはどうでしょうか。ビクビクって震えてますね。弱いところ、わかっちゃいます。
Putting strength into the tip of her tongue, she applies a tickling stimulation, an indescribable pleasure that is both ticklish and feels good. Ojo-sama!
もう動いちゃダメですよ。してあげられません。じっとしててください。
I am compressed by two large swells. That being said, it was neither painful nor suffocating, but a happy softness.
はい、捕まえちゃいました。ホタルが大好きなおっぱいですよ。逃げちゃダメですよ。
Caught between her soft, bouncy oppai, I instinctively react.
ほら、また動きました。ダメって言ったのに、どうしてですか？
Gomen, the stimulation is too strong.
くすぐったかったですか？では、もう少し優しくしてあげましょう。
Next is a stimulation like gently wrapping it up. I am caressed by a stroking, affectionate movement, using the broad part of her tongue.
こうして、ゆっくり撫でてあげるの、どうでしょうか？すごく硬いですから。優しく優しく。
This is, conversely, frustrating in its own way. A luxurious problem.
もう やっぱり動いちゃうじゃありませんか。逃げちゃダメです。男の子ですよね。
Because I'm a boy, I ended up running away, but
ちょっとくすぐられただけじゃありませんか。辛抱してください。噛んじゃいますよ。
Scushy. I just can't help but react.
強くしても優しくしてもダメですか。繊細なんですね。それじゃあ。
I have a bad feeling about this. However, Ojo-sama opens her small mouth without any hesitation and she took my large manhood in her mouth, tangling saliva around it to caress it. Ojo-sama, wait up. That's true, but
おかけ思ったのでいっぱいね。ビクビクしてるの全部わかっちゃいますからね。
from the sensation of a tongue crawling to the sensation of being enveloped. The warm, wet inside of her mouth transmits sweat simulation no matter where it touches.
加えてあげるとますます反応してくれますね。こうして口の中でなでなでしてあげるの好きみたいですね。たくさんして差し上げましょう。
まずい。At this rate.
はい。すべて受け止めますから、気にしないでください。
Please, take it out of your mouth.
ダメ。全部してあげるって決めたんだよかな。
でも。A sensation like being sucked up. Every time Ojo-sama moves her face, the entire sliver inside of her mouth transmits melting pleasure. Her tongue entwines like an independently moving creature, stimulating sensitive spots without leaving any behind. Something heavy welled up from my waist. Ojo-sama, please, take your mouth off. I can't hold it anymore. Every time the water sounds echoes. The limit approaches closer and closer. Ojo-sama!
いつでも泣いていいですからね。
The moment I was strongly sucked up, I reached my limit. Pulsating with drops, I released it into her mouth. Even though it was about to overflow, Ojo-sama didn't take her mouth off until the very end. Are you okay? I'm sorry, it came in your mouth.
全然平気です。ちょっと苦いかなってくらいで、全然嫌じゃありませんし。
ごめん。
もう、どうして謝るのですか？上手にできましたって褒めてほしいのに。
はい。It was amazing.
あれ？でも。
What was she staring at? Was still energetic.
なんと言いますか。大きいままですね。
ごめんなさい。
もっとしたいよっていう甘えん坊さんアピールなのでしょうか。任せてください。ホタル、体を起こせますか？
わかった。When I stood up, Ojo-sama began to take off her clothes, and then she turned her bottom towards me.
これならホタルがしやすいと思うのですが、どうですか？
Hi. It's certainly easier to do, but it was an amazing sight. The bottom illuminated by the moonlight was white and round, beautiful like a work of art. The skin down was wet, but was fresh, and her waist and thighs swayed seductively.
無言になるのはやめてください。格好が格好なだけに、本当に心の底から恥ずかしくなります。
ごめん。I was captivated again.
おかしいですね。ホタルはおっぱいが好きなはずなのに、お尻にとてつもない視線を感じます。
How should I say it? It's white, round, and adorable.
ちなみに、おっぱいのことはどう思っていますか？
They are white, round, and adorable.
雪だるまを見ても同じ感想が出てきそうですね。
Yeah, that's not it. This is truly. When looking at paintings of nude women, I feel that the woman's body is composed of curves, from gentle curves to angled curves. Various roundnessness makes up the whole. Looking at Chizuru Ojo-sama now, I'm made to recognize that anew.
どこを見ているのです？なんだかムズムズします。観察するのはやめてください。
ごめん. No matter where I look, it's white, round, and adorable, so I just...
丸いですか。運動すると熱が出やすいのをいいことに、体育を休み続けた弊害でしょうか。余計なお肉で丸いのでしょうか。
No, that's absolutely not the case.
とにかく観察は禁止です。見られるのがこんなに恥ずかしいとは知りませんでした。
Saying so, Ojo-sama lightly moved her well-shaped bottom.
ドキドキしてるんです。ホタルの早くください。
わかりました。From the tightly closed cleft, transparent honey was already overflowing. Next, mixed with the refreshing scent of the mori, Ojo-sama's sweet scent also grazed the tip of my nose. I pressed the tip against the entrance and slowly pushed my hips forward. The tip gets spurred. Soft, narrow, warm, and wet. The conditions are the same as your mouth. However, the sensation is completely different.
入りましたか？この角度だとよく見えないのですが。
Hi. It all went in.
そうですか。
Twitch, twitch. Her entire body trembled in small spasms. The sweat on her back also increased. Does it hurt?
いえ、そうではなくて、ホタルがしやすいだろうと思って選んだこの体勢なのですが。ちょうどいいところに当たってしまうみたいで。
Does that mean it feels good?
まあ、平たく言えばそうなりますね。
Even though I had just inserted it, transparent honey was overflowing from the union point. The vaginal walls pulsed with twitches, embracing my manhood and not letting go.
ゆっくり動いてくれませんか？急に早くすると恥ずかしい声出ちゃいそうなので。
Wakata. Slowly pulling back my hips and slowly thrusting forward. A speed where the wet bumps of the vaginal walls can be clearly felt. Is this about right?
はい。とてもいいです。ホタルの形よくわかりますし。
Do you think you can hold back your voice?
今くらいなら平気そうです。
That's good. Tap, tap, tap. I go back and forth inside Ojo-sama at a gentle tempo. Although by no means vigorous, because the tempo was slow, it rubs against the vaginal walls over a longer period of time. Perhaps because that took effect, her sighs gradually became rougher. Hi. The rashes are also gradually getting bigger.
ホテルはどうですか？ゆっくりするのもどかしくありません？
I'm fine. I will match my pace with you, Ojo-sama.
ホテルも私を感じてくれなきゃ。嫌です。もう平気ですから。動きたいように動いてください。
Honestly, I was feeling frustrated. The plump hug manko feels meltingly good, and the gentle movements transmit the fine shape clearly. However, Ojo-sama's deepest part sucks on me with twitches, as it demanded more. I couldn't help but imagine if I moved faster.
恥ずかしいのは我慢しますから。それに声が多少漏れてしまっても宿坊までは聞こえません。ですからもっとホタルを感じたいのです。
Ojo-sama pushed her hips out, swallowing my manhood on her own. Ja, I'll make it a little rougher. Putting strength into the hands grabbing her hips, I thrust my hips toward the back. Jiggle. Her bottom shook, and the honey overflowing from the union point dripped down onto the undergrowth. Drip dropped. At the same time, the pressure inside the manko rose sharply. Ojo-sama, your voice.
ごめんなさい。でも、奥まで届いて、恥ずかしい声、漏れてしまいます。
Tap, tap, tap. I go back and forth rhythmically. Ojo-sama's oppai, waist, bottom, chin, and thighs, every part began to shake in tandem with it.
ダメ。奥グリグリって、締め付けちゃいます。
ごめん。
僕はホタルも気持ちいいのですか？私はすごくジンジンしてしまうのですが。
Hi, I feel the same.
お揃いですね。ならたくさんしてください。
Hi. Squeeze. The inside of the manko tightens. Every single fold entwined around me, and pleasure coursed through me every time I went back and forth inside. Her abundant oppai swayed gently, greatly, drawing capricious trajectories every time I thrust.
この格好だといろいろと見えてしまうのですね。
All sorts of things.
さっきから足元に愛し合っている雫が垂れていて、複雑な気分です。
I can't see them from here.
それも困りものです。私からはよく見えるのです。自分がこんなに反応して溢れさせてしまったんだなというのか。ホタルに疲れるたび、恥ずかしい声を上げるたび、足元に雫が垂れ落ちるのが。
Ojo-sama wriggled her waist and pressed her bottom against me, a movement like begging for deeper and even deeper.
私も動いてしまいます。ホタルのこと欲しくなってしまって。
While still swallowing my manhood, the inside of her manko tightened strongly, strongly. Then, at the deepest part sucked on the tip, continued to move as if prompting ejaculation. When I pushed my hip forward, Ojo-sama responded by pressing her bottom against me. I continued to thrust at the deepest part while being strongly embraced in the narrow manko. As we did so, both of Ojo-sama's legs began to tremble in small spasms. Ha ha ha. Your legs are trembling. Are you okay? Are you tired?
いえ、疲れてはいないのですが、たくさん感じてしまって、大きいの来てしまいそうです。
Me too. The sound of our student colliding and the water sound going back and forth inside the mango. Mixed with that, I can also hear a drip drop sound, like falling water drops. The honey overflowing from the union point probably wouldn't stop overflowing.
泣いちゃ嫌です。一番奥にください。
As it responded to those words, I continued to thrust at one spot in the deepest part.
トントンされて、私。
The sound of the overflowing honey changed from light to heavy, from the drip drop of water drops to much larger clumps of water, making a splashy, flat sound. The transparent liquid endlessly overflowed and fell.
ダメ。立っていられません。私。
Ojo-sama convulsed her whole body greatly, wriggling her waist as if trying to escape. Even so, in the end, she pressed her bottom against me, swallowing it to the base, and continued to me.
止まりません。止められません。
It was my limit. While tightly wrapped inside her manko, an impact that didn't feel like the second time ran through my entire body. Even while I was pouring it to her, the insides of Ojo-sama tightly sucked on me and wouldn't let go. Contracting in tandem from the entrance to the back, it continued to squirm, trying to squeeze out every last drop. I finished letting it all out, but the fine movements inside her manko didn't stop, and it still continued to suck on me.
お腹の奥キュンキュンしてしまいますね。
I feel it too.
やっぱりわかりますか？ホタルのギューってしちゃうんです。
I can't see her face, but I can tell from her voice. Ojo-sama must be floating a huge smile right now.
自分の中に誰かが入ってくるなんて昔は想像もできませんでしたけど幸せなものですね。ふと気になったのですが。
What is it?
さっきの声、宿坊まで届いてませんよね。
I think it's fine, but what do you think?
自分では我慢したつもりなのです。でも今思えば結構大きな声を出してしまっていたような気がしまして。
What if the trees absorb the sound?
音楽室の壁みたいにですか？安心してもいいのですか？
I can't say for sure, but
まあこの辺りはあまり人が来ないというのは安心材料ではありますね。山菜採りの人がいたりしたら大変なことになってました。
given the time of day, I think it's fine on that front.
まあ逆に言うといたら大変なのですけど、夜中にあんな声が聞こえたら妖怪か何かと勘違いされてしまいます。
Speaking of mountain yokai, the Yamamiko familiar with Yahoo is a yokai. You know, that's not your own voice coming back to you, but the Yamabiko.
いや、解説しなくていいです。
To be precise, there is also a theory that it's a seire, not a yokai. It seems to be common. It's a common story in areas where mountain worship is popular. There are also the right form.
それは蛍なりに私を安心させようとしてくれているのですよね。ただ話したいだけではないですよね。
もちろん。It means that even in the unlikely event it was heard, it's fine, because it would be thought of as a kind of yokai.
私結局妖怪じゃないですか。
After that, the two of us secretly returned to the temple lodge. There was no sign of Ojo-sama being awake, and Miyo Ojo-sama was also sleeping soundly. I saw Chizuru Ojo-sama, who looked relieved, to her room, and then returned to my own room. Give me a second. I need to wait. Where's the menu? The morning of the third day since coming to Jishuan. Today, Chizuru Ojo-sama said she wanted to go drawing, so I decided to accompany her. Since I was going anyway, I brought today's sentaku.
今日もお洗濯ですか？昨日もしたじゃありませんか。
Give me a second. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's continue. Listen, Ojo-sama. Sentaku and washing dishes are things that are done every day. It's the same as cooking and cleaning.
あ、今私を世間知らず扱いしましたね。私が言いたかったのは、せっかく二人で出かけているのですから、ホタルにものんびりしてほしいってことです。
Even if I relax, the sentaku won't disappear. There isn't that much of it, so please, go ahead and draw, Ojo-sama. I can at least keep you company by talking.
はあ、わかりました。
The weather is nice today, too, and the river water is cold and feels good. It's more efficient to do it all at the yashiki, but touching the water like this isn't bad either. Besides me doing that. While being blown by a pleasant wind, Chizuru Ojo-sama is quietly moving her brush. The scenery is nice here, so it seems you'll make good progress.
そうなんです。東京の景色も素敵ですけど、ここは山や緑が多いので楽しいんですよね。
Ojo-sama has often painted landscape paintings since long ago. The scenery seen from the yashiki's window, or madoka, or as ikimai, where many people come and go. She has also shown me the scenery of the town looking down from a small hill. Being able to do chores while watching Ojo-sama sketch like this is a joyful thing for me too.
こうしていると思い出します。ホタルがうちに来た最初の頃のこと。最初はもじもじしていてとても可愛らしかったです。誰に話しかければいいのか戸惑っている感じで。
I was actually bewildered. After scavenging for leftover food in the back alleys until yesterday, I suddenly found myself living in a large yashiki. After all, and it was the hiragige of the wealthy class. I was simply terrified that I must not show this respect to you, young ladies, or Okuo-sama. After he proposed to take me in, Nanma-sama's actions were swift. He put off all the various procedures, took me by the hand, and brought me straight to the yashiki first. He said he'll get used to people, the house, and the environment faster if you interact with them sooner.
今日から家族になるホタルくんだですからね。あの時は本当に驚きました。
Hi. Well, everyone, including myself, was surprised. Only you, Chizuru Ojo-sama, immediately treated me kindly.
それはもう可愛い弟ができたと思って嬉しかったんです。
The expression she has while laughing, is soft. Truly, Chizuru Ojo-sama was kind to me from the beginning. She treated me kindly, even though I was some nobody on the street. Opuro, change of clothes, and even meals. Even though I was a shionin at that time, was being taken care of by you, Ojo-sama.
初江さんは他の仕事がありますし、お母様はおろおろするばかり。ミオは怖がって最初のうちは近づきませんでしたからね。それならお姉ちゃんがしてあげようと思って張り切っちゃいました。
Chizuru Ojo-sama liked drawing pictures even back then. When she was little, she was even frailer than now, and since she immediately ran a fever, she couldn't play outside either. Therefore, she spent a lot of time cooped up in her room moving her brushes and pencils. Having a room prepared for me on that very day, I'm still grateful to you, Ojo-sama, and Danma-sama even now.
お父様は強引ですから。結婚した時も同じだったと聞いています。
So it seems. I heard Hatsue-san opposed it.
はい。今でもお母様との間には微妙で絶妙で巧妙な空気が流れています。最近は特に。
I do feel that. Hatsue-san is strict, but she cares about you young ladies very much.
そうなんです。こうして絵を描くのもお母様は反対してますけど、初江さんは陰で褒めてくれてます。これから先、女性は何でもできるようになる。勉強、お稽古、家事、そして芸術。何かに興味があることはいいことですと言ってくれるんです。
Considering your age, it's quite a progressive way of thinking, isn't it? If I recall, Hatsue-san should have been born in the Meiji era. Oh man, that's really long ago, the Meiji era.
ご自身が苦労されたからだと思います。いろいろと大変な目にあった後でお父様の使用人になりましたから。そう考えるとあべこべですよね。婦人会で活動しているお母様が私の将来を決めようとして初江さんが自由に生きろと言っているのですから。
That's true too. That's an opinion precisely because it's Hatsue-san, who had spent her youth before the war and had constant hardships. As someone doesn't have to go through the same feelings she did, there's nothing better than that. Honestly, I feel the same. When I lived in the back alleys, I saw many girls in the same circumstances as me. Because they are physically weaker than boys, their living conditions were extremely appalling. I don't want the two young ladies to go through such hardships.
覚えていますか？ホタルがうちに来てすぐの頃、私の絵を褒めてくれたんです。
You remember that well.
当然です。嬉しかったんですから。
That was a few days after I came to the Hiragi cave. Wait, I noticed something odd. I was looking at her hair, particularly around the ear area. Where's the sideburns? Anyway, I was desperately trying to learn the work of Shioni, and I haven't been able to talk properly with the young ladies or Oko-sama yet. However,
私の絵を見て、あ、綺麗ですね、と言ってくれましたよね。それが今でも支えになっています。
I just said what I done.
それでもです。お友達が外で遊んだり出かけたりしていた時、私は一人で絵を描いているしかなかったんですから。お絵描きは好きでしたけど、やっぱり寂しかったんです。でもホタルに褒めてもらえて、誰かに見てもらう嬉しさを知りました。私、思えばその頃からホタルのことが好きだったのかもしれないですね。
It's a fact that it became the trigger for us talking often. My life completely changed after that. Whenever Chizuru Ojo-sama drew a picture, she began showing it to me first. From the scenery out of the Madoka, the inside of the room to sketches of the bath and kitchen. Partway through, she also started drawing animals like Neko and sparrows that wandered into the garden. Anyway, she drew anything and everything and showed it to me. That's why the amount of conversation naturally
ホ
increased.
タルってば褒め上手なんですから。あれから私、調子に乗ってどんどん描いてしまいました。嬉しくて筆が乗ったんですよね。
You are skilled, Ojo-sama, so it's natural to praise you. And I can't say flattery anyway.
それが嬉しかったんです。最初は好きで描いていたものが、途中からは意地になっていたようなものですからね。
What kind of stubborn pride?
外で遊びたくても遊べないことに対してです。仕方なく絵を描いているのではなく、描きたいから描いているんだって自分に言い聞かせてました。体が弱くて外に出られないって言うと、みんな同情するんですもん。かわいそうとか辛そうとか気の毒にとか。絵を描くしか楽しみがないように思われて、それが少し気に食わなかったんです。そういう風に生まれてしまったのは仕方ないですけど、文句を言っても始まらないのに。これは消去法ではなく、自ら進んで描いているんだって思ってました。ある意味ではアピールですね。
Ah, so that's how it was. Naturally, I don't know much about the time before I started being taken care of by them. The Chizuru Ojo-sama I know was always at the yashiki, drawing pictures, and all of them were very good. That's why I had never, ever thought she had such feelings.
それこそお母様によく言われたんです。丈夫に産んであげられなくてごめんねとか、お外で遊びたいよねごめんねとか。だから私は楽しそうに描かなきゃいけないと思ってました。いやいややっていたらまたお母様が気にしてしまうので意地を張っていました。まあそれも蛍が褒めてくれたので本当に楽しくなってしまったわけですけど。
I completely didn't know things had turned out like that, because I simply conveyed what I thought. Wow. If Ojo-sama was happy with that, then it's a stroke of good luck. Still, to think it was stubborn pride. Like Mio, Ojo-sama also said, "You're quite contrary, Shizuru Ojo-sama, or rather, your appearance and inside are complete opposites."
そうでしょうか。自分では全然思いませんけど、どう違うのです？
You look like an ideal Japanese woman, but inside you're a tomboy, or should I say, stubborn.
そうですか？ちなみにホタルはどういう女の子が好きなんです？
I don't know. I never even thought about it.
少しくらいはあるんじゃありません？髪は短い方がいいなとか、言ってると可愛いなとか。
Bro, you're already messing around with Chizuru Ojo-sama, man. You could at least get a little bit more effort here, man. I think it's fine as long as it suits the person.
もうつまらないです。短い方が好きと言ってくれれば思い切ってショートカットにするのに。
Your current hairstyle suits you very well. I like it.
もうなんだか私の扱いに慣れてきましたよね。そう言っておけば満足すると思ってませんか？
Yeah, that's not true.
まあその通りなんですけど。嬉しいですね。今まで見た女の子の中で一番可愛いだなんて。照れてしまいますよね。
Somehow, it's being greatly exaggerated. While having such a conversation, I proceeded with the sentaku. Ojo-sama is also gradually concentrated, and the number of words naturally decrease. I finished washing most of the large items, and now it's only small items like towels. It's a good place to stop. I haven't heard her voice for a while, but I wonder how Ojo-sama is doing. While being blown with a slightly damp wind, she was silently facing her sketchbook. She was very concentrated, giving off an atmosphere that makes it a little hard to talk to her. Lately, Ojo-sama no longer shows everything she draws to me. At Gakko, she enrolled in the art club, and I don't even know what she draws there. A slightly lonely feeling mixed with a great feeling of joy. Unlike the Kako, Ojo-sama is now drawing for herself, not to show to me, nor to be stubborn. She must be moving her pencil or brush according to the desire to depict something on the white paper. I think that is a very healthy thing.
ねえ、 ホタル
Perhaps noticing my gaze, Ojo-sama opened her mouth. What is it?
もし私が、こんな家からは出て行きたいって言ったら、どこかに連れて行ってくれますか
Wait, I like this, let us see. Why suddenly?
なんとなくです。家のこともお母様のことも全部嫌になって、どこかで自由に暮らしたいなーって言ったら、どうします
What would I do? I had no relatives. I'm not good at business like Danma-sama. I couldn't even take care of myself satisfactorily, so I can't possibly imagine being able to look after Ojo-sama. If I did something like that, I would only cause you trouble and hardship, Chizuru Ojo-sama. And nowhere to go.
そこは男の子として、僕が何とかしますって言ってくれるところじゃないんですか
I've seen reality in various ways, you see. When I reached Tokyo, I thought I had escaped from Jikoku. However, there was only a different kind of Jikoku there. Because amidst the post-war confusion, it was extremely difficult for a child with no connections to survive.
どこでもいいじゃありませんか。私、働きますよ。似顔絵を描いてお金をもらうなんてどうでしょうか。
That sounds very like you, Ojo-sama.
ダメですか？先生には褒められるのですけど、コンクールで入賞したこともありますよ。
Okay, that might change things a little. Earning money is a difficult thing. You were born into the Hiragike, Ojo-sama. You're blessed.
その代わり、将来と結婚相手を決められてしまいます。そんなのは嫌です。
And there's a roof. Meals are provided, and you can sleep in a warm futon. You don't have to steal, deceive, or hide. You can walk proudly under the sun. To me, that alone seems sufficient enough. Especially when I remember the kako.
今の生活が恵まれたものなのは理解しています。ホタルから見れば世間知らずのよまよい事だと思われてしまうのも仕方ありません。けれど、それだってずっと続くわけでもないと思うんです。
どういう意味？
さあどういうことでしょうね。
My hands washing the sentaku stop. However, Ojo-sama does not speak of the continuation. She concentrated on the canvas again. After that, time flowed in silence for a while. And there were two figures in the underground bunker. One was a young girl, illuminated by some candlelight. She was sitting on a shabby bed. Her eyes stared at a single point, and her skin was almost transparently white. Even though she was chained, she showed absolutely no sign of caring about it. She wasn't exactly absent-minded. She looked more like she was in a trance. At a glance, it was obvious that she had mental issues. The other person looked at the girl and spoke to her in an intentionally gentle tone. Were you able to speak with Aizen-sama today? The girl twitched in reaction to the words, Aizen-sama.
はい。とても穏やかで優しい言葉をかけてくださいました。自分のしたこと、考えたこと、見たこと、聞いたこと、苦しみの種になっていたものをすべて引き受けてくださっています。私、最初は否定していたんです。怖くて怯えていたんですね。多分、自分のことを話すのが嫌だったんだと思います。
It is only natural. Talking about yourself is like reopening a wound. It is painful for anyone. The girl nodded slightly and continued her words.
でも気づきました。私が怖がっていたのは、話した後で叱られたり、 罰を受けたりすることなんだって。ですから、アイゼン様は安心できます。お顔は怖いのですが、途中で話を遮ることも、怒鳴ることもしませんから。
The girl's gaze was directed towards the chest of drawers. A Buddha statue of Aizen Myo-o was placed there.
父と母に打ち明けていたら、きっとものすごい剣幕で怒られていたと思います。真面目な人たちですから、私がしたことは許せないのでしょう。だからこそ、ずっと胸の奥に重く積み重なり続けていたのだと思います。
Listening to the words spoken little by little, the other person smiled quietly. This is salvation, and this is what it means to become a devotee. She'd been free from the things that had caused her so much worry and suffering. Now there is nothing painful and nothing to worry about. Everything is calm. It is a peaceful time. If things continue to go smoothly like this, the girl will surely attain true salvation. The fact that she had begun to talk about herself without hesitation is the best sign of all.
私、ずっと現実が怖かったんです。みんな優しくしてくれるけど、それは親切であって、親密ではなかったんですよね。小さい頃はそうでもなかったんです。でも大きくなるにつれて、おかしいなって気づいてしまって、心を通わせた親密な相手がいること、それを起点にしてみんな現実と折り合いをつけているんだって。でも私にはいません。だから現実を避けてその結果怖くなってしまいました。よくわからないものは怖いんです。現実は怖いのに、映画なんかのお芝居は絵空事だと感じてしまいます。憧れる前に折れてしまうんです。それならいっそ真っ白い方がいい。何もないところに自分で書き加えていく方が安心です。ずっとそうして何もないキャンバスに自分が見た光景を加えていく。それが一番安心できる私にとっての現実でした。
Without even glancing at the other person, the girl continued talking like she was being in delirium.
放課後美術室で筆を走らせている時が平和なんです。下校途中の旧友たちがあれこれおしゃべりしながら校門をくぐるのと、私の世界は別なんです。
Wait, why is it lagging? Give me a second. It's not loading for some reason. Okay, so if I scroll up, which brings up the backlog, for some reason it hangs. So unfortunately, we can't read what was here, so we'll have to keep going.
禁止されている喫茶店に入り浸ったり、近寄ってはいけないと言われている盛り場に近寄ったり、そういう人たちと私は違う生き物なんだと思います。でも、正直に言うと、少しだけ憧れていたんですね。怖い現実と自分の間をつないでくれる親密な相手を見つけられた人はいいなって。でも私にはいませんから。いつも楽しそうなおしゃべりを聞きながら黙ってキャンバスに向かっていました。
Wait, let me do a quick save just in case. I think it will hang. We tried to load it. Let me try. Okay. Huh.
キャンバスは素敵です。現実以上に魅力的です。だって嫌なところは省いてしまえるのですから。あの橋で旧友と喧嘩した あの天心柱の下で嫌なことを言われた。そういう場所は書きません。別のものに置き換えてしまいます。だから私の描く風景画はいつも現実によく似た別の何かなんです。存在しない街の景色です。いい思い出だけが残った空間なんです。現実と空想の境界線ですね。狭いキャンバスの中に私が憧れて手に入らなかったものを詰め込んでいました。だからあの時は本当に驚きました。境界線からニューッと手が出て現実が私に触れたような気がしたんです。
The girl spoke up to that point and lightly caught her breath. She seemed to be choosing her words carefully.
今まで避けていた現実は暖かかったです。欲しくても手が届かなかった親密さは私を優しく包んでくれました。今まで怖がっていたのが馬鹿らしくなりました。億劫だった試験勉強みたいなものですね。手をつけてみたら意外とすんなり進んだんです。でもそれは許されないことです。頭では分かっていたのですが、いざ触れた現実が温かくて優しくてとても離れられませんでした。誰にも言えず見ないふりをしていたのに、胸の中でどんどん膨らんで苦しくなって。
Do you not consult with your friends?
友達ですか？ええ、相談はしたのですが迷惑をかけてしまったような気がして、それから話題に出さないようにしていました。彼女は彼女で何か言いたそうなお顔をしていましたけど、結局どこかで聞いたような言葉をかけてくれるだけでしたから。親友だと思っていたのですけど、それは私だけだったみたいです。彼女は親切ですけど親密ではありませんでした。だからもう考えるのはやめました。自分だけが親友だと思っているのも滑稽ですから。
There's no need to worry. Aizen-sama is with you now.
はい、私もそう思います。ですから何も怖くありません。
The girl smiled, an expression of complete relief. This is what fate feels like. A device to help one comfortably turn their eyes away from reality and make life easier to live. Funerals. The 7th day memorial. The 49th day memorial. All are rituals for the sake of living. Symbols that exist for those who have the will to live. This girl desires salvation. It is the duty of a religious person to save suffering sentient beings. Therefore, a religious person must live. If one does not live, one cannot save. One kills in order to live, which means one kills in order to save.
まだ私は救われないのでしょうか。アイゼン様のお言葉は聞こえます。考えも改めました。それでもまだこれが必要ですか？
The girl pointed to the chain connected to her own neck. There is likely no chance of her running away now. But even so, this cannot be removed until the very end. When this is removed, the girl will already have crossed over to the other shore. Purification is necessary for you to be truly saved. Because you suffer deeply, your karma is also large. Let us purify you a little longer before performing the gishiki.
そうなんですね。わかりました。
Well then, shall we perform the purification today as well?
はい。
The girl nodded without changing her expression. Mio went out to the oporo, and alone in the room she left behind, I let out a sigh. What came to mind were the events of the day. Today I sketched next to Hotaru. I've been drawing pictures with various excuses like duty or stubbornness, but after Hotaru praised them, it was purely fun. Since then, my envy towards healthy friends decreased. It's fine even if I can't run fast. It's fine even if I can't play in the coin. Because when I draw a picture, Hotaru praises me. Because even if I don't go outside, I can spend time filled with happiness. I thought this time would last forever. Even when I grew up, Hotaru would praise my paintings, and that would make me happy, and I would take out my brush again. I thought we could spend our time like that. Oto-san likes Hotaru very much, and he is also in Hatsue-san's good books. I thought I could continue living with Hotaru just like this. However, Oha-san has changed. The person won't acknowledge the feelings I harbor for Hotaru. I was told it was something forbidden. I was also told it was something impossible. When she told me it was pathetic, I unintentionally raised my voice. Oka-san. Just what exactly happened to her? Right now, I hold a single amulet in my hand. And this small item with the Jishuan written on it is something Oka-san started carrying around since a certain day. She doesn't force me or Mio to carry it. However, it's an amulet Oka-san herself always wears. And since she also hands them out to people with troubles at the Women's Association, so there is a large number of the same ones at home. This amulet in my hand was not given to me by Oka-san. Of course, it wasn't given to me by Saiten-sama either. This is something a certain friend dropped.
福原さん。
A classmate who belonged to the same art club. We were close enough to go out sketching together on our days off. A precious friend who disappeared before Natsuyasumi started. A quiet, serious girl who loves drawing. Since a few months ago, she seemed to be troubled by something. Being quiet is different from speaking very little. Fukuhara-san actually quite liked chatting. The other classmates and sensei probably don't know this. When we went sketching together, she would tell me all sorts of stories. Places where beautiful flowers bloom, the contents of solo exhibitions held at department stores. About the people who won awards and competitions. It was fun drawing pictures while chatting. I first felt something was off about 2 months ago. It was around the time a solo exhibition by a certain famous artist was held in the department store in front of the Ikimae. Fukuhara-san showed a lot of interest in the exhibition, but she was worried because it was so popular that admission was restricted and she couldn't get in. I was also interested, so I consulted with Oto-san, but he told me it was impossible because he had no acquaintances in that field. However, good fortune smiled upon Fukuhara-san. The owner of the art supply store she often went to apparently got her in one of the insider slots. I knew the art supply store because I had been there a few times too. However, unfortunately, there was a limit to the slots, so I couldn't join her. Even so, Fukuhara-san was delighted. While giving me an apologetic look, she seemed unable to hide her smile. I didn't feel bad about it at all. I thought it was a pity, but I thought it was a good thing that at least she could go see the exhibition. So I sent her out saying only, "Let me hear your thoughts on it." Fukuhara-san's demeanor changed around the time the exhibition ended. Normally, she would talk about trivial things with me, but she kept moving her brush in total silence. Even when I asked, "What's wrong?" she wouldn't answer me. Her profile as she silently moved her brush, facing the canvas, made me feel like she was brooding over something. I had fully expected her to tell me her thoughts on the exhibition, so I felt let down. After such days continued for a while, Hokago, Fukuhara-san invited me to sketch outside. The silent art room felt suffocating, so I immediately agreed and left the school building.
私のお気に入りに案内するね。誰にも教えてないんだよ。
Hearing Fukuhara-san's happy voice for the first time in a while made me feel a little relieved. We walked for a while after leaving the school building and climbed the long stairs leading to the jinja. The area behind the worship hall turned into a mountain, and the narrow path continued there. Being careful not to catch our skirts on the trees as we proceeded, we emerged into a slightly open area.
ああ、
Thanks to climbing the long stairs, the place was a small hill. It wasn't exactly a mountain, but the view was good enough to look down on the town we lived in.
景色がいい分、書くのが大変だけどね。
I also saw her bashful smile for the first time in a while. After that, we ran our pencils in silence. Unlike the silence in the art room, this time the atmosphere was a little softer. I felt like something inside Fukuhara-san had changed. I didn't know what happened, but I felt like if time passed like this, she would return to her old self. Wait, I like this expression better. That her eyes would close. After that, we came here every day to sketch. When the sun went down and the sky started burning red, one of us would suggest calling it a day. It was a very natural, gentle time flowing by. I started to think that the discomfort I felt earlier must have been some kind of mistake. Minor troubles and unpleasant things are an everyday occurrence at our age. Feeling depressed about exams, being annoyed by parents nagging, or finding out an accessory we were interested in were sold out. However, after a few days, we usually act as if nothing happened. I started to think Fukuhara-san's issue was something of that sort. It's fine, no problem. If things go on like this, our usual idle chats will return. I was expecting that. However, that was a huge mistake.
Hiragi-san, 男の子とお付き合いしたことある？
Well,
好きな子とかいる？
While we were sketching in silence, that day too, Fukuhara-san muttered suddenly. I reflexively stopped my hands. I already harbored feelings for Hotaru around that time, but it wasn't a dating relationship. Besides, Okasa did not take kindly to him and me becoming intimate. She even told me once that it was absolutely outrageous for the eldest child, the Hiragike, to have mutual feelings with the Shionin. At the very least, it wasn't a topic to be brought up outside the house. That is why I lied to her for the first time.
いえ、ありません。福原さんはあるのですか？
She looked like she wanted to say something, but couldn't. At that moment, I realized. Lately, she hadn't been trying to return to her former state. She was bewildered by her changed self. That awkward silence was an expression of her bewilderment, and the temporary recovery was proof that she had accepted something. And now she was trying to tell me what that...
私、交際経験がなくて、教室でも男の子となんてほとんど話さないし。
Wait. What that something was. Okay.
はい、私も同じです。
Fukuhara-san might be in love. If that was the case, how adorable. Fukuhara-san, who had little interaction with boys, might not know what to do even if she found someone she was interested in. Well, might not be a dude. The way she was talking earlier, she was interested with someone being intimate, but she never said it was a guy. It was the same for me, so it didn't seem like I could give her a very appropriate advice. But still, I could at least be someone to listen to her.
でも、昔から憧れはあったの。男の子と楽しく話したり、お昼を食べたり。そういうの、いいなぁと思ってたんだよね。でも、ダメだった。声なんてかけられないし、向こうから話しかけてくれても、どう返していいのかわからなくて。
Yeah, it's making sense. Yep. She can't even interact with boys, so I guess she would look for a girl whom she could interact with then. I guess? Question mark? Let's see how this goes.
恋愛とかそういうのは、私に縁がないものだと思うようにしたの。望んではいけないものだと自分に言い聞かせてて。だから、彼に迫られた時はすごく驚いたんだ。
Okay, so there's a guy. Okay, never mind, Mania. She said that person was the owner of the art supply store. Oh, okay. Yeah, I see. Oh, man. This is more complicated. It happened on the way back after he arranged for her to go to the exhibition, and they went together. She was invited to discuss her thoughts over kocha at the closed shop and followed him without any doubts.
隣に座られて、髪を触られて、いつもと様子が違うなって気づいた時には。
Oh, man. Her lists were stolen, she said. Oh. The owner of the art supply embraced Fukuhara-san, bewildered by how sudden it was, and put his hand up her
好
skirt.
きって言われた。学生時代に会ってたら、きっと君に結婚を申し込んでたって。
The back of my neck went cold with a shiver. As I recall, the owner had a wife and a child. Okay, that's alright. Making it way more complicated.
でも、それは。
An indescribable emotion, whether it was disgust or sense of wrongness, was born deep in my chest and began to swell.
分かってる。彼には奥さんも子供もいるし、こういうのは良くないって頭では分かってて。
I'm actually curious. Maybe she was receptive to the idea instead of like the fictitious words of love whispered in her ear lit a fire to the emotion she had suppressed by herself until then. Yeah, that might be the case. She was receptive because she was lonely? Let's see. She was desired, even if they were words as thin as a theatrical backdrop. What was painted there was love for her. The things she admired, sought, gave up on, and tried not to look at. Wait, something did load. The owner of the art supply store gave them to her as is seeing through all of it, she said.
父や母には言えなかった。二人とも真面目な人だし、言ったら彼に迷惑がかかっちゃうって思ったから。
The owner of the art supply store surely factored that into his calculations. If it were the quiet Fukuhara-san who didn't like conflicts, he was sure she would stay silent. He was sure she would become someone convenient for him. However, that was a coward's way of doing things.
ごめんね。気持ち悪いよね。軽蔑するよね。こんなの普通じゃないもんね。変な話しちゃってごめん。いえ、気にしないでください。話してくれて嬉しいです。実はね、柊さんとスケッチした後、お店に行って会うこともあるの。ダメだって分かってるのに。
At that time, I felt ashamed of my own shallowness. She spoke less because she was worried, and the reason she brought me out like this was because she wanted to save her. She wanted me to save her. I didn't even notice that, and thought optimistically. Even though I am her shinyu, even though she is a tomodachi who invited me to the art club. How heartless of me.
もう会ってはいけません。それに、ご両親にも相談するべきだと思います。言いにくいなら、私も同席しますから。ダメだよ。私が悪いんだもん。ちゃんと断ればよかったし、画材屋なら他にもあるのに、彼に会いに行っちゃうし。でも、いいの、自分でどうにかするから、柊さんに話を聞いてもらって、少し勇気が出たし、今日はここまでにしよう。いろいろ話して疲れちゃった。
Yeah, I could see why Ayana really thought that was just like a canned response. Maybe Ayana was looking for like a little bit of encouragement. I mean, the reason why is she couldn't help herself, you know, even after like part of her probably thought it was wrong, but she couldn't help it, you know. She feels as if the thing that was missing for her was like she's achieving it, and then she gave the most generic ass advice. Anyway. Fukuhara-san stood up while packing her art supplies. Is it really okay Is it really okay to let her go like this? She will surely knock on the door of the art supply store right after this. If that's the case, shouldn't I follow her and give the owner a stern warning? Or perhaps I should confess about Hotaru to show her that at the very least I am on her side. Yeah, her confessing about the Hotaru would have been really strong because both of them were knocking on like forbidden love, quote unquote. No, actually it is forbidden love. Societally, it is. I don't know about like the nobles and shonen stuff, but like the girl trying to date an older man who has a family of his own is yeah. Sharing a secret is reassuring. Shouldn't we link arms together and keep our feet on the ground so that no mistakes happen? Before she crosses over to the other shore, isn't it my mission as her Shinju to keep her anchored to the shore? Even if it's already too late, isn't doing that for her what the best Shinju is for? Such thoughts spin around and around in my head.
まっすぐ家に帰るんですよ。わかってる。また明日。
In the end, I could only say something that was neither poison nor medicine. Even though Fukuhara-san confided her secret to me, I left it locked away. The next day after school, we sketched together again. How the brush I was using had worn out, which store had a good selection of pencils, which amaimono were delicious, oishii. We exchanged many such trivial conversations, avoiding only that one topic. I was worried, but I didn't know how far I should pry. Yeah, that might be an excuse. Whereas I thought I couldn't say anything high and mighty when I myself harbored feelings for Hotaru. Or maybe I was afraid that telling someone about these feelings would turn into a big deal. If I told Fukuhara-san my feelings and it was passed on to someone else and reached Okasan's ears, Hotaru might be kicked out of the Hiragi-ke. If something like that happened, I would regret it for the rest of my life. Ultimately, it was self-protection. On the surface, it seemed she had returned to the former Fukuhara-san. She was quiet in the classroom, and at Hokago, we would draw pictures together. I didn't see her looking depressed or troubled, and it didn't feel like any problems had occurred. Oh man, this is very hard to spot. However, I felt it. Fukuhara-san was continuing to visit that art supply store, and her relationship with that owner had not been severed. She started wearing light makeup, and she also started wrapping up her work early after school. It was to meet him. We stopped walking home together too. We also stopped sketching together on days off. Fukuhara-san began to show her face in the art room only after school, like a ritual to keep herself tethered to reality. The content of the picture she drew also changed. At a glance, it was the same landscape painting as before, but the things that could be called its features had all but vanished. She smoothly drew in specific ridges and telephone poles that she refused to draw before. What used to be a town only for Fukuhara-san suddenly became a dusty town in reality. After such days continued for a while, she abruptly brought it up.
柊さんって優しいよね。何ですか急に。
It happened in the art room after school, partway through our work at the canvases. When it looked nice to me in surprise, she continued without looking at me.
私の悩み、誰にも言わないでいてくれた。バカにもしなかったし、嫌ったり軽蔑したりもしないでいてくれた。だから後悔したの。こんな親切な人に面倒な相談をしてしまって迷惑だったよねって。そんな迷惑だなんて。もうね、彼には会ってないの。ダメだと思っていても会いに行ってしまって、やめなきゃって分かってても関係を続けてしまって、結構限界だったんだけど、いい相談相手に出会えたんだ。だからもう解決。その人に言われた通りにしたら本当に会うのをやめられたの。失礼かもしれませんが、その相手も福原さんに何かしようとしてませんか？相談に乗るふりをしてって平気だよ。だってその人は女の人だもん。
We went back to this.
そうですか。
For the time being, it was relief. Fukuhara-san is a good person and does not know how to doubt. Or rather, she cannot doubt someone she trusts. That is why I wondered what would happen if her weakness was taken advantage of, but
やっぱり女の悩みは女の人に相談するのが一番だよね。それも年上だと、私なんかより経験も豊富だし、自分にも若い頃似たような経験があるのって言われて安心しちゃったよ。
Fukuhara-san laughed cheerfully. The smile was like the old her and it reassured me. However, after going through such an experience, I couldn't believe she could return to normal so quickly. For better or worse, Fukuhara-san is innocent. A stain on the pure white canvas stands out. You can't help but be bothered by it, even if you don't want to. If it stopped bothering her, then that means... Wouldn't it be when an even bigger stain is added?
その相談相手、どんな人なのですか？秘密。
Himitsu. I felt like the Himitsu I had locked away in my chest back then had now come back to me. It ached with a sting. Was this jealousy toward her finding someone other than me to confide in? Or was it guilt toward the fact that I didn't disclose my own Himitsu? I don't know, but I felt like Fukuhara-san was going to go somewhere far away. I felt restless. I couldn't calm down. Even though I didn't reach out my hand, I was worrying about her going somewhere else.
ごめん、私そろそろ行かなくちゃ。それ、私も行っていいですか？興味があります。ダメだよ。柊さんには関係がないところだもん。じゃあね。
Oh, damn. when a friend tells you that, damn. She quickly packed her bags and left. The art room left with just me, was spacious and quiet.
あれ？
At that moment, I noticed something drop on the floor. It was probably something that fell from Fukuhara-san's bag. When I picked it up, it was a small amulet. That was... Ooh. The amulet I hold in my hands right now. With that day as the last, Fukuhara-san disappeared.
福原さん。
The person she said she had found to confide in. Okasa introduces troubled women to Jishuan and Saiten-sama at the Women's Association. The series of women disappearing that is making noise on the radio and newspapers. The timing of Fukuhara-san's disappearance. I have a bad feeling about this. A feeling I hope doesn't hit the mark. Just who was it that Fukuhara-san had found to confide in? Oizun Miyosama. Her parents are out of the question. It's hard to imagine it being her classmate though. If it was a school teacher, it would have become a huge problem. That leaves someone outside her usual social circles. The right person for women to confide in is another woman, Jose, and an older one at that. I made up my mind and went to Okasama.
何ですか こんな時間に。
ごめんなさい。しかし、お母様にお聞きしたいことがあるのです。私のお友達、行方不明になっている福原綾乃さんについて、お母様は何か知っているのではないかと思いまして。
美術部の子ですね。不憫だとは思いますけれど、福原さんのお宅とはお付き合いもありませんし、何も知りませんよ。
しかし、彼女はこれを持っていました。
When I showed the amulet I picked up, Okasan's eyebrows twitched.
このお守り、お母様が福原さんに渡したのではありませんか？彼女はそれまでこういうものは持っていませんでした。
知りません。お守りなんてどこからでも手に入るでしょう。
彼女は悩みを抱えていました。婦人会が相談に乗って、そこでお守りを渡されたと考えるのが自然です。
そのようなこじつけはいくらでもできます。そもそも福原さんが婦人会に来ていたのかすらわからないではありませんか。年頃の子なのであれば、まずはご両親や先生方、それでもダメならお友達に話すものではありませんか。
Oh, no, no, no.
それができる類の話ではなかったのです。彼女にとってとても重要で大きな悩みで。
どのような悩みなのですか。
それは。
I hesitated whether it was okay to reveal it here. That story is too private, even though I feel something close to conviction. Still, if my thoughts are wrong, I would needlessly shame Fukuhara-san.
それは言えません。けれど、福原さんが相談する先といえば、婦人会しか考えられないのです。
あなたはお友達なのでしょ。なら婦人会だけというわけではないではありませんか。
私は役に立てませんでしたから。
なぜです。お友達なのであれば真摯に話を聞いてやるだけでもよかったではありませんか。
This fucking conversation, man.
それともできない理由があったんですか。
Oh, no, no, no. She gets caught herself here.
とにかく私は何も知りません。そんなことよりあなたは早く心を入れ替えなさい。婿取りもお見合いもあなたが首を縦に振れば全て解決するのです。
ですからそれは。
人には領分があり役目があります。あなたは柊家の長子であり、使用人は使用人なのです。いつまでわがままを言っているのですか。祭天様もおっしゃっていましたよ。あなたに救う頑固の虫は業が深い。一筋縄ではいかない。このままでは身を滅ぼすと。絵だって好きに描けているではありませんか。いつまでも意地を張らず母の言うことを聞きなさい。
Dameda. She absolutely won't listen. It's always like this when I talk to Okasama. She turns a deaf ear to my assertions and always just focuses her own opinions on me.
どうしてお母様はそうなのですか。私には私の考えがあります。昔はもっと話を聞いてくれました。
小さな頃と今では状況が違うことくらいあなたにもわかるでしょ。いつまでも子供ではないのですからいい加減にしなさい。
しかし
福原さんのことを気にかけている余裕が今のあなたにあるのですか。卒業が近いのです。この先のことをしっかり考えなさい。
考えています。お母様が聞いてくださらないだけじゃありませんか。
そんなのは考えているうちには入りません。小娘の世まいごとが通るほど世間は甘くないのです。絵だの蛍だのにうつつを抜かす暇があったらより良い婿をもらえるように自分を磨きなさい。柊家の世継ぎを生むのがあなたの仕事なのです。
そんなの知りません。
千鶴。
I intentionally ran away. It's always like this. A repetition of the same thing. Okasama never chases after me out of concern either. No matter how far it goes, she probably just thinks it's a little girl's nonsense. However, no matter what, I absolutely cannot believe that Fukuhara-san and the Jishuan are unrelated. The hint is here. Naturally, Saiten-sama and Okasama are not unrelated either. But even though I search around in various ways myself, I haven't found anything so far. I've seen everything there is to see inside the temple lodge. Using a walk as an excuse, I also searched the surrounding forest. But all I found was a small hut used as a storage room. I cannot find Fukuhara-san anywhere. But I will definitely find her. Because, nazenara.
あの時、私がちゃんと相談に乗っていれば、こうはならなかったのかもしれない。
Confessing about Hotaru, sharing a secret, Himitsu, and keeping each other from crossing over to the other shore. Wasn't that exactly what I should have done? Since we are Shinyu, unlike normal Dokusei, Futsu Dokusei. Kindness alone is not enough. I should have become intimate with her. Such feelings of regret won't disappear from deep within my chest. If Okasama is involved with Fukuhara-san's disappearance, then this is not the time for getting a husband. It's a criminal act. The Hirakike might fall apart. I don't even know if I could stay with Hotaru. It would also cause trouble for Mio and Hatsue-san. However, I cannot pretend not to know like this. Late at night, after confirming that Chizuru, Mio, and the others were fast asleep, two figures stepped out of the temple lodge.
サイテン様、千鶴が福原さんのことに気づいたかもしれません。
Alright.
疑っているみたいです。
しかし、あの地下壕に入れるのは拙僧だけです。奥様も入ったことはないではありませんか。気づかれることはないと思いますが。ああ、もしや空気取りの穴から物音が聞こえましたかな。
いえ、どうやら彼女、千鶴の前でお守りを落としたらしいのです。それでここと関係があるのではないかと考えたようで。
そうですか。勘の良い娘さんだ。
福原さんの浄化にはまだかかるのですか。早急に本尊になっていただきたいのですが。
What the fuck is a honzon?
あの子の業もまた深い。そう簡単にはいきません。何、心配せずともここは人里離れた山寺です。車がなければ麓に降りる前に遭難してしまいましょう。焦らなくとも大丈夫です。
それはそうですが、
人の道を外すほどの業は浄化するのに時間がかかります。奥様もそうだったでしょう。
ええ、私も最初は半信半疑でした。しかし何度も経文を聞いているうちに自分が間違っていると気づけたのです。
それこそが御仏の力なのです。聞く耳を持たない者に救いはありませんが、真摯に向き合えば必ずお救いくださいます。
それは疑っておりませんけれど、千鶴が余計なことをする前にまともになってもらわないといけません。
それこそ無用の心配ですよ。お嬢さんが地下壕を見つけ福原さんを連れ出すとでも。
昔から何にでも首を突っ込む子でしたし、諦めも悪いのです。今でもあの子と結婚すると言って聞きません。
蛍くんですな。良い少年だとは思いますが、柊家のお嬢様の結婚相手となると少々不適当ではありますか。
少々どころではありません。あの子には、千鶴には私と同じ思いはしてほしくないのです。
Oh.
早急に業を取り除き、まっとうな道を歩んでもらうしかありません。ですから、
落ち着いてください。事を急いでは福原さんが救われなくなってしまいます。 浄化もされずドクロ本尊になっては六道のどこにも行き先がないではありませんか。
What do you mean the skull Hanzon? So the skull was an actual person's head? Oh shit.
それはそうですけれど。
これは福原さんとお嬢様お二人のためなのですよ。特に奥様は長く相談を受けていたのですからよくわかっているではありませんか。
はい。福原さんは真面目な子ですから自らの罪をよく理解していました。だからこそ祭天様に預けることにしたのです。
福原さんは聡明なお嬢さんだ。自ら救済と来世を望んでいらっしゃる。それが親友のためになるのであれば彼女も本望でしょう。そのためにじっくり時間をかけなければなりません。何も心配はいりませんよ。
承知しました。ともあれくれぐれも注意してくださいね。
承知しております。正しいことは時に法の断りの外にあるものですからね。
Hearing those words, Takako bowed her head and returned to the temple lodge. Left behind, Saiten stared at Takako's back and muttered so that she couldn't hear.
ここもそろそろ潮時か。
And so he headed in a different direction different from the entrance of the temple lodge. Bro, what the fuck? What the fuck? The ritual of purification. What the fuck? The old bastard. The sensation of a foreign object being taken in and out of me. At the end of my gaze is the Buddhist statue of Aizen-sama. And just a little more, and he will save me. Looking back, regret always followed my actions. Why did I say that at that time? Why did I do that at that time? At that time, why did I accept his invitation? A secret affair I couldn't tell anyone, even though I had never kept a single secret until now. Even though I could tell my Oto-san, Oka-san anything. The first night show I made was something irreparable. Even though he had a wife and child, and even though I knew it. When I was looking at the art supplies in the storefront, she was a kind wife who brought out sweets and tea. The child, who was still small, was a cute child who smiled when they saw me. I betrayed them. I was swallowed by the desire to be loved. I was told it was karma. Karma. I guess it is. It was the very intimate way of speaking, different from my parents, teachers, and classmates. She also told me her secret, so I believed her. I thought I had finally found someone I could open my heart to. If I purify the karma nesting inside me, I will be able to live a happy life in my next life. A happy life just like my classmates, who were always laughing happily. However,
祭天様、私の業は浄化されているでしょうか。
ええ、順調ですよ。その証拠に日々心が軽くなるようではありませんか。
bruh. My heart is calm right now. When I did this act with him, the dust on my chest became so hot, even though my heart pounded, even though I thought this was what love was. I thought it was no wonder the girls in my class were crazy about it. When I was desired, I was fulfilled. The feeling of being needed nourished my heart. But right now, a sensation different from that is filling me. What kind of feeling is that? Wait. My body reacts, but oh fuck. Let's do this again. What is wrong with my fucking screenshot app? My body reacts, but strangely enough, I had stopped shedding tears. In the beginning, I cried so much I thought I would dry up. In fact, when I confessed everything to Takako-san, Hiragi-san's Okasan, I didn't know how many hours I cried. But Takako-san gently stroked my back and told me there was nothing to worry about. I wonder if the monk had sex with every single woman who was sent here, man. That includes Takako-san, man. She told me she had the same experience herself. Oh, fuck. That answered my question. At that time, my tears overflowed like a broken dam. Hiragi-san is a good girl, but in the end, she is a flawless young lady. Even if she treats me kindly, she won't understand. Even if she shows me kindness, she won't become intimate with me.
最低様、そっか、声が出てしまいます。
良い反応ですね。浄化の儀式に積極的なのは良いことです。業が薄れますからね。
What's the purification? What's the purification? This fucking cult, man.
現世で業を残したまま輪廻の輪に加わると六道のどこに落ちるか分かりません。あなたが次も人道に生まれるようにしっかり浄化しておきませんと。
I don't want to bring up the backlog right now because it makes the black bars harder to do this shit, so we're just keep going.
分かってます。
Mio Osama pulls back the sentient beings who have strayed from the path. He pulls me back, a person who committed the sin of unfaithfulness and accepted it while understanding it was a sin. He will surely make my next life a wonderful one. So I'm guessing the mindset involved here was like, you know what, this life's already fucked. I'm just gonna do whatever it takes to ensure my next life is gonna be okay. So even if I'm being by an old bastard, dirty old bastard. The fuck? For that purpose, I purify my karma, so that I do not fall into the realm of hungry ghosts or animals, and so that I can be born in the human world next time too.
良い心がけですね。親友のため仏になるのですから、現世での罪はすべて浄化されるでしょう。
親友、私は誰の本尊になるのですか？
柊千鶴さんですよ。あの方にも根深い業がありましてな。なかなか手こずっているのです。
Hard time.
柊さん。
ええ、彼女もここにいます。新たな本尊で行う祈祷を待っているのです。
私が柊さんの。
I felt my face grow hot in a flash. What is this emotion akin to anger? Even though there is no reason to be angry. No, that's not it. This is...
やめてください。いや、こんなところ見られたくない。知られたくないです。
shame. Even though I came all this way to have the sins of my current life purified, is this world still chasing after me? Yeah. I don't want to be tied down anymore. I want to leave reality, even though I want to welcome my next life.
見られることはありませんよ。これは神聖な儀式なのですから、安心して身を委ねてください。嫌です。やめてください。最低様。これ、暴れてはいけませんよ。ダメ。嫌です。仕方ない。
My mouth was covered with a clot. Perhaps it was soaked in chemicals. An unpleasant smell spread throughout my chest. While doing so, I... Like melting away, my consciousness was cut off. Bro, this fucked up, bro.
Fukuhara さんの浄化は完了しました。後の処置はいつも通りお願いします。
What kind of purification is that? I mean, I've heard something like that happen in real life in some cult. I think it's a common cult thing where the blessed being fucks their sins away. Jesus.
今回は祭天様にお願いできないでしょうか。彼女は千鶴の学友ですし、
何をおっしゃいます。だからこそ奥様がやらねばならないというものでしょう。何度も説明したではありませんか。
Wait, what exactly is the Okasan going to do exactly?
それはそうなのですが、今回ばかりは。
かつて奥様が背負っていらっしゃった業も最近ではすっかり晴れてきております。なれば千鶴お嬢様と同時に全て落としきってしまった方がよい。ドクロ本尊をご用意することは御仏の助けになること。それは奥様、あなた自身の業も浄化するのですよ。男児を産めなかったのも、お嬢様があの少年に化粧したのも自身の業によるもの。そうおっしゃっていたではありませんか。
Wait, just in case.
それはそうですけれど。
また良くないことが起こりますよ。ご自身の成果がどうなったのかお忘れではありませんでしょうに。
Takako turned her face away, as if frustrated. When she closed her eyes, the scene from that time felt like it was going to float up. 4 legs hanging from the ceiling beam of a shabby, rented house.
福原さんも千鶴お嬢様も救済するためには奥様がやらねばならないのです。分かってくれますか。
I wonder what the hell happened to her birth family. I know the story. This is based from what I remember, and I can't remember what happened in the demo. But from what I remember from the demo, it was like she came from a rich family, rich, prestigious bloodline or whatever, but they went poor, so they married her off to an upstart Novo rich person, and I guess her birth family still ended up being super poor or something, and they probably killed themselves. What the hell? I don't know what's that about.
はい、承知しました。
よろしい。道具はいつもの小屋に揃っています。今は薬で眠っていますから運んでおきますね。
So to get the skull Hunzon, I guess they're gonna behead her and remove everything except for remove her skull, basically.
はい。
Watching Takako leave, Saiten looked up at the Yozara.
いよいよ本丸か。
He ended up staying here longer than he had thought. The chaos and reconstruction after the war. The Kuni probably couldn't spare the manpower or time for minor incidents. Before the war, he would frequently change locations to do his work, but if he stayed too long, they would naturally track him down. In fact, right now, Shakai is starting to make noise about the serial disappearance of women. Thinking at length about such things, Saiten opened his mouth.
ま、それも致し方なし。あまりに都合の良い環境だった。婦人会と引き合わせてくださった奥様には感謝しないといけないですな。これが終われば東か西か。ともあれ、最後の仕事はしっかりさせていただきますぞ。
Who knows, he might actually be a cultist rather than a rapist murderer, man. Leaving those words behind, Saiten headed for the underground bunker. After talking with Saiten-sama, I returned to my room and calmed my heart. With this, everything will be over. The karma I shouldered back when I was a little girl, who didn't know right from wrong and continued to eat away at me and the people around me. Like a fly that clings no matter how much is brushed away, the karma that had always been around me can be purified. I recall the temple my parents took me to, back when I was exactly at Chizuru's age right now. Born as the only child of the Tomioka Ke, A noble family. I was raised with utmost care and pampering. My birth family, the Tomioka Kei, became viscounts due to the peerage law enacted in the Meiji era, and came to possess a vast amounts of land. We rented it out as agricultural land to tenant farmers and lived a life with absolutely no inconveniences. We had so much money, we could throw it away. But my parents disliked the Tokai and never left their rooted Yamanashi. A large residence and many shionin, more clothes than I could ever need, even if I wore something different every day. When the tenant farmers ate meager meals, feasts were always lined up in the Tomioka Kei's dining table. We were wealthy. However, I don't think a young girl fully understood such a blessed environment and its preciousness. A shionin about 5 years older than me, newly hired by the Tomioka Kei, he was supposed to teach me Ego as my private tutor. I quickly became attracted to him, who had a good personality and gave careful lessons. Even if it wasn't the case, he was born in Tokyo, which was more than enough for a little girl living in the Inaka of the Yamanashi to admire. When our faces drew close, my cheeks dyed red, and when our fingers touched, my heart raced. I named the swelling emotion I felt for the first time, or koi, whatever. It didn't take long before we entered a relationship. Days of holding hands and kissing behind my parents' back. Eventually, I learned to sneak out of the house at night to meet him outside, and we started sleeping together. What shocked me was he had experience with women. It might be natural considering his age, but it was my first time. I was shocked, or to put it more precisely, I was frustrated. At that time, I became obsessed with him. Entertainment is scarce in the closed-off country Inaka. Even in a wealthy family, I was starved for stimulation. Rather, I think I was starving much more intensely than the tenant farmers who were chased with farm work and manual labor every day. In the Inaka where rumor uwasa circulated quickly, the relationship between me and him soon reached my parents' ears. I was scolded furiously like a raging fire. For viscounts in the Inaka who don't plow the fields with their own hands, bloodline is something to be revered above all else. They thundered at me, demanding to know how I dared become infatuated with a commoner of all people. I defied my parents for the first time and was struck on the cheek for the first time. My parents, who have been sweet to me, to their only musume, raised their hands against me for the first time. However, that was understandable as well. At that time, talk of an arranged marriage between me and another Viscount family had been brought up. That was ruined, and it even became a wasa among the tenant farmers. Even though we were the wealthiest family in the village, we were the biggest laughingstock in the village. I was told he was dismissed on the spot and strictly ordered never to come near me again. However, to begin with, he only became the Tomioka family's tutor because he had no money. I secretly continued to rendezvous with him, handing him a part of my allowance as an excuse. Naturally, that was discovered right away. Around that time, it began the topic conversation that two monks had settled in an old dilapidated temple on the outskirts of the village. One was a gloomy-looking monk, and the other was a handsome young man. However, the one permanently stationed there was exclusively the young monk, and the gloomy monk was absent more often. I never had the chance to learn the other one's name, but the young monk introduced himself as Ryoshin. These monks were wandering folk religionists, and they would perform prayers for those who didn't have. To say it in an old-fashioned way, they would be itinerant monks. Wait, we missed two things here. Okay, they would perform prayers for those who didn't have the money to see a oishasa. At first, they did not accept alms or any sort of remuneration, performing prayers in exchange for a small amount of food, but people who paid money began to appear among the tenant farmers. The Inaka back then was more closed-off than it is now, and basically outsiders were not trusted. But the itinerant monks in question successfully won that trust. The other half, the itinerant monks, was a handsome young man, and was probably a factor in gaining trust from the village people too. Women especially frequented the itinerant monks often. Since his head was shaven, I couldn't see for sure, but he had facial features so well arranged that he might be mistaken for a woman if he grew his hair long. He had a bruise on his left cheek that probably tickled the women's maternal instincts as well. Okay. They frequented the young monk's place to receive prayers, while fussing over minor details like how he got bruised or if he was eating properly. The Wasa reached Tomioka-ke as well, and my parents started associating with the young monk. Wait, let's see if there's something before that. The young monk half of amusement. The destinations for people where too much money and time are not that many. In most cases, it boils down to social contribution, art, and religion. My parents hit the third one perfectly and became devoted to the itinerant monks in question. Although there were other temples in the village, their sects didn't match the Tomioka-ke's. Therefore, there was a memorial service. We had to call a monk from the neighboring town. In that regard, the itinerant monks were of the Shingon lineage, so they were on the same wavelength. My parents eagerly listened to the stories of the monks who had traveled all over the country, taking on various consultations and performing incantations and prayers. In short, they were bored. It was a rich person's pastime. Among those, the one that drew my prayers' interest the most strongly was something related to Aizen Myo-sama. Aizen Myo-sama, who is said to have the power to purify mistaken lust and transform passionate love into enlightenment. The story that itinerant monk told was like this. When he was traveling the northern lands, there was a woman driven mad by jealousy due to a tangle in relations between a man and a woman, he said. Even though the person she loved and had held a wedding with another woman and was living completely happily. Her fires of jealousy unquenched, she snuck into the new home of her beloved and tried to kill the man with a bladed weapon, so he said. Fortunately, it didn't turn into a major incident, but she was placed under house arrest and showed absolutely no signs of remorse. At this rate, she wouldn't even be able to manage her daily life, and there was no telling when she would attack her beloved again. Therefore, the itinerant monk performed a prayer, purified the woman's karma with the power of Aizen Myo-sama, and extinguished the flames of her jealousy. After that, she became as quiet as if she were a different person, and married another man without any trouble, he said. My parents have been racking their brains over the relationship between me and the Shionin. Immediately jumped at this story. Our Muslim is also infatuated with the wrong person. We want you to somehow purify her, is what it amounted to. Well then, let's perform a prayer, they said, and I was taken to that old temple, but I don't remember clearly what was done or what was said. I remember being treated to a meal. The rest is the sound of the wooden fish being struck in a constant rhythm and the sutra the monk read aloud remaining in my ears. No, there was a white skull placed on the altar. I have memories of experiencing something terribly scary. I also have memories of regretting why I had to go through such an experience. However, after the prayer was over, my obsession with him completely vanished cleanly. It was as if I was free from a possessing spirit. The itinerant monk said that my karma had thinned. I thought so too. Because I hadn't met him, whom I yearned for so much it burned my chest, even once since then. But the problem remained. The karma had thinned means it had not disappeared. It remains. And there's no telling when it will reignite. Therefore, my parents hurried to find me a marriage partner and found a young man named Hiragi. They probably thought if I was married off, the karma and fate would be settled. Feeling on my back the pressure to give birth to a boy to become their heir, old-fashioned as I now realize, I went from Tomioka Takako to Hiragi Takako. I was still only 17. However, that experience was shocking enough to make me, who hadn't believed in gods, Buddhas, goblins, and spirits, become a devotee. Obeying my parents' teachings making the Hiragi-ke prosper and giving birth to a boy to be the heir. From then on, that became my commandment. I was told my karma would be purified if I did that. I lived as if I had turned over a new leaf. However, what was born was 2 girls in a row. It goes without saying that I went pale. While that was happening, my husband became busy with work, and the opportunity to have a 3rd child vanished. Despite that, he went and picked up a boy who he said was a war orphan, so it's a nuisance to deal with. At that time, I was already past 30. I was too old to have a child, but I somehow wanted to give birth to a boy. Just when I was thinking that, the peerage system was abolished. Also, due to the influence of the agricultural land reform, my birth family, the Tomioka-ke, rapidly declined. Originally, my parents had practically lived leaning on their positions as discounts, and they didn't know the first thing about business. They dismissed the shionin, sold out the yashiki and household goods, and moved into a narrow, shabby rented house. Even so, they couldn't cast away their pride as nobles, and every time I went to see them, they told me to give birth to a boy. But after a certain period, contact suddenly stopped. When I, out of concern, visited the rented house my parents lived in. The 2 of them had hanged themselves together. No suicide note was left behind. The cause is thought to be hardships of life. Unable to discard their swollen pride, they probably couldn't ask anyone for help. While catching sight of my parents hanging from the ceiling beam, one thought crossed my mind. It's my fault. If I'd gone through the arranged marriage exactly as my parents told me from the start, it would not have turned out like this. My romance drew the gears out of order. Everything is a result brought about by my karma. Just as the itinerant monk said, I haven't brushed it all off yet. In that case, I had to drop the remaining karma too. I must exercise it. The Tomioka-ke has disappeared. I must not let disaster reach even Chizuru or Mio. I cannot involve the Hiragi-ke. And yet, whatever she was thinking, Chizuru started saying she wanted to be with the Shionin boy my Danna picked up. I finally shuddered in fear. She is the same as me back then. She won't listen no matter how many times I warn her, and even rebels against me. My karma had been inherited by her. I searched for that young monk again in order to have him perform the incantations and prayers on her. But I couldn't find him. I didn't even know his whereabouts. It was around that time I met Saiten-sama at the Women's Association meeting.
私と千鶴の業を払い落とせるのは祭天様だけ。
There might have been a possibility that the monks she met when she was a child was legit. And then Saiten-sama was like a con man. You know, he's taking advantage of the, a fake monk. And he's saying shit like, I don't know. I can't tell if it's what the fuck they do as whatever the fuck Izumio practices having having that kind of purification, but something it's so suspicious, you know. So that's how I rationalize it right now. So a woman who's so desperate, you know, she's totally traumatized by the karma and all that sort of thing, especially what happened, and comes in a con man who could take advantage of women who are very desperate to wipe away their troubles. When I watched that Gishiki, I felt a chill run down my spine. The Inori Saiten-sama performed was exactly the same as the young monks. I don't know the detailed sect, but it's esoteric Buddhist incantations and prayers. He might have studied under the same monk as the young monk. I mean, it could be also possible that he was a legitimate monk at some point, but he decided to just do whatever he's doing right now. Could also be actually what the sect is actually doing. The sect was having sucks. The gloomy monk was probably the one. At any rate, I was convinced. If it's Saiten-sama, he will save me and Chizuru. He will cleanly strip away the karma remaining in me and the karma inherited by Chizuru. Other gods and Buddhas won't do. Other sects are meaningless. Other incantations and prayers will not work. After that, the two of us moved forward in lockstep. Right after the war, you could easily find skulls lying around anywhere. However, as the reconstruction progressed, things didn't go like that anymore. Even so, digging up graves would stand out too much. Recently, cremations have increased over burials as well, so the acquisition routes will likely become narrower and narrower. Therefore, we decided to use living people. I introduced Saiten-sama, women worn down by their troubles, weary of this world, who have grown sick of going on living. So they felt it was fine to. Jesus Christ. Fortunately, among the people who came to the Women's Association for consultation, there were a few such people. They want to run away from this world, but also scared of dying. By purifying such people and having them become a skull hanzon, we ensure they can live a life unrelated to suffering for their next life. The skull hanzon is used for incantations and prayers, taking on the karma of the people living in this world. Using a skull whose karma has been purified to purify the next karma. Okay, so this too is the cycle of Rinne. Rinne Tensei. In doing so, I have invited several women to the monks' quarters, but
まさか千鶴のお友達を手にかけることになるなんて。
just because you know the person this time around, huh? And the matter purification is so messed up. It is something unforgivable according to the logic of the law, but it is to save the suffering sentient beings. And the Kuni and Shakai will not save them. We will have them saved by the power of gods and Buddhas. Saiten-sama explained it to me like that, and I find myself convinced. I was convinced too. However, as expected, I have some resistance. Even though it was something Fukuhara-san desires herself, it is clearly different from the case until now, and I am shaken. But I had to do it. This is my responsibility as a Hahawe, and my job as the only surviving member of the Tomioka-ke. I must put an end to this. While I was turning such things over in my mind, a voice came from beyond the Shojin screen.
奥様、お待たせしました。準備が整いましたよ。
はい。
I finally made myself get up and headed to the mountain hut.
福原さん。
Oh shit, man. Oh shit, man. The mountain hut was enveloped in silence. Fukuhara-san's chest, Mune, as she lay face up, is still rising and falling slightly. She is alive. Holding a saw in my hand, I stand beside her.
謝るのも違うとは思うけれど。ごめんなさい。
Nothing personal, kid. Whenever I hear stories about Gakko from Chizuru, the topic of Fukuhara-san always came up. We talked about this. We drew this picture she recommended as art supply. As a hahawe, I wanted her to take lessons that would be advantageous for getting a husband rather than spending time on paintings. But it was because that child looked so happy. All of this is entirely thanks to Fukuhara-san. Even though she is my child, Shizuru is clever, but because of that she is too good at using her real intentions in public facade. Because she was cooped up in the house when she was little, I feel like she grew up without really learning how to interact with others. For that kind of Chizuru, I thought an innocent friend like Fukuhara-san was precious. And that is why I was surprised when I received her consultation at the Women's Association.
本当に驚きました。あなたのようなおとなしい子が、まさかそんなことになっていたなんて。
Soyeba, both this girl and I ruined ourselves over romance and saw salvation from Aizumio-sama. Although a situation was different, the result would have been different too. But I had things to protect. This girl also desires the next life. She could never have told her parents about that trouble, not for anything in the world. I was the same. I hid it. But in the end, it was exposed. Fukuhara-san was terrified of that happening. It would cause him trouble and she would be too ashamed to even go outside. That man is living with his wife and child feigning ignorance. She said she was confused. She said she wanted to die. She said she even considered whether they should commit double suicide. To shoulder one's karma and go on living, or to settle everything and move on to the next life. I chose the former, and Fukuhara-san chose the
お
latter.
互いにもう終わらせましょう。
I put strength into the hand holding the saw. Thinking the rustling blade might cause her to suffer, I made sure to maintain it. When I applied it to her white, slender neck, I could feel the softness of her skin. When I put strength to it, it tore through flesh, and fresh blood splurted out. The delicate body jolted violently. If I hesitate here, I will make her suffer longer. Every time I move the saw, an agonized voice leaks out. Her eyelids are open, but she doesn't seem to have the freedom of her body, and she only looks at me with bloodshot eyes. The saw blade hits the bone, and its movement slows. The airway severed, and the wheezing sound like air leaking
ごめん
echoes.
なさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。
Hollow eyes stare at me as I desperately apologize. Is there still light in them? I don't even have their leeway to check. What is Fukuhara-san thinking right now? Is she relieved that she can be at ease with this? Is she resenting me, thinking this wasn't how it was supposed to be? Is she begging me to stop because it hurts? I don't know. Wakaranai. That is why I tell myself, this is for Fukuhara-san's sake. This is for Chizuru's sake. This is for my sake. Sono tamini. Myo-o's flames will burn away the sins. He will cleanly purify them, so that she can receive life in the human realm in her next life too. In order to sever the karma of the current world. Fukuhara-san's entire body convulses violently. Even an amateur's eye could tell that her life had clearly been lost. In order to cut off the head of the now quiet Fukuhara-san, I started to move the saw once again. Bro, I'm expecting more blood. When you're cutting someone's head, wouldn't all their blood flow through the entire clot? And anyway, I feel like I'm going to choke from the smell of blood and fat. A slight headache, and an immense feeling of fatigue. Fukuhara-san is no longer a person. Blood flows out endlessly from the severed surface, and it doesn't look like it will stop. For the later processing, I had to wait for a while like this until the blood drains out.
少し休まないと。
I left the mountain hut carrying the severed head. Everything's fine now. Everything will go well. The Buddha is watching over us, just like that time, because he sees through everything from the dark places. I have an awful thought right now. I'm hungry. After watching such a scene. I haven't eaten lunch yet. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab. It's kind of messed up. It's so messed up. I'll be back. I'm gonna grab lunch after watching such a scene. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's continue. Sighs increase on sleepless nights. How many times have I let out a pathetic voice like this already? When I close my eyelids trying to sleep, the scenes from daytime inevitably float up. Does Chizuru, Ojo-sama, want to leave the Hiragike? Well, it's not strange even if she did. Because people yearn for scenery they have never seen. Besides, does that mean she thinks it's okay to really go somewhere with me? Ojo-sama is always proactive and innocently directs her goodwill towards me. I'm grateful, but it also makes me blush. I think it's an emotional expression typical of Chizuru Ojo-sama. But her words at the waterside had a different atmosphere than usual. She seemed to be brooding over it. Is she really thinking about it that seriously? But Chizuru Ojo-sama is overestimating me too much. The fact that I'm working hard as Shionin might just be a reaction. I might just be immersing myself in the work right now in front of me to avoid looking at my own kako. Praising Chizuru Ojo-sama's painting might have just been an attempt to get on the good side of my employer's child. She thinks highly of me without considering such things even the slightest bit. Or perhaps she was truly disgusted by it all. As she had truly come to truly detest the Hiragike and Takako Okosama. And the words I want to leave are her true feelings. It's not a problem of causing trouble, or not being able to take care of her, or things like that. Isn't the problem what I want to do? If we take each other's hands, we might be able to overcome some hardships. Chizuru Ojo-sama is versatile unlike me, so she might surprisingly be able to make a living. But we can take the plunge in that, everything might go well. Even back then, I acted impulsively. I walked all night to run away and survived by slipping into the chaos of Tokyo. So this time too.
ホタル、ちょっといい？
Hi. Come in. While I was lost in thought, Mio Ojo-sama entered the room. She looked somewhat gloomy. どうしたの？
トイレに行こうと起きたら、千鶴がいなくて、しばらく待ってみたんだけど、戻ってこないの。
In that case, isn't she in the bathroom?
違う。探したけどいなかった。どこに行ったんだろう。
I have a bad feeling about this. Judging by Ojo-sama's stay by the riverbank, I felt like she was thinking about something. Yeah, I might have felt like she was brooding over something. Shall we go look for her?
うん。一緒に来てくれる？
もちろん. We quickly changed clothes and went outside. Let's try looking at places she's likely to go first. She said she liked the water side, so let's start from there.
うん。お願い。
We came to the water side. However, there was no sign of anyone, and we could only hear the sound of water falling into the waterfall basin from
い
afar.
ない。他に心当たりはある？
When she came here before, she said she explored around in various ways because she had too much free time. She might just be taking a random walk within a short range from the monks' quarters.
じゃあ戻ろう。道わかるよね。
Hi, I remember it. We traced our steps back and walked while looking for places a person could enter. Always keeping the location of the monks' quarters in mind, just making sure we don't get lost.
千鶴、今夜は少し変だった。ぼんやりして、なんだか考え込んでるような感じ。ホタルと喧嘩でもしたのかと思ったんだけど。
No, yeah. There was nothing like that in
そ
particular.
っか。じゃあ、なんだろう。
We walk while glancing restlessly at our surroundings. Since the moon is out, it is somewhat bright. But even so, it would be difficult to find her if she went deep into the mori.
あそこ！
Mio Ojo-sama stopped and pointed between the trees. The back of a whitish figure could be seen in the distant darkness. Judging from her height and build, it is probably Chizuru Ojo-sama. Just as I was about to call out to that back,
行っちゃった。
she hid between the trees and disappeared from
や
sight.
っぱり散歩だったのかな。
For that to be the case, I think it's strange that she was standing still. Shall we follow her? It's dark, so it would be terrible if she got hurt.
うん。
We brushed aside the overgrown plants and trees as we proceeded to the place where Chizuru Ojo-sama was until just a moment ago. We didn't notice it from afar, but there was a small mountain hut there. And there's a small window attached at about human eye level.
千鶴、この中を見てたのかな。
She might have been. I didn't know there was a mountain hut here.
覗いてみよっか。
You're right. We have already lost sight of Chizuru Ojo-sama. Besides, I'm curious about what she was looking at. I peek inside through the small window. It seems to be a place to store tools for mountain work, and various tools were placed there. There's something like a workbench in the center, and it seems something is lying on top of it. I can see something like a person's leg.
誰？寝てるの？
I don't know about that, but it is so perfectly motionless that it's unnatural. It's dark, so I can't see well, but I could also confirm some kind of cloth that looked like a skirt.
入ってみようよ。山で迷った人が休んでるのかもしれないし。千鶴、助けを呼びに行ったのかも。
You're right. When I put my hand on the door of the mountain hut, it was unlocked. Oh shit.
うわ、何この匂い。
Oh shit. As we entered the mountain hut, the clouds blocked the moon, and the room suddenly went dark. Ain't that convenient? What stings my nose is the smell that is somewhat iron-like, somewhat fishy and raw.
誰かいますか？
There is no reply. Mixed with the summer humidity, the unpleasant smell grows thicker and thicker. I have smelled the same scent in the past. When I lived in the back alleys, violence was close at hand. Back then, even a war orphan lost their life. Nobody cared. This is... Hojo-sama. Let's leave already.
でも誰かいるんでしょ？放っておいたらかわいそうだよ。
You mustn't. Please, just get outside. At that moment, the wind blew, and the manako rattled. The clouds cleared, and the moonlight shone in. I was expecting way more blood than this, but okay. Illuminated there was the figure of a young girl. However, everything above the neck had been cut away. Screaming, Mio Ojo-sama clings to my arm.
人だよね。首が。
It's okay. Please calm down. I reply while rubbing her back, which is trembling in small spasms. What fills the room is, as expected, the smell of blood.
この人誰？なんで死んでるの？千鶴、どうしてここにいたの？
I don't know. Just like us, she might have just happened to find it.
でも全然そんな感じじゃなかった。落ち着いてたし、じっと見つめてる感じで。
Hmm? Please wait a minute. Since the girl on the workbench has no head, her identity is unknown. However, I recognize the clothes she is wearing. This person came to the Hiragi Kid before to pick up Chizuru Ojo-sama. If I recall, they promised to sketch together. Fukuhara Ayano-san?
知り合いなの？
Do they wear very specific clothes? I mean, it could be just some girl wearing the same uniform as everyone else, unless she has like some sort of distinct feature that he automatically remembers. That's too convenient, but whatever. She is for an art club, just like Chizuru Ojo-sama. Besides, I heard on the radio she recently went missing.
その人がなんでここに？
さあ、どうでしょうか。でも、I'm worried about Chizuru Ojo-sama's state when I saw her just before. She didn't raise her voice, she didn't act surprised, and she was calmly peeking into the mountain hut. Where did she go? Did she return to the monk's quarters? とにかく、let's look for Chizuru Ojo-sama.
わかった。
We left the mountain hut and headed back to the monk's quarters for the time being. Then we ran into Chizuru Ojo-sama in front of the building.
あれ？二人ともこんな時間にお散歩ですか？何言ってんの？千鶴、あれは何なの？あれとは？
Inside the mountain hut. That's Fukuhara-san, right?
見たのですか？
Hi. She was dead.
ねえ、説明して。なんであそこにいたの？千鶴は知ってたの？どうしてそんなに冷静でいられるの？ここで大声を出すと お母様とサイデン様に聞かれてしまいます。場所を変えましょう。
I mean, I kind of have an idea that Chizuru has been investigating for every time she returns here, but like, so I'm guessing this isn't the first time she's seen someone died, so. And so we decide to move. We moved away from the monks' quarters and came to the waterside. We can talk calmly here.
ごめんなさい。びっくりさせてしまいましたよね。あんなことになってしまって。あの人、友達なんだよね。何があったの？どうしてこんなことになってるの？なんでそんな冷静でいられるの？なんとなく予想していたことだから。
どういう意味？
どこから話せばいいのかわかりませんけれど。
Chizuru Ojo-sama began to talk about the things with Fukuhara-san. About when Fukuhara-san began acting strangely, how she came to Chizuru Ojo-sama for advice, and how she said she had found someone new to confide and that she had an omamori from Jishoan. Right after that, Fukuhara-san went missing, and even now her whereabouts remains completely unknown.
手がかりはここだと思いました。今回の訪問を泊まり込みにしたのも福原さんを探す時間が欲しかったからです。
It still doesn't explain her being calm seeing her friend dead. Like, maybe she was expecting she wasn't, held somewhere. Maybe she thought the idea of someone being dead, but like, still, man, seeing someone you were kind of guilty about, like, dying. Why is she still calm though? Let's see her explanation. Did you not consult with Oko-sama?
あの人は私の話なんて聞きません。口を開けば自分の言うことを聞け、見合いをしろですから。なので自分で探し出そうと思ったのです。福原さんが自称案に連れてこられたのであれば、どこかに手がかりがあると思って。しかしダメでした。何も見つかりません。宿坊の中や周辺を散策してみたのですが、それらしい痕跡すら見当たらなくて。だから昨日腹を割ってお母様に聞いてみたんです。証拠もありましたから。
Saying that Ojo-sama took out the omamori. Jishoan was embroidered on it. That's the omamori Fukuhara-san dropped, right?
はい。それまで彼女はこの手のものを身につけていたことはありませんでした。失踪したタイミングから考えても実証案が無関係だとは思えません。それでお母様はなんて。知らぬ存ぜぬの一点張り。他に証拠がない以上どうすることもできなくて、こうなる前に何とかしたかったんだけど。でもこれではっきりした。サイテンって人は犯罪者だよ。お母様だって巻き込まれてるかもしれない。お母様は福原さんのことは知らないって言ってた。つまり嘘をついたの。巻き込まれたわけじゃないと思う。嘘？じゃあ、お母様も知ってると思う。そんな。
That body is the best proof of all. Let's go to the Keisatsu. Going down the mountain on foot is dangerous, but it's better than staying here.
じゃあ準備しなくちゃ。待ってください。もう一度お母様と話をさせてもらえませんか？
I don't think that's a good idea, man. At this point, you should just go down the mountain. Like, don't go back now. しかし、
何か知っているのは確かなのです。私に嘘をついたのであれば事情があるのかもしれません。警察に捕まってしまってはそれを聞くことすらできなくなってしまいますから。
Ojo-sama probably wants to believe Oko-sama. Even if their opinions clash or they oppose each other. A mother and daughter are a mother and daughter. Wakata. Let's return to the monk's quarters for now.
ありがとうございます。
I still think that's a bad idea. I massaged my step back and hissed myself. I left Fukuhara-san's severed head with Saiten-sama and finished disposing of her torso. Even though she was a petite girl, moving an unconscious person alone is heavy labor. The advantage of a religious facility is that it won't be easily dug up, even more so in deep mountains like this. Unless wild animals dig it up, it will never be found.
血の匂い、なかなか取れませんね。
Even though I washed it away with soap many times, I feel like the sliminess of blood remains. Even though I know that that shouldn't be the case, I also feel like the iron smell has seeped into my body and
い
clothes.
ずれにせよ、これで準備は整いました。
After saving Fukuhara-san, next I will save Chizuru. Saiten-sama promised me so. All that is left is to wait for Fukuhara-san to become a skull
こ
Honzon.
れで、やっとあの子を救ってあげられる。
My poor Chizuru, who had inherited my karma. I want her to stay on this side before she meets a painful experience like I did. It will be fine if it's Saiten-sama, because he is different from other monks who repeatedly preach how importantly. The skull Honzon staring at me from the dark depths that I saw when I was young. That was genuine. It will cleanse Chizuru's karma as well. There are not many monks who can perform these incantations and prayers.
まあ、それも無理からのこと。
Oishasa, Kagakusha, and carpenters have their varying levels of skill. If so, it is only natural for monks and priests to have them too. No matter how devotedly I venerate Ise and Kumano, they never cleanse my karma. Besides, from what I hear, the gods of this kuni are similar to humans. There are times when they act violently, times when they bring benefits. They are very human-like. However, Buddhas focus primarily on benefits in this world. They do not whimsically act kind or strict. If you do the appropriate things, they give you appropriate response. Just like that time, he pulled me, was blinded by romance back to the proper path. I went through a very scary experience, but it was a drastic cure. Myo-sama powerfully guided me. Buddha exists, and Buddha is needed. At least it is so for me and Chizuru.
お母様、よろしいですか？
My shoulders unintentionally twitch. Chizuru. Huh.
何ですか？こんな時間に。
失礼します。
夜中にゾロゾロと。何事ですか？
福原さんのこと、もう一度お伺いします。
何度聞かれても同じです。知らないものは知りません。
どうして嘘をつくの？
何のことです？
There's a mountain hut inside the Mori, and we found Fukuhara-san's dead body there. For a moment, I thought Oko-sama caught her breath. However, she immediately returned to her usual tone.
バカなこと。そんなことあるわけありません。
She's so used to this man.
私はこの目で見ました。蛍とミオもです。お母様、サイテン様は犯罪者です。ここから逃げましょう。
失礼ですよ、千鶴。あの方はあなたのために時間を割いてくださっているのです。それは犯罪者だなんて。
お母様、どうして嘘をつくの？人が死んでるんだよ。こんなところ早く出た方がいいのに。
嘘などついておりません。知らないものは知らないと言っているだけです。大方何かと見間違えたのでしょう。
Yeah, we saw it clearly. I couldn't be certain because there was no head, but I think that was Fukuhara-san.
蛍、あなたは神仏だの妖怪だのの話をよくしていますね。そうやってこの子たちを怖がらせているだけではありませんか？
That is not so. There's no point in doing such a thing as there.
さて、どうでしょうか。出自もはっきりしていないのですから、信用しろという方が無理だと思いますけれど。
お母様、もういい加減にしてください。 何をお考えになっているのか分かりませんけれど、お友達が一人亡くなってしまったのかもしれないのです。まずはそのことについてしっかり説明していただけませんか？
いいでしょう。そこまで言うのなら確かめに行こうではありませんか。
Man, she's so used to this shit. At the same time, she already disposed of her body, so she doesn't have to worry about anything. We entered the Mori again, aiming for the mountain hut. However,
ご覧なさい。死体なんてどこにもないではありませんか。言いがかりはやめなさい。
Kashi, the smell and traces of blood
こ
remain.
の辺りにはクマやイノシシが出ることもあります。駆除しても放っておくわけにいきませんから、ここで一時的に保管するらしいのです。その後は警察や猟友会の方に引き渡すそうですし、おそらく獣のものでしょう。
そんなはずない。ちゃんと見た。首がない女の子がいたのに。
どこにもいないではありませんか。バカなことを言ってないで早く寝なさい。
なんで、どうして。
How long did it take for Mio, Ojo-sama, and me to leave the mountain hut and head to Takako Oko-sama's place? Even considering the time we spent talking in the waterside, I think it was about an hour to an hour and a half. With that much time, and that body can be hidden. Since something like a tarp was already laid out, the bloodstains could be kept to a minimum. At night, we can't investigate closely without a light. By morning, the blood would be completely dry, and we wouldn't be able to tell the difference if told it belonged to an animal. Oko-sama, we really saw it. If Saiten-sama is unrelated, it means Hanzaisha is lurking on the mountain. I think we should urgently go down the mountain and consult the keisatsu.
まだそんなことを言っているのですか。千鶴の祈祷が終わっていないのに下山なんてできるわけないではありませんか。
Why did I use Hanzaisha? I could use what's the term for Satsujin?
私たちはここへ遊びに来たわけではないのですよ。千鶴のために来たのです。やるべきことを終えるまで山を降りるわけにはいきません。ホタル、あなたが詐欺師から主人を助けてくださったことには感謝しています。しかしこれは柊家の問題なのです。余計な口出しをするのであれば私の権限でいとまを出すこともできるんですよ。
そんな言い方しなくていいじゃない。
それくらい重要なことなのです。実際死体なんてないではありませんか。これだけ騒がせてサイテン様のことも犯罪者扱いして責任は感じないのですか。
I'm sorry.
さあ戻りますよ。千鶴もミオもいい加減にしなさい。
At the Oko-sama's words, we reluctantly left the mountain hut. After returning Chizuru and the others in their room, I hurriedly called for Saiten-sama.
奥様、どうなさいました？福原さんの処理は終わったのですか？
はい、問題なく。しかし死体はあの子たちに見られてしまったようです。
それはまずい。途中で事が発覚すれば千鶴お嬢様は救われませんぞ。そればかりか、我々の立場も危ういことになります。幸
い処理を済ませた後であの子たちを連れて山小屋に向かいました。空の小屋を見せて見間違いだと言い聞かせておきましたけれど。
胴体は処理済みですが、シャレ神戸は本尊になっていただくために加工中です。見つかれば大変なことになります。
分かっております。早急に儀式を済ませていただけないでしょうか。
仕方ありませんな。福原さんはお嬢様のご友人だ。少々雑な形で本尊になっていただいてもご容赦いただけるでしょう。そうですね。あさって祈祷を行いましょう。それまでできるだけの準備を済ませておきます。福原さんが間に合わない場合は他の本尊を使いましょう。何？彼女には別の方の業を引き取っていただけば問題ありません。
ありがとうございます。 よろしくお願いします。
それにしても厄介ですな。雑念があっては家事祈祷もうまくいきますまい。千鶴お嬢様の業は外に縁づいておられる。
と言いますと？
蛍くんですよ。彼の存在が千鶴お嬢様を惑わしているのです。余計な入れ知恵をされると愛禅様のお言葉や慈悲も届かなくなるやもしれません。
Oh, damn. Now she's gonna be testing. Either dismiss him or kill him.
そうかもしれませんね。
かといって処理するわけにもいきませんしな。この状況で彼が行方不明になればさすがに言い逃れはできますまい。
Oh, so they're going for the dismiss. That's smart.
加えて二人のお嬢様は彼に懐いている。騒がれても面倒ですし。
Okay, so how do you deal with him?
私が言い含めておきます。蛍はただの使用人。柊家のことに口を出す権利はありませんから。
頼みますぞ。業の原因は彼にあるのです。千鶴お嬢様が祈祷に集中できるよう準備しなくてはいけません。
はい。
I see all sight and someone's retreating back. Neither Chizuru nor Mio understands the importance of the matter. There is an invisible cause and effect in the world, and there is a logic that cannot be touched. They are called karma, and exert bad influences on oneself and one's surroundings. Just like my birth family, the Tomiokake, perished. Just like both my parents hanged themselves together. It is all my fault. It is the result invited by my karma. One must not stray from the path of humanity. I cannot let my Musume walk the wrong path, no matter what I had to do, no matter what happens to me. I must make this incantation and prayer succeed, before Chizuru becomes like me. I understand that child's feelings so well, it hurts, because I had the exact same feelings back then. If so,
蛍の前にあの子に話しておかないといけませんね。
she is like me when I was young. She has a rebellious side. Because she is cleverer than me. She is quick with her mouth and mind, and has knowledge. I don't think she will quietly accept the prayer. If that happens, it will turn into something irreparable. Before that, I had to do something about it. That is surely my mission as a Hahawe. Haha. At the parting ways with Takako, Saiten went down the stone steps leading to the basement where he had confined Fukuhara Ayano. Finishing the descent down the stone steps, he opened the door on the right side, and instead up the front and went inside. The monks' quarters management room, Saiten's exclusive basement where no one could enter. He sat down heavily and let out a deep sigh.
もう限界だな。まだ多少は引っ張るつもりだったが、見られたんじゃ仕方がない。ここでは4人か。まあよくやった方だろう。
Saying so, he struck a match to light a candle, and a wooden shelf embedded in the wall revealed itself. Their skulls were lined up in a row. All of them belonged to a josei. To add one more thing, they belonged to young women. Looking at the cracked white lump on the far left of the top shelf, Saiten muttered.
お前は最初の供物。私を散々コケにしてきた女だったな。切断がうまくいかず、少し割れてしまった。
Thus he looked at the skulls one by one, and without intending for anyone to hear, he spoke of the history of how they were stored here.
お前は2番目。私に色目を使っておきながら袖にしたバイタだ。バカにしよって自分に値段をつける人でなしが。懐かしいな。お前は何番目だったか。毎朝丁寧に挨拶をしてくれるお嬢さんだと思っていたのに、女同士で心を通わせるとは罰当たりな。女とは不完全な生き物だ。騙し、迷い、 たばかり偽る。私が浄化させてやらなんだら、今頃六道のどこをさまよっていたことやら。地獄道で火炎に焼かれるか、ガキ道で飢えるか、畜生道で哀れな一生を終えるか、アシュラ道でいさかいに満ちていた可能性もあるな。
Saiten spoke to each one carefully. All the courts lined up here had deep karma claimed to them in life. Even if the person themselves didn't admit it, Saiten felt as if karma was gushing out with color. He purified and saved them.
それどころか、五章三重の五章から解放してやったのだ。感謝してほしいものだな。触りを持って仏になれぬところを、この祭典の手にかかれば本尊足りえるのだからな。
After looking over them all, his gaze stopped the oldest corpse.
思えば、お前が始まりだったな。己の立場をわきまえず、三重の意味を履き違えた愚かな女だった。そもそも女は仏になれぬ。であれば、せめて己の使命である三重を全うするのが世の断りだというのに。
The five obstacles. Half of the five obstacles, obstacles, referred to the five hindrances women have. In the world of Buddha, a woman cannot reach the five noble positions. Brahma, the creator god of the world. Shakra, the lord of heaven. The demon king. The ruler of the desired realm. And the wheel-turning sage king, who rules the world with the true law. And the Buddha, who has attained enlightenment. Creatures known as women, who are born with impure bodies, cannot even touch these five.
そして三重は、女が生涯をかけて従うべき相手を示している。若い娘は父に従い、嫁に入れば夫に従い、夫の死後は子に従う。つまり、生きて死ぬまで男に従うのが女という生き物なのだ。不浄の体で仏になれず、男に従うのが断りだというのに、こいつは。
With a hateful expression, Saiten closed his eyes and cast his thoughts back to his kako. Everyone's getting a backstory, huh? Saiten was born in a certain country town in Kyushu. His father took over a liquor store that had continued since the Meiji era and was one of the wealthiest people in the local area. The store grew larger with each generation, and at that time, it had reached a scale with many employees. His family's structure consisted of his parents and one older brother. This older brother was good at socializing and did well in his studies, and it was said he would eventually take over the store. Furthermore, his playboy ways were also impressive. Saiten believed that the ideas of chastity and morals changed before and after the war. It was tactically approved, even if his otosan laid his plans on young female employees at the store, and it was an open fact that he had a mistress outside the house. It was an era where womanizing was a sign of men's resourcefulness. In addition to that, since his Aniki was such a handsome young man that even Saiten found him charming, there was no way young women would leave him alone. He would drink with different women day after day, lay his hand on them, and women even seemed to be proud of it. His Aniki's womanizing was even flashier than his otosan's, but there's no memory of it ever developing into trouble. He was extremely smooth. He was the eldest son of a wealthy family, a handsome young man and flawless in socializing. He made no enemies, didn't favor just one person, and his playfulness was so splendid it felt like a part of his duty. He was the exact opposite of Saiten. Saiten, who was bad at dealing with customers and had no confidence in his stamina, was quickly ousted from helping at the liquor store. Therefore, from a young age he spent his days entering the mountains, observing rare insects and plants. Naturally, he was not blessed with opportunities to experience women. A cheerful, smooth, and experienced older brother and a gloomy, feeble younger Ototo who was bad at socializing. The people of the town treated only the older brother as if he was the son of the liquor store. As time passed, around the time of a marriage proposal was brought up for his brother. The partner was the daughter of a draper in the neighboring town, a beautiful girl as white as if she was made of porcelain. His brother severed ties with the women he had been playing with all at once, but there was one woman who threw a tantrum. She visited her brother almost every night, screaming that she didn't want to break up and was chased out while crying. Saiten thought she was a disgraceful woman as he watched from the sidelines. If his memory was correct, that woman was the first to open her legs for her brother. That's why somewhere in her heart, she seemed keenly convinced herself that she would be chosen in the end. Orokana. Despite the fact that his clever and capable brother would never choose a woman whose only skill was opening her legs. Even though the other women knew their place and disappeared like a receding wave as soon as the marriage proposal was brought up. He even thought that the woman who lingered visited his brother, cried and screamed each time, and begged to be held one last time was miserable. He thought the woman who screamed that it would be better to die if he didn't marry her was pitiful. And that is why Saiten called out to her. He thought she was pitiful. And that day too, the woman visited his brother, got into an argument, and came out crying. If my brother won't keep her company, I'll keep her company. Even as a woman, she couldn't stay obsessed with my brother forever. If she can't get my brother to hold her, I will hold her instead. Someone like me, who can't hold a handle to my brother, and a woman my brother threw away would be a good match. That is what he thought. However, when his hand was shaken off, he couldn't understand what had happened. When she told him she'd rather die than be held by him, he didn't know what she was saying. His brain understood a moment later. He was rejected. Even though she flattered his brother so obsequiously, even though she clung to him so disgracefully, even though she was so miserably obsessed, she rejected Saiten, the younger brother, sneered at him, and even went as far as saying she'd rather die. What is this treatment? Even though she was discarded, even though her only skill was opening her legs, he never thought he would be rejected by a miserable face swollen from crying, and even have parting remarks spat at him. In the back of his head tingled. Even he himself could tell that the blood was rushing to his head in a flash. Before he knew it, the whole area was dyed in red blood, and the woman had collapsed on the ground. A piece of wood was gripped in Saiten's hand. The woman was frightened and apologized rapidly over and over again. She clung to his leg and spat out flattering words again and again. This was the desired form, the way things should be. Saiten violated her in a trance. The woman he knew for the first time was sweet, and it felt like melting, clingingly hot and tangling. Is this a woman? He violated her many times. Every time she resisted, he beat her with a piece of wood. She started to go limp halfway through, so he thought she finally died, but he continued to violate her anyway. The woman was still breathing. She was reaching her hand toward him while letting out groans. What is this hand? What is it seeking? With this hand that brushed me off just a moment ago, what on earth is she trying to grasp? After hesitating for a moment, he realized. Sokka. She is seeking help. However, my brother will never make this woman his wife. If so, what is salvation? No matter how much you reach out for something you cannot obtain, it's useless. Just as I am not my brother, this woman cannot go to my brother. He thought for a moment and suddenly realized. This woman said earlier that she'd rather die. Sok. She wants to die. Since her desires in this world will not come true, would letting her die be salvation? Suicide would be painful, and he heard they cannot go to the Pure Land. The only destination is Jigoku. If so, strike, strike, strike. When eventually even the groan ceased, an indescribable emotion welled up. I saved her with his hands. I did something that even my brother couldn't do. He felt as if he saw the light in his life. His Oto-san covered up this incident and said it was disowned, but he rather felt refreshed. Even if he stayed at his family home, he couldn't beat his brother anyway, and his treatment wouldn't improve. Rumors spread quickly in the countryside, so it was also uncomfortable. When he left his family home, there was no Senna. Saiten left his Gokyo, carrying only his meager luggage and the severed head of the woman. He still has the head of the woman? Holy shit.
あれから死と出会い、全国を暗夜しながら幾人もの女を救ってきたが、次はあれだ。柊千鶴。あれは業が深い。初めて私を見た時の目が全てを物語っていた。猜疑と嫌悪の上から愛想の布をまとわせて私に挨拶したその目。あの女によく似ている。
In short, she looked down on me, even though she doesn't even notice her own karma. When he met Takako at the Women's Association, and she consulted him about her musume, he even thought divine revelation had descended. I must save this girl myself. I won't be satisfied unless I change the look in her eyes that seem to see through everything. I must strictly teach her the three obediences and correct her. Having obtained a collaborator in Hiragi Takako, he ended up staying this land longer than he thought. But it's time to leave.
柊千鶴を浄化しておいとまするとしよう。
Gazing at the skulls lined up in the shelf, Saiten muttered, "The key to purification is to sever them from the karma of this world, and karma is closely tied to the ego. Originally, they would be isolated in the basement for a long time. The ego thinned to the limit and made into an obedient state before entering the purification ritual."
が、あの少年がいては厄介だ。
He is the root of the karma Hiragi Chizuru carries. If that gets in the way, nothing will go well.
まあ、奥様に任せておけばよいだろう。
That boy is originally a war orphan and was essentially picked up on a whim by旦那様 of the house. No matter how much feelings Hiragi Chizuru harbors toward him, he won't be able to defy Oko-sama.
それにしても愚かなものだ。
Hiragi Takako believes in Saiten to the marrow of her bones. She's completely uninvolved in what is happening in the basement, thinking there will be no problems if she leaves everything to him. That prayer must have been that much of a shocking experience. She doesn't even notice the contradiction offering up her own musume in order to save her own musume.
まあよい。せいぜい楽しませてもらおう。
They are the same as the women he has purified so far, trusting Saiten completely, offering everything, and in the end becoming a silent corpse. They have no choice but to obey the one who brings salvation. This time too, I shall do my job. When I swung the axe down, the firewood split, making a good sound. I put the next piece of firewood on the block and gripped the axe handle. What crosses my mind is the dead body we found in the mountain hut. Oko-sama said we made a mistake, but it was absolutely a human body. I still can't forget the smell of blood, mixed with the summer air, even now after the night has passed. I visited the mountain hut again early in the morning, just in case, but as expected, the dead body was gone. The clues had disappeared. Even if we run into the Keisatsu after going down the mountain, I don't know if any evidence will turn up. The hut in itself might even be demolished.
ホタル、少しいいですか？話しておくことがあります。
Oko-sama.
明日、千鶴の祈祷を行います。先日のものとは違い、千 千鶴と祭天様2人だけで行う特別なものです。これが成功すれば余計な考えは無産し、柊家の長子としてふさわしい考えを持つようになるでしょう。
しかし、サイテン様 is...
まだ山小屋のことを言っているのですか？事実何もなかったではありませんか。
However...
いいですか、蛍。あなたは優秀な使用人です。真面目に働き、忠実で勤勉でもあります。しかし戦争孤児であることに変わりはありません。千鶴のことを思うのなら邪魔だけはしないでください。
I'm not really...
あの子があなたに思いを寄せているのは知っています。しかし千鶴はまだ子供です。まだ重要な決断ができる状態ではありません。それにあの子はああ見えてなかなかの跳ねっ返り。一時の感情に任せて迂闊な行動を取りかねません。私は母親としてそれだけは避けたいのです。時が過ぎ大人になれば私が言っていたことの意味も理解するようになるでしょう。
I can understand what you're saying, Takako-oko-sama. However, I cannot trust Saiten様。
どこが信用できないというのです？事実婦人会でもあの方は大層信頼されているのですよ。
しかし、those incantations and prayers... Well... Sutras, skulls, Aizenmyo. The content, which seems like elements of various sects patched together, does not leave a very good impression on me. No, rather, it is even a target of disgust.
心配無用です。私は身をもって証明していますから。祭天様が千鶴に害をなすことはありません。
What do you mean proving it with my own body? What did you do?
私もかつてあの祈祷をしていただいたのです。そのおかげで今もこうしていられるのですよ。
Oh no, the things you did in the past, not the quote-unquote purification.
若い娘には気の迷いというものがあります。適度なら笑い話で済みますが、道を踏み外すようなことがあってからでは遅いのです。
Chizuru Ojo-sama is a wise person. I didn't think it will come to that.
あなたは女というものを分かっていません。特に若い女というものは時に取り返しのつかない間違いを犯してしまうものなのです。いいですか、蛍。あなたには使用人としての責務を全うしていただきたいのです。
By responsibilities. You mean...
雇い主はあくまで柊家であり千鶴ではありません。あの子から何を言われても頼まれても鵜呑みにしてはいけません。
しかし、
あの子と出奔でもするのですか？どうやって暮らしていくのです？生活に困った子供が何をして生きていくのか、あなたならよくわかるでしょう。
はい。They can't do decent work. More or less, they will end up getting their hands dirty with some kind of criminal act.
私は千鶴にそんな生活はさせたくありません。一時の気の迷いで一生棒に振らせるわけにはいかないのです。あと少し、もう少しなのです。あの子に愛染明王様のご慈悲が届きさえすれば万事解決するのですから、そのためにはまっさらな心持ちで祈祷を受けるしかありません。あの子にどんな言葉をかけられても冷静に判断してほしいのです。私には私の考えがあるのです。あの子のためを思ってのことなのですから。このまま順当にことが進めば何事もなく全て終わるのです。いいですか？千鶴にとって何が一番幸せなのか、よく考えて行動しなさい。それだけ伝えに来ました。頼みますよ。
After rapidly telling me what she needed to tell me, Okosama turned on her heel and went back. In short, she probably came to give me a stern warning. Forget about a dead body. Don't interfere with incantations and prayers, and stay quiet. When I came to Tokyo right after the end of the war, I was desperate. Met then, it was in the middle of the terrible chaos, but I thought it was at least better than being with my parents. Skashi, I was immediately made to realize that my thinking was naive. While even the adults had no leeway, there was no way a child who ran away from the countryside, Inaka, would have a decent means of living. Stealing, luggage theft, pickpocketing, I did anything to survive. I lived by bringing harm to others. This was no different from my otosan. I tried thinking that many times, but even if I was stubborn, I still got hungry. When I got hungry, I would scavenge through trash cans on my own accord, steal wallets from people passing by. Sure enough, I was made to realize that I carried that man's blood in me. I'm hardly any different from Saiten-sama myself. I can't walk under the sun either. The reason I say Danma-sama from the scam wasn't out of a sense of justice. I didn't want things similar to the past to be repeated in front of my eyes. I couldn't stand that haphazardly prepared omamori and Buddha statues were being used. Fate is similar to the light of the sun. Even though it's no power of coercion, it makes you want to head towards a warm place somehow. Even if it's mere consolation, it has an effect on people who need it. Because even the head of a sardine can be revered with faith. Chizuru Ojo-sama. My days since coming to the Hiragi-kie had been days spent watching over by the sun itself. Cooking, doing the sentaku, cleaning, and taking care of the Ojo-sama. A job where I can be of use to people. A job where people tell me arigato. Conversely speaking, this is all I can do right now. If you peel back one layer, there is the me, who scavenged for leftover food in the back alleys and pickpocketed. Even if I were to run away with Chizuru Ojo-sama, would I be able to make her happy? The thought that Okosama's idea might be more correct spreads inside my chest. Saiten-sama is probably a Hanzaisha and a swindler, even before that. Even Takako Okosama feels relieved, or even if Chizuru Ojo-sama has a change of heart through the incantations and prayers. It is probably nothing more than an illusion caused by a temporary mystical experience. However, isn't faith generally like that? Oh shit, it hanged again. Give me a second. Okay, back. Okay. We're kind of stuck. We can't open up the backlog or we'll hang again, so yeah, let's keep going. You pray to the water god to catch fish. You pray to the mountain god that accidents won't happen. In reality, it's not like the gods and Buddhas catch the fish and send them to you, nor do they prevent landslides. However, people feel at ease, because they have to go out fishing tomorrow too. They have to work in the mountains the day after tomorrow too. If things go well, they thank the gods and Buddhas, and if bad things happen, they offer prayers even more enthusiastically and hold festivals. Oh no, there's one line that I don't want to risk this. Let's keep going. Even if Saiten-sama is a swindler, if Chizuru Ojo-sama becomes able to live happily, guys, there is nothing better than that. Being together with me or being with the partner Takako Ojo-sama choose. Which one is happier for Chizuru Ojo-sama? Yeah, making her into a state where she feels the latter is happiness is exactly the essence of the ritual called incantations and prayers. If the prayer Saiten-sama performs is truly the same content as what I know, it will at most just let her experience an imitation of a mystical experience. In short, it's a magic trick. It doesn't matter whether the Buddha statue they thankfully enshrined has a proper history, or was carved by a dilettante for fun. because it is fine as long as there is a favorable change on the recipient side. Then what I can do is, please, just do not get in the way, huh? The words Okosama told me echoed inside my head. Today's work finished without any problems. Splitting firewood, doing the sentaku, cleaning and cooking. It was a casual day. It felt like taking advantage of a Natsuyasumi to come play in the countryside. It didn't seem like the day after finding a dead body. Even when I passed by Chizuru Ojosama and Mio Ojosama on the way, the topic of the dead body didn't come up. No, I think they were trying not to bring it up with each other. Just like me, the two of them were probably given the stern warning by Okosama. Forget everything. There was no dead body. Don't do anything that would get in Saiten-sama's way. Because we were actually shown the empty mountain hut, we couldn't talk back. But that wasn't a dream. Fukuhara-san's corpse was definitely there. I still kind of think it's kind of bullshit that he figured out that's Fukuhara-san. I mean, there could be another girl with the same build, wearing the same... It's a uniform, right? So, you know. Well, whatever. Let's keep going. For Okosama, the top priority above all else is to finish the incantation's prayer safely. It being just a magic trick or scam is irrelevant. What the person herself thinks is what's important. Rather than acting clumsily and provoking Saiten-sama and Okosama, it might be better to quietly let the prayer finish. It would probably be safer to run to the Keisatsu after returning to Tokyo, and we can report it to Danna-sama. Saiten-sama is a swindler. I don't think the sharp-witted Chizuru Ojosama is really taking it. What's more important than that is Okosama's fanaticism. I have seen right before my eyes what kind of actions a person who completely believes in something from the bottom of their hearts takes what they are. Wait, let me see if we can do this without hanging. Okay, alright, we're so back. Okay, when they are obstructed or betrayed. And so, it's better not to provoke her.
Chizuru です。失礼しますね。
While I was thinking about such things, Chizuru Ojo-sama came to my room. 何でしょうか?
ちょっとお散歩に行きたいので、ホタルに付き合ってもらおうと思いまして。
しかし、
お母様のことを気にしているのですね。私もおとなしくしていなさいと言われてしまいました。けれど安心してください。お母様には散歩に出かけると話してあります。
Is that so?
案外あっさり許可が出ました。この山ですから私たちだけで降りるのは不可能だと思っているのでしょう。ですからね。それにあのことも話しておきたいですし。
By that matter, she probably means Fukuhara-san. I'm also curious about what Ojo-sama is thinking. Wakata. Wakarimashita. So we stepped out of the monk's quarters. We came to the waterside. While listening to the sound of the flowing river, Chizuru Ojo-sama opened her
お
mouth.
母様から言われました。あの小屋には何もなかったのだから忘れなさいと。
Hi. I was also told something similar.
私もそうだったらいいのになと思います。福原さんは今頃ご両親の元に帰っていればどれだけいいだろうって。自分がしたことを正直に話して叱られて心配されて、それでも最後には帰ってきてよかったって言われていればそれが一番いいなって。
You're right.
けれど見てしまいました。あれは福原さんです。毎日のように放課後の美術室で一緒にいましたから間違えるはずはありません。
A lukewarm wind blew. That night, the smell of blood was mixed into this.
助けてあげられませんでした。 私はお友達なのに救ってあげられなかったんです。
しかし、それは。Before I could finish saying it, お嬢様 shook her head.
私、事前に相談を受けていたんです。彼女は全て打ち明けてくれました。言いにくいこと、恥ずかしいこと、全ての秘密を打ち明けてくれたのに。なのに私は自分の秘密は打ち明けなかったんです。毒にも薬にもならないことしか言えませんでした。だから福原さんが婦人会に助けを求めたのは私のせいなんです。私が全て打ち明けて彼女の悩みを受け止めてあげていれば、祭天様と巡り合うこともなかったのですから。
I don't think that is your responsibility, お嬢様。
いえ、私の責任です。自分の秘密を打ち明けるかどうか迷ったんですから。結果、言わない方を選んでしまいました。あの時、きっと福原さんは私に失望したのだと思います。親友だと思っていたのに、親密になってくれると思っていたのにって。ですから、せめて福原さんの亡骸は見つけてあげたいのです。
Isn't that difficult? After hearing what we said, they must also be on guard. I don't think they moved it to a place where they can be found easily.
私もそう思います。ですから、一緒に逃げてくれませんか？
Do you mean we go down the mountain from now?
はい。ミオも連れて山を降りるんです。車がないと大変かもしれませんけど、夜通し歩けば遠くまで逃げられると思います。
They could have brought Mio in this conversation here right now, and they could have just left right now. But okay.
その足で警察に駆け込むんです。大勢で探せばきっと福原さんを見つけられると思うんです。
If Ojo-sama's proposal is realized, everything will be solved. But in reality, it would be quite difficult. To go on foot to the village, at the foot of the mountain, where the Keisatsu are considerably difficult even during the daytime. It's even more so if it's nighttime. In addition, Oko-sama is aware that we are out for a walk. How does she know? If we take Mio Ojo-sama and run away, she'll notice immediately and probably chase after us together with Saiten-sama. How does she know? Besides, that fanaticism. It might be fine if we run to the Keisatsu before getting caught. However, if we don't make it in time, I'm against it.
なぜですか？
Their prayer is like a magic trick. With the procedure we observed, it won't bring about any special effects. I don't think there is any particular danger either. Rather, Oko-sama is more dangerous right now, because she completely believes in Saiten-sama. There's no telling what she will do if we provoke her. And Chizuru Ojo-sama, there's no way you believe in Saiten-sama if so.
形だけの祈祷を受け入れて、お母様を安心させ、従順になったふりをして山を降り、警察に駆け込んだ方が安全ですか？
Hi, I think so.
やっぱりそう言いますよね。私も分かっているんです。けれど、少しでも早く福原さんを見つけてあげたくて、日が経てばまた違う場所に隠されてしまうかもしれない。山小屋にあった痕跡も消されてしまうかもしれない。そうなったら福原さんのことは永久に葬り去られてしまうかもしれません。
I understand your feelings, but to me, Ojo-sama's safety is more important. The most important matter for Oko-sama is that Chizuru Ojo-sama receives that prayer. If so, I think it is safer to stay quiet for now.
ホタル、お母様から釘を刺されていますね。私が何を言い出しても聞かないようにと。
はい。
お母様、やけに自信満々だったので変だとは思ったのです。もうホタルはお前の言うことは聞かないからおとなしくしていなさいと言われました。
I'm deeply sorry.
いえ、いいのです。ホタルの意見は正しいと思いますし、無事に麓までたどり着ける保証もありませんし。
After that silence fell, Ojo-sama also probably understood that her proposal wasn't very realistic. If only we had moved Fukuhara-san's dead body to a different place back then. Why would you? And if we had used it as evidence, shoko, to encourage them to turn themselves in, I should have been calmer.
最後の祈祷は明日の夜行うらしいのです。今まではお母様も同席していましたが、今度は二人きりで行うと言われました。お母様曰く、これが済めば私は極めて従順になり、親の言うことを聞く素直でいい子になるらしいのです。業はすべて本尊様が引き取ってくださるらしいので、すごい自信ですよね。今までとは違う特別なお経でも読み上げるのでしょうか。
The reason they are leaving them alone is probably because Ojo-sama doesn't believe in this kind of ritual, Gishiki. In short, the objective is to cut off other information. On top of that, manipulating her line of sight in the darkness, her thoughts through dialogue. In the first place, people who come to receive incantations and prayers are carrying troubles and conflicts. If placed in such an extreme situation in that state, it will affect their mind to some extent. Like feeling their heart was washed or having a change of heart. However, that is on the premise that the person themselves is seeking this kind of thing. People seeking help actively seek the effect themselves, because whether it's a sardine's head or whatever, they want a place to rely on. However, the Chizuru Ojo-sama, it is nothing but a sardine's head. She's not seeking fate, and it shouldn't affect her. Man. For someone capable of thinking that Saitan's rituals are like most likely fake or whatever, you know, he already acknowledged him as a swindler. Isn't it the fact that the two of them being alone should ring alarm bells on his head about like, what if Saitan-sama murders her right then and there and just leave? You know what I mean? Anyway, I think you'll probably be fine. There might be special sutras or stage props, but basically, I think the content won't be different from before.
そうですか。
Ojo-sama, are you okay?
少しだけ緊張しています。ですから、
I honestly think even Chizuru had a better idea here, man. The problem is, like, Hotaru is like, I mean, bruh, they straight up saw that body. Who's to say that, Saitan-sama would... Of course, we know Saitan-sama's perspective was his goal, but let's say you're from the perspective that like you don't even know what the fuck's going on, right? You saw that body, right? And for some reason, Oko-sama just, you know that they did something just now. What's to stop them from, like, you know, killing them and at any time they need to, you know? They're in the remote monk place, you know? Jesus Christ. Ojo-sama presses her body close. Oh yeah, we got an Ancient. Holy shit. Is it one?
勇気をくれませんか。ホタルからもらえれば乗り切れるような気がするんです。
Alright, it is an Ancient. Holy shit. Ojo-sama.
祈祷は受けます。おとなしくしています。ですから少しだけ。
Our lips are layered. Just like when we did it for the first time. They are soft and warm.
ホタル、キスが上手くなってますね。慣れてきましたか？
No, that is not.
では、私でしょうか。こうすれば、ホタルが求めてくれるって把握しちゃったかもしれないですね。
Did you muster up courage?
まだ足りないです。 もっとしてくれないと途中で逃げ出してしまうかもしれません。
Ojo-sama laughs. A smile that seems somewhat sad, somewhat painful.
だからもう少しだけ。
Ojo-sama. Under the moonlight, Ojo-sama takes off her clothes. The sound of rubbing cloth sounded awfully loud. Zam. Our skin touches. I am caught in the illusion that our body temperatures have risen.
こうしていると安心します。何でもできるような気がしてきます。ですからもう少し。
Ojo-sama put her hands on my clothes.
元気になってくれてますね。嬉しいです。
Gomenasai. At a time like this.
いいのです。だって私も同じですから。
Ojo-sama touches her own cleft through her pantsuit.
後でたくさんしてもらえるように自分で準備しておきます。
While keeping my member right before her eyes, she started moving her white, slender fingers. The sight is stimulating, and I unintentionally tensed up. As if tracing the cleft deep inside the cloth, her fingers slowly move. The escaping sighs are warm.
ごめんなさい。ホタル、もどかしいですよね。今してあげますから。
No, you don't. The tip of her tongue touches and licks up. A soft and warm thing, tangled with saliva, moves in small increments.
「ホタルの味味わわせてください。
Elaborately, carefully licked. Even while doing so, Ojo-sama's fingers did not stop, continuing to simulate her own secret place.
「下着汚れてしまいました。これも脱いでしまいますね。
Saying that, Ojo-sama takes up her shitagi. Are you okay? 大丈夫?
直接触れると刺激が強くて、それに自分がどうなってるのか嫌でもわかりますから。
It's certainly become amazing.
見えてますよね。恥ずかしいです。
Nectar overflows from the cloud, shining brightly. The transparent liquid also dangles around the fingers, touching it, increasing the salinity.
でも、ホタルも溢れてきましたね。お互い様です。感じるところ、たくさん舐めてあげます。
As if responding to the movements of her finger, the movement of her tongue also becomes intense. With her tongue gently tangled around, she looks at the upper side and tip in short strokes. The pleasure is so much my hips feel like they will shatter. Ojo-sama.
ますます溢れてきますね。それでは
It is engulfed all at once and caressed inside of her mouth. With a sucking motion added to the movement of her tongue, my hips feel even more like shattering. Ojo-sama, if you do it too intensely,
まだ我慢してください。もっとホタルの味を確かめたいのです。
inside the narrow mouth, her tongue writhes and angles, stroking up the indent part, tickling the tip. With a drowsy look in her eyes, Ojo-sama became more and more engrossed. Simultaneously, with the act of licking, the intensity of the fingers stimulating her cleft also accelerated. The overflowing nectar made a loud noise as it trickled down her white thighs and buttocks. Opening the cleft and stimulating inside. Every time her breathing becomes rougher and the movement of her tongue becomes stronger. Ojo-sama, I can't take it anymore. I'm at my limit.
私もぼんやりしてきました。
the sound of licking saliva, and the watery sound of stimulating the cleft. While listening to that, I released what welled up inside Ojo-sama's mouth. Simultaneously with my ejaculation, Ojo-sama's entire body shuddered and transparent nectar splurted out. It rained down on the undergrowth with a pattering sound. Every time the nectar splurts, Ojo-sama's hips tremble in small increments. It seems small pleasures are visiting her intermittently. Even so, she bravely continues for me.
ホタルと一緒に私も気持ちよくなってしまいました。
With a hasty look in her eyes, she mutters in a sweet tone. Perhaps having consumed quite a bit of stamina, her entire body is drenched in sweat. Are you okay? You look quite tired.
はい、平気です。それよりホタル、ここ。
While still touching my member, Ojo-sama smiles.
私、準備できました。最後までしてくれますよね。
わかった。 Ojo-sama lies down on the grass. The cleft had just reached its climax, was twitching, trembling as if wanting something. The first time Ojo-sama was on top, and the second time was from behind. Therefore, this is the first time I looked at it properly like this.
どこか変でしょうか。すごく見てますけど、また観察されちゃってます？
Yeah. I just thought it was amazing.
すごいとは何ですか？エッチとか綺麗とかそういう感想じゃないんです。
It is pretty indeed, but the pink cloud moving with twitches, and nectar continues to overflow like the remnants of a climax. A mysterious charm where beauty and obscenity coexist. I can't put it into words well.
また見てます。それもじっくり観察するみたいにして。スケベ。
Skibbe indeed. I cannot deny it. Even though it is pink and very adorable, the way it twitches is lewd. I cannot take my eyes off it.
そんなことありません。何もしていないのに反応するわけないじゃありませんか。
Scushy. I tried touching it lightly with my fingertip. どう？
今は触りました。だから反応したんです。反則です。
But I think it is certain that it has become sensitive. Every time Ojo-sama puts strength into it, the cloud tightens with a squeeze and nectar overflows, mixing with the scent of sweat. The sweet smell reaches all the way here.
もどかしいです。早く続きしてください。ここなら声も聞こえません。私の中にホタルを刻み込んでほしいのです。
Wakata. The sweat flowing on my entire body shines. Pressing the tip against the moistly wet cleft, I move forward. The inside was a melting heat. Perhaps it was still sensitive from right after I inserted it. The vaginal walls moved finely and tangled around it.
のにまだ元気ですね。ゆっくり動いてください。長くホタルを感じていたいです。
わかった。Nodding, I slowly start moving my hips. Taking my time, I go back and forth inside the hot and damp omanko. Is this about right?
ゆっくりな分、形とか硬さとかよくわかります。
Every time I go back and forth inside, nectar overflows with a squelching sound. Because the movement is gentle, the watery sound echoes thinly and long.
ぐちゅぐちゅって聞こえてきます。私のあそこ、すごいことに。
Hi, it tangles around me.
勝手に動いてしまうんです。ホタルの話したくなくて、ギュって。
In accordance with my movements, the inside of the omanko tightens with a squeeze. Squeeze. I don't know why I repeated. Despite enduring the urge to move faster, I rub up in the inside of the omanko while paying attention to Ojo-sama's reactions.
お腹の下、ずっとジンジンしてます。あそこ、とろけてしまいそう。
You're right. It's incredibly hot. The overflowing nectar does not stop, flowing out steadily from deep inside. Every time we went back and forth, the temperature inside the omanko rose, and I felt like I was going to melt too.
少しだけ、奥の方にグッてしてください。
Hi. Responding to the request, I thrust up towards the deepest part. Immediately after, she shook her large oppai and her hips jumped. Ojo-sama, was it too strong?
違うんです。ゆっくり奥を疲れると、私、すごく弱いみたいで。だから、もっとしてほしいです。
I returned a nod in silence. I pressed my hips, aiming for the single point in the back. Making absolutely sure not to speed up, at a speed that feels frustrating. Her reactions gradually became larger. Twisting her hips, she welcomes me in her entire omanko.
チンチンします。先っぽが当たって。
Ojo-sama, the timing has become stronger.
だって、腰を引くとき、中で引っかかって、締め付けちゃうんです。
While thrusting the back, I bring my hips into close contact, and when pulling back, I angle it to rub the omanko walls. Chizuru Ojo-sama seems to like this movement.
ならないのに。感じるところにトントンってたくさん当たるんです。
The watery sound becomes more and more muddy. The sound of nectar rubbing against nectar, tangling around each other's genitals. The sound of her skin colliding had also become damp before I knew it. Her coquettish voice is tinged with heat. Her breathing becomes faster and faster, and she rests not just her hips, but her entire body, savoring the pleasure.
なんかトロトロです。溢れて止まりません。
The gentle movements are pleasant, but they are gradually becoming frustrating. Even though I have the joy of being connected with Ojo-sama, I end up seeking faster, more intense. However, this was a request from Ojo-sama.
ホタル、激しくしていいですよ。好きに動いてください。
Is that alright?
幸せそうな顔よく見えますから、我慢してくれてるんだろうなって。思いっきりしてください。全部私に出してほしいんです。
Arigato. I pulled my head back greatly and struck strongly. The nectar paused with a small splat. Ojo-sama's body was reacting vastly more than before, incomparable to how it was.
感じすぎちゃいます。声我慢できなくて。
Ojo-sama! Unlike her tongue or mouth, the mango walls adhere tightly, as if to fully savor it without leaving anything behind. I continue to move my hips intensely and strongly.
気持ちいいの。たくさん来て。ダメ。
The nectar popped again. The inside of the mango spasmed. And even after that, the trembling inside of the mango did not stop, telling me that small climaxes were repeatedly visiting me. Me too. The spasms inside the mango are transmitted to my male organ as well. She tangles around me while climaxing and continues to swallow me. When I pull my hips back, it clings to me draggingly, as if urging me to come deeper.
好きです。好き。ホタル。このまま一番奥で出してください。
Cute. The pressure inside the mango increases. From the tip to the base, the fine folds tangle round. The melting nectar becomes the lubricant, and all movements urge ejaculation. Ojo-sama, I'm about to.
ここに全部ください。
In accordance with my movements, Ojo-sama also moves her hips, thrusting out to welcome the male organ to the deepest part, and changing the angle when pulling back.
先ぼが僕とお腹の裏に擦れて外気持ちいい。 The
slippery yet strongly tightening rapidly amplifies the sensation of ejaculation. As if invited by the Mako wolves, whose spasms won't stop, I unleash everything. I pour vigorously into Ojo-sama. In accordance with my member throbbing, with a thud-thud, the inside of Ojo-sama also repeats fine spasms. Her slender hips tremble jerkily from pleasure. Breast unable to control herself, Ojo-sama, who simply reacts as is adorable. After a long ejaculation ends, we both breathe heavily with our shoulders. Only the sound of breathing is repeated, unable to form clear words. After doing so for a while, we finally calm down.
たくさんしてくれましたね。ありがとうございます。
Yeah, I really did it intensely. Is your body okay?
はい。疲れはしましたけど、満たされた感じがします。
A gentle smile. It's good if her tension ease even a little.
これで勇気が出ました。頑張れそうです。ありがとうございます。
I'm deeply sorry for leaving everything to you, Ojo-sama, but
いえ、いいのです。私がおとなしくしていれば、お母様は満足でしょうから。任せてください。
And so we return to the monks' quarters. All that is left is to finish tomorrow's prayer. Once that is done, everything should be solved. Ojo-sama will be fine. We'll safely go down the mountain and go to the Keisetsu. We'll see how that works out. I'm really like, nah, that's not gonna happen. Wait, give me a sec. I need to turn on my AC. I'll be right back. Okay. I'm back. Dawn broke, and the day of the Gishki arrived. While praying for today to end without incident, I go about my work as a shionin. The sun set, and the lights were turned on.
千鶴はこれより大切な祈祷を授かります。蛍とミオは邪魔にならないように部屋で待機するように。
お嬢様にはまずお食事を用意します。そちらを召し上がってください。
じゃあ、please allow me to help.
それには及びませんよ。これも儀式の一環ですから、すべて節操が用意する決まりなのです。形式的なものですが、祈祷の前に身を清める必要があるのです。皆さんは部屋でお過ごしください。
Because I remember the last time when he did purification. そっか。
それではお嬢様、用意はよろしいですか？
はい。よろしくお願いします。
私たちは出ますよ。くれぐれも邪魔だけはしないように。
わかりました。As I left the room, I directed my gaze toward Chizuru Ojo-sama. Then, a smile that seemed to say, "Please rest assured." Feeling relief upon seeing that, I left the ritual hall with Mio Ojo-sama. Seeing Hotaru and Mio off, it was just Saiten-sama and me. I am driven by the urge to interrogate him about Fukuhara-san right this instant. But I must not do that. If I make things rough now, there's no telling what might happen. Because I also made a promise to Hotaru.
それでは用意をしてまいります。しばしお待ちください。
はい。お願いします。
Once Fukuhara-san's body is found, both Saiten-sama and Okasan will likely face strict questioning. Pleading ignorance will not suffice. The Hiragike might be ruined. If that happens, I would rather try to become independent, to live somewhere else, together with Mio and Hotaru. half of what I told Hotaru at that river was serious. Even if we cannot live a wealthy life, we might somehow manage to eat enough to eat. And for that sake, too. So no tamimi. Now is the time to stand firm. UCG drop. I sat facing Saiten-sama in front of the candlelit altar. Placed before me was a complete meal tray.
お待たせしました。どうぞお召し上がりください。私は勝手に喋らせてもらいます。何？坊主の説法だと思ってください。無言の食事では息も詰まるでしょうからね。
わかりました。
Our moteki of searching for Fukuhara-san's whereabouts ended in the most unfortunate result. Okasan stubbornly refused to admit it, and Saiten-sama is likely the same. I had no idea where the course we saw back then had been hidden. However, crimes must be atoned for. Evil deeds must be exposed to the light of day. Even that happens in my own Okasa, my blood.
それでは、いただきます。
I picked out the bowl and used my chopsticks. Taking a bite, I could tell it wasn't the meal Hotaru had prepared. My tongue had completely gotten used to its flavors.
どうです？お口に合えばよいのですが。
思っていたよりも味付けが濃いのですね。こういう時に出される料理は薄味だと思っていました。
それはおそらく精進料理でしょう。肉や魚は使わず、香りが強いものも避けるのです。
That's bullshit. I eat a lot of Shojin Ryori in the past, but somehow the only Shojin Ryori place in this damn city just closed, so it's... Yeah, whatever.
これは少し違うものですな。ホタルくんの腕には到底及びませんが、辛抱してください。
はい。
I bring my chopsticks to my mouth without thinking. No matter what I ate, it was salty. Holding back the urge to frown, I simply progressed with the meal in silence.
坊主には説法がつきものです。若い人には退屈で押し付けがましいかとは思いますが、お聞きください。人には格というものがございますね。尺度は様々ですが、家柄、容姿、氏素性、経済力、何でもよいですが、とかく人は人に上下をつけたがる。
I chewed on the leafy greens to slurp the soup. My tongue felt like it was going numb from the sheer saltiness.
戦後で物が不足していた時、粗放家はありがたがられました。炊き出しを行い、軒先を貸し、地域の守り手としての役割を果たそうとしたのです。この視点で見ると、粗放家や物持ちは格が上にございます。人々に施し、困っている人を助ける立派な行いでございますね。しかし、この格というものについて回るのは良いことばかりではありません。それなりの格を得た人間は、それなりの立ち回りをしなければならないのです。
I want to drink water. However, neither a water pitcher nor a teacup was provided.
お嬢様は、あの柊家の長子だ。ゆくゆくはお家を継いで、ご自身と同等の格を持つ男性と子をなす必要があります。厄介で面倒で不自由だとは思いますけれど、これが人の世の断りでございます。
My chopsticks stopped. I overwhelmingly yearned for Hotaru's cooking.
いかがされましたか？
お水をいただけないでしょうか？
おお、気が利かず申し訳ありません。しかし、残りはあと少し。すべて召し上がってからお持ちいたしましょう。
Bro, how lace is the food? He obviously laced it with something. Reluctantly, I moved the chopsticks again. I decided to swallow without chewing much.
ゆえに、千鶴お嬢様。あなたがあの少年に化粧しているのは、断りを外れております。 格が違いすぎます。奥様がご心配されるのも無理はない。
Swallowing the salty soup, it made sense to me. In short, this sermon was meant to implant Okasa's ideas into my head. While grandiosely decorating it as an incantation prayer, this is where it ends up. Since I won't listen what she says it herself, she must have intended to borrow a monk's prayer, a power. my brain. How trivial. If I could be persuaded by something like this, I wouldn't have rebelled in the first place. Demo.
それはよく理解しています。これからはお母様の言いつけを守り、柊家の長子として恥ずかしくない振る舞いをしたいと思っています。
The only thing I must do right now is to let this time pass without incident. If I talk back or rebel like usual, things will only get complicated. I will think about what comes after once we descend the Yama.
祭天様？
千鶴お嬢様は里いお方ですから、おそらくこう考えられているのでしょう。ひとまずはおとなしく私の指示に従い、家事祈祷を受ける。その後は心を入れ替えたように振る舞い、九段の少年とも距離を置く。
Oh yeah, he's into the whole I want the woman to fight back kind of thing. This guy.
そうして高子奥様を安心させ、はぐらかし、叱るべき時を見て、あの少年と一緒になればよいと。
The hand holding my chocolate stopped for a moment. If I felt as though my thoughts were being seen true.
いえ、そんなことは。
隠さなくてもよいのです。僧侶というのは妙な立場でしてな。特に私のようなどこの寺院にも所属していない雲水は顕著です。全国津々浦々さまざまな場所で家事祈祷を行い、施しを受けて暮らしていると、数えきれないほどの相談事が持ち込まれるのですよ。千鶴お嬢様のような年頃の娘さんを持つ親御さんも多い。目の前に連れてこられて説教をしてほしいと言われたこともあります。どのお嬢さんもおとなしいものです。私の説法を素直に聞いて、すみませんと頭を下げる。しかし本質は何も変わっていない。その場しのぎの謝罪で切り抜け、ほとぼりが冷めたら同じことを繰り返す。若い女性というのはいつもこうなのです。
It's starting to leak out, guys. Saitan's true feelings are starting to leak out. The taste that I had felt was so strong, had almost entirely vanished. I felt cold sweat trickling down my back.
他の方はそうかもしれませんが、私は違います。これまで何度も祭天様のお話を聞き、祈祷もしていただきました。お母様にも祭天様にも、これ以上ご心配はかけられないと思っています。
首相でございますね。その言葉に嘘はないとしても、やはりそう簡単にはいかないのです。
どういうことですか？
理屈で自身を制御するのは理性の仕事。しかし、あなたにそれは難しい。いえ、不可能だと言ってもよい。この場では心から反省して頭を垂れたとしても、時間が経てば元の木阿弥、業に支配され、愚かな行為を繰り返すでしょう。
Oh, he's now straight up trying to provoke her.
これは千鶴お嬢様に限った話ではありません。女性とは総じてそういう生き物なのです。深い反省も一時の感情でたやすくひっくり返されてしまう。
女性は感情的な生き物だと言いたいのですか？
I couldn't help but feel a little offended. This is the first time I've been made a fool of like this. This is part of his keikaku. He likes them fighting.
めっそうもございません。ただの事実でございます。男には感情が足らず、女には理性が足らないのです。それだけのことでございます。
感情的な男性もいますし、理性的な女性もいます。
特に終戦後は様々な女性が社会で活躍し始めているのは事実です。女性に理性が足りないというのであれば、これほどまでに社会進出が進むこともなかったと思いますけれど。
The hand holding Matrostis began to tremble slightly. I feel a heat enveloping my entire body. What if the thing he lays will only activate as she starts to feel angry or something like that? Am I angry? I thought that others are others, and I am me. But I may be indignant at womanhood itself being mocked. It was just like Okasan, who is active in the Women's Association.
勘違いなさらないでください。私は女性を下に見ているわけではありませんし、バカにしているわけでもないのです。これは性質の話です。特性と言い換えても良いですね。
どちらにせよ、あまりいい気はしませんね。
I moved Matrostis again. Perhaps had calmed down, for I felt like the taste was coming back. The contents of the bowl also decreased quite a bit.
女性とは生まれながらに特殊な立ち位置ですから、これはあなたの問題ではない。女性という種が抱える根源的な問題なのです。あなたや奥様のように聡く美しい女性でも同じです。逃れられるものではないのです。故に、私のような坊主が必要にな。
I pondered while nibbling on the pickles. What is this person talking about? What is this problem solely born by women? Is it just that there are people with problems, both men and women?
ご存知かはわかりませんが、大昔、女性は人ではないと考えられていました。その証拠に、僧侶が修行を積む過程で現れる障害があります。僧侶が修行を積み、心の動きが繊細になりますと、内と外の境界が曖昧になるのです。自我が拡張するとでも言いましょうか。自分の領域が無限に広がり、悟りに近づいたような錯覚に陥る。その際、様々な幻覚、幻聴、陶酔に見舞われるのです。有名なのが、ブッダや如来が目の前に現れる幻覚ですな。お前は十分に修行を積んだ。もう悟りに至っている。という幻聴まで聞こえると言います。
Oh shit, it hang again at this I'll be right back.
昔の仏です。仏を見たなら仏を殺せと教える宗派もあるくらいなのです。
I think I advanced too much by one line, but it's fine. It's fine, guys.
それを勘違いし、まやかしの仏に従っては最後、魔境に落ちてしまうのですよ。
I listened to the story while chewing. Is this a sermon or a lecture? It is awfully roundabout. Above all, it rubbed my nerves in the wrong way.
もう一つ、魔境へ誘う典型的な幻が女性です。自身を厳しく律する修行僧を誘惑する美女が現れるのです。
修行中のお坊様は女性との関わりが制限されると聞きます。それが理由で見える幻なのではありませんか？
I like that clap back. It's like, or it's because you're insults, guys.
それもありましょう。しかし、寺で生まれて、寺で育った僧侶でも同じことが起こりうる。女性を知らぬ者でも女性に惑わされるのです。
I remember there's this one monk that in his entire life he never seen a woman in his entire life. Born, raised, and died in the temple. Anyway.
悟りに至る道にふわりと現れ誘惑する存在。これはもう人ではありません。もののけの類です。道を踏み外させるものなのです。このことから古来より、女性は人を惑わす存在として認識されてきました。
I fell silent, harboring feelings of dissatisfaction. It is not something I can possibly accept. It is intolerable to be arbitrarily burdened with a sin just because they are arbitrarily saw a hallucination. Even as I try to suppress it, my whole body is burning up. Perhaps because my anger is
こ
amplified.
こでも勘違いしてほしくないのですが、節操は何も女性が魔であると申しているのではありません。人間ではないと申しているのです。
Jesus Christ, dude.
とある地方では、処女は人にあらずと考える集落もあります。しかし、人でなければ祝言は挙げられない。故に、結婚前に土地の神官や僧侶が人にして差し上げるのです。俗な言い方をすれば、諸夜券みたいなものですな。
Jesus Christ. You know what? Considering there was a story of a cult that did exactly some they have a logic about like the priests purifying with literally through sex. This is real life shit, okay? I'm not surprised this shit is real at some point in time.
それは男性側の勝手な都合でしょう。今の時代では犯罪行為です。
You could tell from her voice, she's like, she's so incensed about the whole thing. The rest of my body felt hot. I thought it was because of anger, but apparently it is not. My body temperature is clearly rising. Yeah, maybe the food, the thing that was laced with the food only activates when you're angry. So he's literally trying to provoke her. Maybe.
法の断りに照らせばそうでしょう。しかし、法が正しい根拠はありますか？刑法や民法よりはるか昔から信仰はこの世にあったのです。卑弥呼をはじめとする人と神をつなぐ役割は女性が担ってきたではありませんか。巫女は神の妻とされます。女性が持つ特性に由来するものです。北のイタコもそうですね。なぜ盲目の女性だけが担える役割だったのか。すべては女性の神性に起因するのですよ。女性は人ではない。ならば神かあやかしか。ということでございます。もののけなのです。そんな相手に理性だの人の道だのを説いても意味はありません。特に千鶴お嬢様のように里い女性は手強い。腹の底から改心していただくためには入念に浄化をしなければ愛禅明王様のお言葉も届かないのです。
He straight up said to her, the purification. Jesus Christ. I want to talk back. I want to argue. It was as if a flame had been lit deep inside my body. Stews and pickles still remain in the bowl. But I had no strength in the hand holding the chopsticks.
愚かな女性は喜劇ですが、里い女性は悲劇ですな。断りを否定すれば笑われ、偽れば手遅れになってしまう。業に包まれたまま幕引きになりますぞ。
Wait, curtain will fall while you're still in the farm.
悲劇のうちは客も笑いましょう。しかし、悲劇が過ぎれば目を覆われてしまう。それでは。
Who will watch over you to the end? Right after hearing that voice, the strength drained from my entire body. That might have been the thing. My breathing became erratic. I couldn't put strength into my body. This is clearly strange. Could this be... Was something put into the food? Is that why he didn't let Hotaru help? My mind is in a haze. The words will come out right. I don't know how to exert force.
大天様、この食事は。
奥様は正しい。あなたはあの少年と心を通わせるべきではなかった。柊家のご令嬢が戦争孤児と情を通わせるなどあってはならないのです。あなたは今道を外れかけている。奥様から再三注意されたのにもかかわらず聞く耳を持とうともしない。そればかりか偽りの言葉を吐き、この場を切り抜けようとたばかった。そのような愚行を明王様の前ですることこそが業が根深い何よりの証拠でございます。
I'm curious as to what the drugs exactly do to her. That's wrong. Watashi wa.
ご安心ください。私は本物です。かき割りの宗教者とは違うのです。この儀式が全て終わる頃には、必ずあなたは考えを改めているでしょう。節操に助けを求めて来られた方々は全員そうでした。最後は感謝の言葉を口にする幸せそうなお顔で満たされたお声で苦しみのないところへ行くのです。
My consciousness is fading. My vision is blurring. A flickering candle. Beyond it was Aizen Miyooho with a terrifying face. I tried to avert my gaze somehow, but everywhere else was too dark to see clearly. Yeah, it's too dim to see. Things I could see until just now. It seems I can suddenly no longer see them.
皆さん最初は同じなのです。藁にもすがるという面持ちでいらっしゃいますが、鼻から神仏など信じてはいない。しかし、ここにはいるのです。ご覧なさい。
And where he pointed. The skull placed on the Buddha's altar cloth was staring straight at me. A while has passed since we left the ritual hall. The sound of wooden fish and chanting voice could not yet be heard. Mio Ojo-sama and I quietly waited in the room.
千鶴、平気かな？
I believe she will be fine. Chizuru Ojo-sama cannot be deceived by Saiten-sama. So naive.
でも、あのお坊さんはいろんな人に慕われてるんでしょ？それなら千鶴も危ないんじゃないの？
Those were people who willingly sought help from Saiten-sama. Ojo-sama's situation is different. Because to Chizuru Ojo-sama, a sardine's head is just the corpse of a fish.
私、様子を見に行ってこようかな。
Bruh, Mia just straight up called you dumbass by saying that. You must not. Were we not told to wait here?
わかってるよ。
The sutra chanting began. The meal tray was not yet empty, but I can no longer feel like bringing food to my mouth. I ponder with a hazy mind. Hotaru, Fukuhara-san, Mio, Oka-san, Oto-san, the corpses, the missing head, the missing women. All of them melted into the candlelight. Only the single point that was indicated caught my eye. A skull. The white lump that was initially explained to be a model. But it is awfully realistic. So eerie that I don't want to look directly at it. Then I suddenly realize. Is that skull the same one I saw at first? Yeah, they probably should have modeled the skull a little differently because it still has the same strike on the head. Anyway, somehow it feels different. The shape, the size, the depth of eye sockets, the width of the jaw, the location of the cracks. I hadn't paid any particular mind until now. I avoided looking at it while it was bright because it was creepy, and I tried not to look at it during the prayer either. What if it was a different one? Does he prepare multiple models? Besides, where is Fukuhara-san's head? Why was it necessary to cut off her head? Was it to obscure her identity? Or perhaps... From afar I could hear the sound of the wooden fish and voice chanting sutras. It seems things are proceeding smoothly. It has begun. Looking at the previous instance, it will take an hour at most to finish. If things go quickly, we should be able to descend the mountain tomorrow. Then we can rush to the Keisatsu. Thinking about that, the young lady's summer Natsuyasi might be almost entirely consumed by police questioning.
私、ちょっと出てくる。
Where are you going? You must not get in the way.
お手洗いだよ。
Leaving those words, Mio Ojo-sama left the room. The chanting ended, and Saiten-sama turned toward me.
おや、まだお食事が残っていますね。困りましたな。 良い具合ですな。これだけ聞いていれば完食せずとも浄化に入れるでしょう。
Oh, no, no, no.
食事に何を入れたのですか？
毒ではありませんのでご安心ください。お嬢様は宗教家ではありませんから、人為的な恍惚状態に入っていただく必要があるのです。その症状は一時的なものですからご心配なく。意識が朦朧としたままでは反省もできますまい。
Nab, Scythen's so confident he's explaining this shit.
私はもう反省しています。
上辺の反省ほど罪深いものはありませぬぞ。あなたは奥様と違う。疑っている。自らの業を理性だと勘違いしている。
そんなこと。
奥様は骨の髄まで帰依されています。人は自身の体験から抜けきれないものですからね。あなたとはまるで違うのです。
Wait. Let's see if we can do this without hanging. Alright. She's completely different from you. Okay.
しかし、浄化が終わる頃にはお嬢様も同じです。あなたは必ず改心する。奥様と同じように帰依し、変わります。今までの態度を詫び、改め、節操に救済を求めるようになるのです。
大した自信ですね。
信仰とは、あまねくそういうものなのです。ボタンの掛け違いを直すようなものですからね。人に指摘され、鏡を見てシャツのねじれを確認するまでは気づきもしないでしょ
う。私は自分で直します。あなたの力は借りません。
本音が出ましたな。やはりあなたは業が深い。奥様以上かもしれません。浄化のしがいもあるというもの。
You can see her smile. He's enjoying that she's like this. Scythen someone's face into wrap. Slick, oily. A shadow fell over his grandfatherly smile, making him look like something evil.
問答は後でゆっくりしましょう。お一人では動けないでしょうから、手をお貸ししますよ。
Oh, no, no, no. With eyes and meal at his back, Scythen-sama approached me. A chill ran through me. I must not touch this hand. I must not let him touch me. If he does, I will turn into a god or a Buddha. The moment his hand was about to touch my body. Ojo-sama! Hotaru Mio's voices echoed.
千鶴に変なことしないで。
Chizuru Ojo-sama. Daijoubu. Following Mio, Hotaru also entered. The two stepped in between me and Scythen-sama.
すみません。フラフラしてしまって動けないんです。
I apologize. It was a misjudgment on my part. I never imagined it would come to this. Jesus Christ, Hotaru.
いえ、私も油断していました。
何ですかこの騒ぎは。おとなしくしていなさいと言ったではありませんか。
奥様、困りますな。邪魔をしないように言い含めておくようにと伝えたはずですが。
申し訳ありません。注意はしておいたのですが。
Okusama, let us descend the mountain. It is dangerous for Ojo-sama to stay here.
何を言っているのですか。祈祷は順調に進んでいたというのに、あなたたちが邪魔をしたのではありませんか。
千鶴を見てよ。何かされたに決まってる。
Mia looked at me with worried eyes. Right now, just supporting my body while sitting took all my strength. See me like this, Okasama.
問題ありません。私も同じ祈祷を受けました。
Like, even the special kind of purification? She declared that outright. I can't believe it. Just as Scythen-sama said, she stained it to the marrow of her bones. However, Robbing her of physical freedom is a problem. She needs to be examined by Oyster-san.
心配はいりません。奥様は今元気にしていらっしゃるではありませんか。経験者が言うのであれば間違いありませんでしょう。
そういう問題じゃない。とにかく病院に連れてく。
強情ですな。奥様、どうされますか。
すべて祭天様にお任せいたします。
奥様。
承知しました。が、また邪魔をされてはかないません。少々強引な手を使わせていただきましょう。
A fucking gun! A fucking gun! A fucking gun! Saying that. Saying that. Just gets a fucking gun and his arms go fucking veiny. You can tell he's so angry. Saying that, Saiten-sama took out a hunting rifle. Why is there a gun in the Buddhist facility? It goes against the five precedents rule against taking life.
この山奥ですからな、さまざまな動物が出るのです。さあ、まずは仁王お嬢様。あなたはなかなかの跳ねっ返りだ。説教が必要ですね。行きますよ。おっと少年、余計な考えを起こしてはいけませんぞ。これは22年式だ。一発外しても連射が効く。
Fucking gun. Wait, I like the fucking expression.
それでは奥様、あとは頼みます。
はい。
With a gun pointed at her, Mia was taken somewhere. My vision
千
blurred.
鶴、蛍、あなた方はどれだけ私に恥をかかせるのですか。いい加減にしなさい。
でも、お母様、Saiten-sama. Hotaru argued back against Okasa. The sound of their arguing gradually grew distant, and with that, my consciousness.
ミオ、ホタル。
I finally reached my limit. The sound of water dripping onto the floor. Drip, drop. My head is hazy and isn't working right.
あれ、
Don't tell me she's in the basement. The basement. I tried to move my body and noticed the anomaly for the first time.
何これ。
Oh shit, she is in the basement. Oh shit. Damn. Let's keep going. My hand and feet are bound. Where am I? How did this happen? I reeled in my memories. A gun was pointed at me, and I went outside the temple lodging. There we went around the building and down a long dark staircase.
そうだ。
There was a door at the end of the stairs, and I was shoved into it. After that, I remembered. My mouth was covered from behind with something like a clot, and then my memory cuts off. Does that mean this is the basement of the temple lodging?
何なのここは。
Moving only my neck, I surveyed my surroundings. It seems I'm tied to a small bed. Besides that, I can see something like a small chest and a candle. A water pitcher and a wooden carved Buddha statue was also placed there. And a skeleton that is clearly visible even in the dim light. I think it's called a skull principal image or something.
気味が悪い。
I turned my eyes to another spot. It's a sturdy looking concrete wall, and there's not a single madoka. It's just like a confinement room. Soyeba, I think they mentioned there being an air raid shelter or storage room. The fact that there's a bed and chest means they have been renovated it and are using it.
千鶴
What happened to Hotaru and Chizuru? They probably intended to lock me up here and complete the incomprehensible Gishiki. I need to escape quickly or Chizuru is in danger.
でも銃を持ってるなんて知らなかった。
After leaving the room to check the restroom, I got worried and went to check on Chizuru's condition. Even I couldn't enter the room. I thought I could at least gauge the atmosphere. Partway through, the sutra stopped, and that monk started saying incomprehensible things. I had a bad feeling, and Chizuru was acting strange, too, so rushed back to call Hotaru, but I never expected things to turn out like this.
早く逃げないと。これほどけないかな。
I tried moving my arms and legs, but I'm tied up pretty tightly, and it doesn't seem like they'll come undone. Eventually it started to hurt.
あれ
As I looked around restlessly, I saw something like a pattern on the wall. Detailed things were written all over it, swirling like a wave. When I stared intently at it, oh no, Dekinai moment for us. Go man, help me. I'm sorry, it was my fault. I won't do it again. I regret it. I hate it here. Let me out. I want to see my Okasan. I don't want to die. I want to go outside. What was written here were words of Setsubo. Apologies, remorse, pleas, and wishes were scrawled incessantly.
もしかして福原さんもここに。
She went missing right before Natsuyasumi, which means there's a possibility she was here for a while. The fact that there's a bed means this is a place meant for sleeping and staying over. My nasty suspicion that this is like a confinement room might just be spot on. In other words, Sumari, if things stay like this, I might end up like that too. The Fukuhara-san left behind the mountain hut didn't have a head. They probably don't use the torso. The head was taken somewhere. For what purpose? I'm going to be turned into one of those creepy skeletons. I just know it. It's dangerous. If I stay here, I'll turn into that too. Feeling something cold run down my spine, my head cleared up all at once. I had to escape from here. I trash around with all my might, but the bindings won't come off. The rose digging in hurts. Tears well up. I struggled with all my might, making loud clattering sounds. I screamed as loud as I could. If they can hear me outside, help might come. Hotaru might sneak past Okasan and the monk and come for me. That the rose would just come undone while I'm doing this. No, even just loosening would be fine. As I was thrashing around while shouting loudly, I heard the sound of someone opening the door. Ojo-sama, daijoubu ka? Wait. They were, huh? I thought things would have gotten worse from here. Yokatta, have you come to? After meal, Ojo-sama was taken away. Chizuru, Ojo-sama, and I returned to our room. Oh, they didn't deal with Hotaru. Oh man. So that I could tend to her, since she had lost consciousness.
ホタル、私、気を失っていたのですね。
Wait, how the hell were they able to get out of the room? Hi, how are you feeling?
今は平気です。お経を聞いているうちに、なんだか朦朧としてしまって。ミオ、それより、ミオはどうなりました？
I don't know. Saiten-sama took her away somewhere.
そんな。
I was told to look after Chizuru Ojo-sama. Oku-sama instructed me to report when you woke up, but please, tell me first, what happened?
出された食事をいただきました。やけに味が濃くて、飲み込むのに苦労したのですが、 なんとか食べ進めていたのです。しかし途中で体が熱くなって頭がぼんやりとしてきたんです。祭天様のお話を聞いていたら、それがどんどん加速してきて。
Is that so? He must have mixed something into the food. That's probably why he didn't let me help.
私もそう思います。精進料理にしては味が濃いですし、香りも強かったので変だとは思ったのですが。
Is that so? I knew he was a fraud, but I never thought he would go this far. I never imagined it would drug Ojo-sama in this temple lodging while Ok-sama was present. Added to that was Ok-sama's attitude. This situation was probably already factored in.
私、自分は平気だと油断していました。自分は騙されないと思っていたんです。
By the way, I still feel it's kind of bullshit they got out of that ritual hall. The guy has a gun, and Ok-sama was like, I'll let you handle things from here. Ok-sama just pushed me all the way to the basement. But these two got to get away. Like the fraud monk allowed them to go back to their room. He was armed. What the hell?
ちゃんと注意していれば、ミオもあんなことをしなくて済んだのに。
That is my second name. Mia told me Chizuru Ojo-sama was acting strange, so I left the room. That said, if we had done nothing, the next victim might have been Chizuru Ojo-sama. Gomennasai. Rather than letting things turn out like this, I should have escaped together with Chizuru Ojo-sama and Mio Ojo-sama. It is my second name.
いいんです。私も形だけ反省してみせれば切り抜けられると思っていましたから。それよりミオが気になります。どこに連れて行かれたのでしょうか。
That is the thing. I cannot find her. I searched all over, but I'm sure there must be a place you normally cannot enter. I can only think that Fukuhara-san was isolated there as well.
探しに行きましょう。今度こそ3人で逃げるんです。
Demo, Takao-sama is here. If we're found and have a gun pointed at us, Ojo-sama will be in danger this time.
そうですね。祭天様は今どこに？
Just like Mio-sama. He is nowhere to be seen. He said he was going to lecture her, so I believe they are together. Okay, so he plans to have his way with Mio instead. I don't know, man. It's still kind of bullshit that they got to get away, you know. It's still kind of bullshit for me.
では注意するべきはお母様だけですね。
The two of us fell silent. Most likely both Chizuru Ojo-sama and I were thinking the exact same thing. While one of us distracts Oko-sama, the other will find Mio Ojo-sama. Then we will regroup and escape. I truly wish to persuade Oko-sama, but looking at her attitude, it is probably impossible. I will go search for Mio Ojo-sama. Could Chizuru Ojo-sama deal with Oko-sama and buy some time?
それは構いませんが、祭天様は銃を持っているのですよね。
Hi. But if we don't act now, it will be too late. Either way, it's a dangerous gamble. However, it's clear that if things stay like this, a tragic end awaits the young ladies. Then, it's better to take a leap of faith. It's alright. I'll absolutely bring Mio Ojo-sama back.
わかりました。お願いします。
Leaving the nodding Ojo-sama behind, I exited the room without making a sound. Mio Ojo-sama. Where could she have been taken? I've seen every corner of the temple lodging during my daytime work, but there's no such room or entrance. There's a possibility there is a hidden building somewhere like the mountain hut, but as she made a noise, it would be heard immediately. If it were me, I'd choose a place where sounds cannot be heard. Soyeba. They said there was an air-raised shelter in this temple lodging. I really need to look at the demo again, because I can't remember when they first mentioned it. Maybe it's just me. It has a high air tightness, and sound wouldn't leak. It would be the perfect place to hide someone. Which means underground. Looking for clues, I started running. After Hotaru quietly left the room, I caught my breath. Surely somewhere inside, I had believed in Okasama. Even though she believed in Saiten-sama to the marrow of her bones, I thought she would wake up if her real Homono Musume was harmed. But what was with that attitude just now? Showing not a shed of concern for me, was clearly unwell, or for Mio, who had a Jew pointed at her. An attitude of desperately glaring at things she cannot see, rather than looking at what is right in front of her. Is she really my Okasama? I thought the source of her overprotectiveness was love. Not a single apology, not a single word of concern. Does she care more about herself than about Mio was taken away? I steadied my breathing. I must not get emotional. I had to buy time until Mio is found. Even I had to frame, plot, or deceive. I must break away from Okasama.
行きましょう。
Muttering that to no one in particular, I left the room.
お母様、失礼します。
気がついたのですね。ホタルはどこに？
部屋で休んでもらってます。私はお母様やサイテン様にご迷惑をかけてしまいましたので、謝りたくて来ました。
良い心がけですね。しかし今回はミオに言い含めておかなかった私にも原因があります。
Saying that Okasama sighed.
ホタルには言っておいたのですが、どうやらミオにそそのかされたようですね。盲点でした。
A voice that sounded genuinely regretful. She does not understand the severity of the situation. Yet, perhaps she doesn't want to.
ミオは大丈夫なのですか？
ええ、サイテン様に全てお任せしていますから。
She's completely unreachable. What are those eyes saying? What are those ears hearing? Okasan's favorite phrase. It is for your sakes. Are those words truly coming from the bottom of her
し
heart?
かし、私は怖い思いをしました。食事に何か盛られていたのですよ。
毒ではないので問題ありません。あれは薬草のようなもので、量を間違えなければ有益です。お医者様が処方する薬と同じです。
サイテン様はお医者様ではありません。なぜそこまで信用できるのですか？
私自身身をもって実感しているからです。サイテン様はあなたのためにしてくださっています。疑うのはよしなさい。
お母様。
I felt like my chest was being crushed. I wonder if this person has ever considered how I felt. If she says she experienced it herself, she must know how scary it is. And yet,
それもこれもあなたが素直に私の言うことに従っていればよかったのです。自分がどれほど恵まれていて周りから大事にされているのか、あなたは理解していません。
私もう子供ではありません。ちゃんと分かっています。ただ自分の考えに従っていきたいと思っただけです。
それが分かっていないというのです。自分の考えとやらが正しい保証はどこにあるのですか？取り返しのつかない失敗をしてからでは遅いのですよ。
人は失敗して学ぶものではありませんか？それともお母様は一度も失敗せずにここまで来たと？
いいえ、だからこそ言っているのです。あなたには私のようになってほしくないのです。
では説明してください。福原さんの命を奪い、犯罪者に手を貸してまで何を守りたいのですか？
she fell silent without even changing her expression. Will she just sprout more of her usual stereotype words? However, scushy.
私は 今でも夢に見る景色があります。落ちぶれた両親が移り住んだ借家を、あなたも見たことがあるでしょ。
Bruh, she did deny, so she's...
はい。あんまり覚えていませんけれど。
The house of my grandparents, where Okasama took me around that time, was a modest rented house, despite wearing tattered clothes. Oji-chan and Oba-chan never let their noble bearing slip.
両親は農地改革で土地を取り上げられ、小作人もいなくなり、わずかに残った資産で生きていました。それでも家族の自尊心だけは捨てきれなかった。商売をするわけでもなく、雇われの身になるつもりもない。あなたを連れて帰るたび、どうして男の子を産まなかったのだと小言を言われたものです。が、その両親も首を吊りました。富岡家は途絶え、残されたのは柊家に嫁いだ私だけ。今のあなたはあの時の私です。手遅れになってからでは遅いのです。今のうちに手を打たないといけません。
お母様は祭天様にならそれができると思っているのですね。
You forgot to explain the other parts of the story.
福原さんの命を奪い、私に薬を盛り、ミオに銃を突きつけた相手でも頼ろうと思うのですか？
ええ、約束してくださいましたから。
信じられません。
平行線ですね。まあいいでしょう。あなたもミオも愛禅様のご加護に触れれば変わります。
When I was little, Okasa used to hug me often. She would say kind words to me, apologizing for not giving birth to me healthily. It's nostalgic. It steers in me. I want her to hold me again, like she did back then. But...
ミオが済んだら次はあなたです。手足を縛り付けてでも祈祷を受けてもらいますからね。
Shibari. I was made to realize that this would never come true again. I searched around the temple lodging, but I couldn't find anything resembling an Iriguchi. Just in case, I also went to the Mori, but I couldn't find any buildings other than that mountain hut. It must be nearby. I'm sure of it. If they prepared it in a place far from the building, they wouldn't be able to run into it during an emergency. Besides, there used to be a large number of monks in training at this temple lodging originally. It makes sense to design it so they can escape directly from the building in the event of the emergency. Then the Iriguchi must be nearby. When preparing an underground air raid shelter, you need to provide an air passage. This is to prevent people from suffocating when a large number hide inside. To achieve that, a pipe must also run from underground to the surface. If air passes through, some sort of sound should carry on it as well. I might have missed hearing it because I was running around desperately. Mio Ojo-sama. Studying my breath, I turned back to the temple lodging.
気がつきましたかな、お嬢さん。
Oh no, no, no. The door opened, and the one who entered was Saiten. He was looking down at me with a disgusting look on his
お
face.
加減はいかがですかな。暴れても無駄ですぞ。今まで逃げられた人はおりませんからな。
これほどいて、警察に行ってやる。
それは良くないですな。世の中には仏の救済を求めている方が大勢いらっしゃる。節操が捕まってしまってはその方々が救われないではありませんか。そして 子供が悪いことをすれば年長者に説教されるのは世の断りではありませんか。節操はあなたも救って差し上げようとしているのです。辛抱ください。
Behind Saiten, the string of text scroll on the wall caught my eye. Someone who is saved would never leave such words behind.
何が説教なの。ただの人殺しじゃない。福原さん、ここに閉じ込めてたんでしょ。
そこはそれ、事情というものがございます。節操は何も嫌がる娘さんを無理やり閉じ込めていたわけではありません。皆さん自ら望まれるのです。楽になりたい、業を払いようとしたい、来世も人の道に生まれたい、そういった要望を叶えるのが宗教家の仕事ですから。
I have to restart. I'll be right back really quick.
千鶴にしたみたいに。
Wait, are we at the right text now? I think we are.
千鶴お嬢様は確かに複雑です。業と理性を取り違えておられますからな。里すぎるのも考えものです。しかし奥様の見立ては正しい。彼女もまた対処しないと手遅れになります。
It's no use. I can't get through to him at all. It's just like the conversation between Okasama and Chizuru.
何でもいいから早くほどいてよ。
何をおっしゃいます。まずはあなたを浄化しなくてはいけないのですよ。千鶴お嬢様の儀式を邪魔したのですから。
Oh no 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 no.
うまくいかないものですな。あの山小屋にさえ行かなければ全て順調だったもの。奥様には注意するよう伝えておいたのですが。
Bruh, they're not even trying to hide it anymore.
お母様が？
ええ。節操は家事祈祷と浄化が仕事です。後の処理は全て奥様の仕事なのですよ。あなたも蛍くんも千鶴お嬢様も勘違いしておられるようですが、福原さんの首を落としたのは奥様です。
Damn, he's really confident if he's straight up saying that who did what. Okasan is a murderer?
嘘だ。お母様がそんなこと。
勘違いしてはいけません。皆さんが望まれたことなのです。奥様はただそのお手伝いをしたに過ぎません。とはいえ誰かに見られたら厄介なことになるのも事実。故に隠れて行っていたのですが、まさか見つけてしまうとは。この宿坊には基本的に一人だけ止めるようにしていたのです。こういったことがないように用心してのことでしたが、例外を作るのは良くないですね。
お母様がそんなことするわけない。どうせ騙してるんでしょ。
奥様は熱心な信徒です。ご自身が体験されたことがきっかけで愛染明王様の存在を強く信じるようになられた。これは慈愛ですよ。ご自身はもちろんあなたや千鶴お嬢様のためにも奥様は働いていらっしゃるのです。良いお母様ではありませんか。
うるさいここから出して。
I trash around. I want to go home. Both this guy and Okasa-sama are out of their minds. Kidnapping, confining, killing, cutting people's heads is insane.
話しても無駄ですか。諭しても通りませんか。やはり女とは愚かな生き物。断りを解いても無駄なのですね。なれば肉に教えるほかありますまい。要望通り わしの戒めを切りますぞ。すべては肉。この肉が元凶なのです。女性は生まれながらに女体という檻を授けられ、そこに業を抱いてしまう愚かな生き物。良いですか？女性は元来人ではありません。あのお釈迦様ですら瞑想中に魔境へ至り、女体の誘惑を受けたのです。女体は神性を帯びており、人ではないのです。魔性です。悪魔です。肉と魂が乖離している存在なのです。肉は肉として存在しており、それを統括すべき魂には業がこびりつき、汚れているのです。
He stares at me while saying incomprehensible things. It's disgusting. Even if I resist with all my might, I know match for a man.
節操の言葉が届かないのが証拠ですな。福原さんは嬉しそうにうなずいておられましたが。
His fingers touched my leg. The knotty sensation was unpleasant.
福原さんも最初はそうでしたからご安心ください。あなたも最終的には従順になります。とはいえ時間が足りませんから、少々手荒な方法になりますが。
I trashed around. Even so, Scythe ignored it and stroked me from my ankles to my thighs. Cold sweat won't stop. Kimoi, kimochi warui, kimochi warui, kimochi warui.
肉は罪、美しさは罪、矢は肌は罪。特に年頃の女性は男を惑わす匂いがありますからな。すべて節操が上書きしてやりましょう。
His lip-licking face was kimochi warui. I was so scared I couldn't muster any strength. Even when I tried to kick him away, I was held down.
姉の体も相当な罪ですが、こちらはこちらで福原さんとは違ったものがありますな。泣きわめくのは最初の数回だけですぞ。
The bindings of my hands gradually began to loosen. Just a little more.
抵抗するのも無駄です。女は男に付き従ってこそ価値のある生き物。すべてを受け入れるのです。さあ。
Where's this? Scythen's hand reached for my shitagi. Tears overflowed even though I didn't want to cry. It's no good. I won't make it in time. Just as I screamed at the top of my lungs. Hojo-sama! Something that jumped into the room pushed Scythen away. He crashed into the chest, breaking it with a loud noise. Gomenasai. Osokata. Perhaps thanks to my relentless thrashing, the bindings of my wrists were somewhat loose. Hotaru cut them with an axe in his hand and offered me his shoulder. Let's go. Can you run? Hugging Hotaru's arm tightly, I nodded silently.
待ちなさい。
Bro, you could have at least disabled Scythen in such a way that he wouldn't be able to chase you or whatever. Feeling Scythen's voice against our backs, we dashed up the dark stairs.
ホタル、来てくれたんだ。お母様は
Chizuru Ojo-sama is stalling her. Let's regroup and escape.
お母様は間違っています。富岡家が途絶えたのも、男児が生まれなかったのも不幸でしょう。しかし、それとこれとは関係のないことです。いくら辛くとも、自分で考えることをやめ、詐欺師に全てを預けてはいけません。あの方は、福原さんの命を奪い、ミオに銃を向ける犯罪者なのですよ。そんな人に頼って生きなければならないくらいなら、辛くても苦しくても自分で考えて生きていた方がマシです。
私は 激しく後悔したのです。いえ、今もしています。自分の愚かさを呪いながら今まで生きてきました。自分自身で考えるというのであれば、祭天様を信じるのもまた私の考えなのです。
違います。それは。
What is that? When time starts up, everyone wants to cling to something. To have someone listen to them, to be comforted, to be embraced. That is probably what fate is for. Like visiting a jinja in the beginning of the year to refresh one's feelings. Like tightly grasping an omamori before an exam to gain courage. Like how I was able to continue drawing thanks to Hotaru's words. But Okasama is... Chizuru Ojo-sama! Miyo Ojo-sama is safe! At that moment, a voice could be heard from outside. It seems things went well.
何事ですか？ミオは今、祭天様に預けているはずですが。
Okasama blindly.
信仰と盲信は違います。私が信じる道を行きたいのです。
あなたたち、まさか。
私、お母様とは違いますから。
千鶴
I pushed Okasama as hard as I could and escaped from the room.
くそ、ガキどもめ。
Bruh, did they forget that Saiten-sama has a fucking gun? Fucking gun.
祭天様、どうされたのですか？
あの少年が乗り込んできたのです。地下壕への入り口、どうやって見つけたものか。ともあれ、このまま警察に駆け込まれたのではまずい。後を追いますぞ。銃が必要だ。
しかし、追いつけるでしょうか？
何を弱気なこと。すべて露見したら節操も奥様も終わりなんですよ。柊家を富岡家の二の舞にしたいのですか？お嬢様方も同じです。
Oh damn, it hagged again. All you need to know was, do you want to repeat the mistakes that Tomiyaka and whatever? I'll be right back at I fucking hanged again.
何を弱気なこと。すべて露見したら節操も奥様も終わりなんですよ。柊家を富岡家の二の舞にしたいのですか？
それはいけません。それだけは。
であればお手伝いいただきます。下山道は一つしかありませんからな。そこを抑えればよい。
わかりました。
お嬢様。
ミオ、ホタル、よかった、無事だったのですね。怪我はしてない？平気。けど体触られた。ホタルが助けてくれなかったらどうなってたか。そんなひどい。あの人頭おかしいよ。何言ってるかわかんないし、女は生まれつき罪があるとか言い出して、怖い思いをさせちゃったね。ごめん。千鶴は悪くない。全部あいつが悪いんだ。
とにかく let's descend the mountain. We're heading to where there are people.
はい。ごめんね、ミオ。走れる？
This way, let's go. We hurriedly head toward the path down the mountain.
諦めなさい。土地勘がない者は決してここから逃げられない。観念するんですな。
ミオ、千鶴、戻りなさい。今なら祭天様も許してくださいます。
お母様。
あなたたちが逃げなければ何も問題はないのです。早くこちらに来なさい。すべて終われば家に帰れるのですから。
The path down the Yama was blocked. Moreover, the opponent has a Jew. In that case, let's go into the Mori. We might be able to rejoin the path down the mountain somewhere.
わかりました。
We deviated onto a side path and ran into the Mori.
まずい。
祭天様、撃つなんて。
相手は森の中、簡単に当たりはしませんよ。それより逃げても無駄だと思わせる方が重要です。それに今は夜だ。月明かりを頼りに逃げるのも限界がある。すぐに追いつきますよ。行きましょう。
We ran through the mori with the sound of gunshots behind us. It would be fine if we escaped like this, but will things go that
相
smoothly?
手は銃を持っています。大丈夫でしょうか？
We will be fine as long as we run with the trees at our backs. Tonikaku, let us put some distance between us.
逃げ道、当てはあるの？
Yeah. Do you, Chizuru Ojo-sama?
私もあの水辺に通じる道以外は分かりません。
Are they gonna jump on the waterfall?
もう追いつかれたのですか？
The angle is quite high, so I believe it is a warning shot. Can the two of you still run?
平気。
Anyway, we must run with the trees on our backs. Let's go.
分かりました。
祭天様、いくらなんでも危険すぎます。あの子たちに当たったらどうするのですか？
心配無用と言ったでしょう。それより今は逃げ切られる方が危険なのです。銃声を聞けば自然と遮蔽物になる木々の間を抜けようとするでしょう。それが目印になるのですよ。
しかし、
何を優先するべきか見失ってはいけませんぞ。それに枝が揺れて葉が擦れる音がします。あちらですな。向かいますぞ。
After running for a while, Chizuru Ojo-sama started to suffer. It's no wonder, since she ran on an unstable mountain path right after something like that happened.
大丈夫。少し休まないと。
平気。距離を稼いでおきたいから。
It won't do it. It won't do if you become unable to move before we escape. Let's rest a bit while we can.
ごめんなさい。
We sat down with our backs against the tree. With this, it should be hard to find us even if illuminated by moonlight.
ホタルが助けてくれる前に聞いたんだけど、やっぱりお母様も共犯みたい。
What did you hear? She didn't answer my question and looked towards Chizuru Ojo-sama.
大丈夫。何を聞いても驚かないから教えて。
福原さんのことやったのはお母様だって。
やっぱりそうですか。私がもっと早く見つけてあげていれば。
Given the situation, it was certain that Oko-sama was involved as well. But now that it's come to this,
時間を稼いでいる間、改めてお母様とお話をしてみたんです。こちら側についてくれれば心強いですから。でもダメでした。何を言っても聞いてくれません。私の知っているお母様ではなくなってしまいました。あとは罪を償っていただくしかありません。
そうだね。じゃないと福原さんがかわいそうすぎる。
お嬢様方、ホタルくん、まだ逃げるのですか？無駄ですよ。諦めて出てきなさい。
let's move. Chizuru Ojo-sama, can you move?
はい、大丈夫です。
Why would they shout that they're coming nearby? They could have just showed themselves and point the gun. We continued to run as if weaving through the trees. However, our physical strength was depleting, and our legs were starting to angle. Chizuru Ojo-sama, how is your body?
大丈夫です。ごめんなさい。
Kekai.
少し膝をすりむいたくらいです。
Our physical strength is sapped, and we have no knowledge of the land. Also, because we are escaping by weaving through the trees, we must pay attention to even the small undulations at our feet. Moreover,
そのあたりですかな。
for an instant, an impact ran through my right flank, as if I had been punched, followed by a burning heat and pain.
大丈夫ですか？
Heiki, the bullet went through. The distance is gradually closing. Saiten-sama is chasing us with the intent to kill. If this continues, we'll slowly be worn down.
でも血が出てる。どうしよう。
When I pressed it with my hand, I felt a slippery sensation of blood overflowing. A throbbing pain continues, matching my heartbeat. However, my legs still move.
私はお母様のところに戻ります。二人は先に逃げてください。このままでは殺されてしまいます。でもそれじゃあ千鶴がいいの。その代わり二人には何もしないように頼んでみるから。
That is so naive, Chizuru. No, we must not give up. Let's keep moving. Please keep going.
面倒かけさせる。
I proceeded in the direction where they seemed to have fled, judging by the sounds and movement of the trees. There shouldn't be a mistake, but I couldn't see them. Did they go deeper? A bloodstain on the ground. It seems it hit after all. Perhaps they had no leeway to hide it, or perhaps it was too dark to see, but it was left as is.
となると、そう長くは動けまい。
Even weaving through the trees has its limits. Besides, up ahead is.
祭天様、あの子たちは。
Okusama arrived belatedly, and they instinctively hid the bloodstain. I don't know whose bloodstain that is, but it will be troublesome if she notices. If she assumes that one of the young ladies was hit, there's a high possibility she will no longer follow my instructions. Even though I might have disposed of all three, depending on the situation, it would be a nuisance to be interrupted. In that case,
この先は川だ。奥様は向こうから回り込んでください。下山道に合流されると面倒です。見つけたら何としても逃がしてはいけません。
wait, let's see if we can read this without hanging. Okay.
わかりました。祭天様は。
私はこのまままっすぐに追います。二手から追い込むのです。
It's a better plan to have Okusama act separately. In worst case scenario, I can dispose of the tree first and shoot her when she joins me later. For that purpose as well, I need to find them first.
良いですか。慎重にです。取り逃がしてはいけませんぞ。
はい。
And so we split into two groups. After that, I traced the scattered blood trails. As expected, they continued to the river. When I passed through the mori and reached the river, Chizuru and Mio were there. Perhaps they judged they couldn't escape any further, for neither of them showed any sign of moving. To begin with, any further escape would be impossible with the physical strength of women and children.
手こずらせやがって。あの小僧はどこだ。血の跡が残っていたぞ。運がなかったな。
あなたが撃ったのではありませんか。人殺し。
逃げる方が悪い。それにしても本当に死んだのか。
The amount of bleeding didn't seem all that large. The fact that the bloodstains continued also means it wasn't near instant death, which means did his strength run out after coming this far?
いずれにしろ姿が見えないのは不気味だな。死体は確認しておかないと不用心だ。
Oh man, Saita has the right mindset about this.
それとも先にお前たちを浄化してやろうか。生意気な小娘め。女は男に従って生きるのが断りなのだ。それを守らないからこういうことになる。
I pointed the muzzle at Chizuru and Mio. Though they are acting brave, their shoulders were trembling slightly. Ultimately, all women are the same. They take men lightly, which is why they act insolently. In that case, I had no choice but to show my overwhelming
言
superiority.
ってもわからん女には体に教える必要がある。お前の友達も最後は自分から欲しがるようになっていたぞ。そもそも気に入らんのはその目だ。柊千鶴、お前は最初から私を疑っていた。上っ面では品のある振る舞いをしていながら私を見下していたのだ。柊美代、お前は蔑んだような目を向けてきたな。年長者への敬意が足らん。若い娘は総じて同じ業を背負っておる。
私は特定の信仰を持ちません。祭天様を疑っていたのではなく、納得できないことは飲み込めないだけです。ミユだってそうです。この子は愛想が良くないだけなのです。全ては祭天様の思い込みです。
その里さも気に食わん。言い訳するな。女は言うことを聞き従い反抗するべきではないというのに。まあいい。グズグズになるまで犯してやれば嫌でも従順になるというもの。お前の友達もそうだった。
Bro's not trying anymore.
初めは泣きもしたし抵抗もしたが、2、3日も犯してやれば素直なものよ。ほれ、先に浄化してほしいのはどちらだ。千鶴、お前のすまし顔を曇らせるのもよいな。それとも目の前で妹から犯してやろうか。
やはりあなたは宗教家ではありません。ただの犯罪者です。忌まわしい詐欺師です。
黙れ。女のくせに口答えするな。これが見えんのか。先に殺してもよいのだぞ。少年は出てこないか。大方私を油断させて遅いでもする腹積もりなのだろうと思ったが、本当に死んだか。
During the dialogue, I was paying attention to my back, but there was no sign of movement. It is possible he had died while running away. Scushi.
血の跡か。
Dark red spots continued toward the Mori. Did he run away by himself? Yeah, it's premature to think so.
二人ともそこにいろ。もう逃げられないからな。
Tracing the blood trails, I headed toward the tall trees.
隠れているのだろう。無駄だぞ。子供の朝知恵だ。
Without lowering my guard, I followed the blood trails. Eventually, they disappeared into the dense, tall grass.
私がここに足を踏み入れたら視界の悪さを利用して奇襲する算段か。小賢しい。その手には乗らんぞ。出てこい小僧。生きてるのは分かってる。お前を逃がすわけにはいかんのだ。手間をかけさせるな。
I fired a few shots into it, but there is no reaction.
死んだか。
Rustle. I parted the grass with the muzzle of the gun. What lay there was a discarded blood-stained shirt. The moment the muzzle was thrust into the grass, I grabbed onto him with all my strength.
何？
The Morata rifle had a long barrel and was inconvenient to handle. If the muzzle is pointed into another direction, it takes some time before it can be pointed at me. During that time, I entered his reach from the side and grabbed the barrel. The rest is a contest of strength. But you get down!
話せクソガキが！
Several shots were fired while we grappled. The muzzles pointed upwards, so the chances of hitting the young ladies are low. This is the final opportunity. I had to settle this here.
いい加減にしないか。お前に何がわかる。この娘たちは陰本だ。魔性だ。犯そうが殺そうが咎められる筋合いはない。生きていても誰かに迷惑をかけるだけならば、いっそのこと勘違いの中で殺してやった方が良いだろう。
That's sophistry. If you're even going to call yourself a religious person, those are words you absolutely must not say.
だから言うのだ。思い込みの中で生きて死んだ方が幸せな者もいる。 あの高子のように。
Bro, really not trying. Yeah! I was struck hard, but the gun stopped. But I won't let go of the barrel. It's over, the muzzle is pointing at me. Keeping our bodies pressed together, I headbutted him in the face.
このガキが。
Yeah! He struck the place where I was shot. The air in my lung escaped all at once due to the intense pain.
さっさと楽になれ。その怪我では無理だ。お前の体格を考えんか。
The bleeding won't stop. My strength is draining. I'm at a disadvantage in the simple muscle mass, and he also has a larger physique. In that case, it's better to aim for the hand gripping the barrel.
感謝しろ。お前は最後に殺す。その前に完全で二人とも犯してやるからな。首を落とすまで全て見せてやろう。
Yeah. We struck each other with all our might. My feet staggered and tangled.
離せ小僧。死に損ないが。
I was swung around with brute force, but I would absolutely not let go. I struck him with the last of my strength. I struck him, barrel and all, with the intent to break the bone in his hand.
くそ。やめろ。何をする。いかん。
With a dull sound, the gun was knocked out of both our hands. The place it landed was... I'm pretty sure Zagago heard the whole thing. So she's like, she's gonna get the gun and she shoots Saiten, isn't it? At the feet of Takako Okosama, who had arrived belatedly. Seeing the Jew had rolled to her feet, Okosama didn't move, as if she were in a daze.
奥様、それをこちらに渡してください。
Damn it! If you hand it over, everything will be over! Hearing those words, Okosama, a fucking gun, picked up the gun and pointed it at us. The muzzle was unsteady and fixed.
さあ、奥様、それをこちらに。女性が持って良いものではない。多少のトラブルはありましたが、いつも通りに終わらせましょう。
祭天様、先ほどの言葉は本当なのですか。ミオと千鶴に何をするつもりだったのです。
Bro died because he was so overconfident and explaining everything.
聞こえていたのか。
教えてください。私は今まで祭天様の言うことには全て従ってきました。それもこれもお救いいただけると信じてのこと。それなのに何なのですか。荒療治はしても傷つけはしないと言っていたではありませんか。
まずはそれを渡しなさい。まだ弾は残っている。冗談では済まされないのですよ。
それはこちらのセリフです。さっきの言葉、冗談では済まされませんよ。
後で説明します。まずは銃をこちらに。
You must not listen. This person intends to harm the young ladies.
黙れ小僧。そもそもお前がいなければ何も起こらなかっただろう。私は奥様と柊家を救ってやろうとしたのだ。奥様、よく思い出してください。あなたの記憶には深く刻まれているはずだ。愛禅明王様のご慈悲と自身の業が引き起こした悲劇が。また同じことが起きてもよいのですか。自分の業に自分で始末をつけられず、娘に引き継がれたのですよ。全てを浄化し、断ち切れるのは私だけだ。どの神仏に祈っても無駄だったと嘆いたのは奥様でしょう。あの時のように また奇跡を見せましょう。それともご両親と同じくあなた方も首を吊るのですか？
Oksama, please, listen carefully. Saitama is a fraud. The incantation prayer has no meaning. It is nothing more than a patch-together hodgepodge.
タフな口を聞くな、坊主。私は神言の門を叩き、死よりこの術を授かったのだ。黙っていろ。
Yeah, I'll not keep quiet. Listen, Oksama. As expected, the incantation prayer is strange. It doesn't make sense. There certainly are sects that enshrine the skull as their honzon, but they are said to be a kind of heretical cult. They're hardly practiced anymore.
しかし私は確かに見たのです。暗いお堂でやれ堂で謝罪をし尽くした瞬間、シャレ神戸が割れるのを怖かった。私の罪をすべて見通される気分でした。腹を裂かれ溜めていたものを詳しく見聞されているようなあの気持ち。
That is exactly why it's a Froster stick.
違います。あれだけは本物だったのです。現に私は怖くて以降別人のように心を入れ替えたのですから。それでも両親は首を吊り、成果は途絶えました。どれだけ思い返してみても私の業がきっかけなのです。
そうでしょう、奥様。この小僧にあなたや娘さんを救う力はありますまい。すべて節操に任せておけば大丈夫。悪いようにはしませんからな。
Bloodshot eyes, rough breathing, beads of oily sweat. The muzzle of the gun went back and forth between me and Saiten-sama. What in the world is minding Okusama this much? What cornered Okusama this much was... Okusama. Please, tell me. Just, what did you see?
あれはまだ私が千鶴や三代くらいの年頃のことです。富岡家は家族として振る舞い広大な土地を持っていた。村の外れにあるやれ堂でお坊様が、そう顔に大きなあざのあるお坊様が最天様と全く同じ祈祷をしてくださったのです。
A large birthmark on his face. The same incantation prayer.
あの頃の私は千鶴と同じでした。使用人に化粧し、両親の言いつけを破り、家族の娘として起きて破りの恋をしたのです。何度叱られても叩かれても分かりませんでした。家族としての富岡家ではなく、私個人の業に突き動かされていたのです。噂はすぐに広がり、私に来ていた縁談は破談になりました。歯車が狂い始めたのはそれからです。家族制度が廃止され、富岡家は困窮し、しかしながらプライドだけは高い私の両親は柊家からの援助は受けられないと言い張り、 粗末な借家で二人揃って首を吊ったのです。私は成果をなくし、跡継ぎの男児にも恵まれず、挙句千鶴にも業が引き継がれてしまった。すべてあのお坊様の言う通りなのです。私は怖くて仕方がないのです。
Saiten-sama's incantation prayer, the content of the sutras, the stage setting, the roles of Izumio-sama, and the skull. Okusama, please, let me confirm a few things. You said the monk who performed the incantation prayer for you, Okusama, had a birthmark on his face. Wasn't it on his left cheek?
そうです。
Oh man, they're gonna pull some. Alright, let's see what kind of bullshit they're gonna pull here. He was tall and slender. At first, he performed prayers and the like for free, but gradually started accepting money.
その通りですが、どうして？
Ja. Saigo no Setsumon. That monk. Didn't he call himself Ryoshin?
なぜそれを知っているのですか？あの後、いくら探しても消息がつかめなかったのに。
I know there's some foreshadow about this whole thing, but like, I wish the foreshadowing was a bit stronger. Naturally, Ryoshin was pretending to be a wandering monk. He never stayed in one place for long and regularly changed his location. I have a bad feeling about this. I tried to convince myself that such a guzen was impossible. I intended to forget it. I intended to throw it away, so that I could walk under the sun once more, so that I could live an honest life. But this is no good. I can't hide it anymore.
何なのですか？なぜ両親様の名を知っているのです？ホタル、教えなさい！
I really wish the foreshadowing was better here. Ryoshino. I feel like I'm going to choke, but I had to tell her this. There will likely be a backlash. It will probably also mean destroying what she has accumulated over many years. But it will collapse either way if things stay like this. Ryoshino. Chichiwe.
どういうことですか？
Before I came to Tokyo, I was picked up by Nana-sama. I lived together with my otosan. My otosan dressed as a monk, but he was not a religious person. He was just a fraudster who hadn't taken refuge in the path of Buddha. He traveled all over the country, performing makeshift incantation prayers, swindling alms, and donations to live. I heard my otosama was affable, who was accepted everywhere. I was born from his relationship with a woman during those travels. My otosan abandoned the woman and moved locations, taking only me with him. The woman had a rough temperament and wasn't suited to be a partner in fraud. That's why he made me learn the job and act as accomplice in fraud.
そんな両親様が。
In the past, I heard from my otosan that he once put an act targeting a rural noble and made a huge profit. The core of the ritual, the gishiki, is the staging. First, he gains the trust of the residents with light consultations and purposes a full-fledged incantation prayer when the... Fucking hang. Give me a second again. Okay, I think this is close to where we left off.
そんな両親様が。
Wasn't it the same in your case, Okusama?
そうです。初めは訪れる人が少なかったのですが、徐々に評判になり、それを聞いた父が両親様のもとを訪れて。
Since the Tomiyake was a famous wealthy family, the wasa that also reached my otosan. Even if he couldn't deceive the Tomiyake, he figured let's see. Could at least earn some pocket change. I'll say this as many times as necessary. Minato-san is not a religious person. He is a born fraudster. The methods of this trick was also inspired by the stories he heard from other monks. Therefore, the contents of the ritual are a patched together hodgepodge. A professional would immediately know it's a fake. However, to someone with problems, it becomes a straw to clutch at.
しかし、私は本当に怖くて。
It's staged to look that way. I was forced to help with the same trick many times. The temple is dark to hide the trick. The incense is burned to ease tension. The candles are lit to make them stare at a single point and induce a kind of hypnotic state. And when executing the biggest job here, he breaks the skull at the end to show them. Having put a crack in it beforehand, he activates the trick at the right moment. And finally he declares this. This skull, our Honzon, has taken on your karma. This is the method of fraud my Otosan carried out.
嘘です。嘘に決まってる。
Jijitsu. As proof, my Otosan, who profited too flashily by taking advantage of the confusion of the war, had his fraud exposed after the war and eventually lost his life after being lynched. I barely managed to escape with my life, and so I lied about being a war orphan, and Danma-sama picked me up while I was living in the back alleys of Tokyo. I apologize. The reason I never spoke on my background until now is because I didn't want to be thought of as a fraudster. I hated living by deceiving people. I didn't want to see people thanking my Otosan, but in the end I deceived people too, and it was the very people who were so kind to me. What you have clung to so fiercely, Okusama, is probably the same mystical experience you encountered in the past, but that is, it was a fraud set up by my Otosan. You must not rely on it.
そんなこと。
嘘だ、でたらめだ。信じてはいけませんぞ、奥様。このガキは奥様を騙そうとしている。こいつこそが詐欺師なのです。
Think Kangairo, Okusama. Otosan always started by gaining trust. He would sincerely listen to their troubles and pray fervently without accepting alms. However, that was to gain enormous profits later. Otosan swindled large sums of alms, but Saiten-sama is different. Myo Ojo-sama was almost assaulted in that basement. Just a religious person who commits violence against someone they were trying to save. Not even my Otosan did such a thing.
ミオ、そんな娘には何もしないと約束してくれたではありませんか。それなのに。
聞いてはいけませんぞ。この小僧が詐欺師の子供なのであれば、それもまた詐欺師に違いない。私は本物だ。
あなたはずっと私を騙していたのですか。婦人会で私に近づいたのも、悩みを持つ女性を紹介してほしいと言ってきたのも、すべてこのためだったのですか。
騙していたとはなんだ人聞きの悪い。お前は放っておいたら首をつっていたのだぞ。泣いたではないか、すがってきたではないか。節操はその苦しみを減らしてやっただけ。それを騙すとは何事だ。これも信仰の一種だろう。
Chigao. If that were the case, Saiten-sama should have just sincerely listened to her troubles without bringing up Aizen Myo-sama. You use Okusama, use Buddha, and other people to satisfy your own desires. This is not fate.
同じではないか。そもそも自分で考えることを放棄し、他人にすがろうという性根が間違っているのだ。身分の差があろうとも、夫や恋人、家族があろうとも、理屈では通らない行いをする女という生き物は生まれながら間違っている。差として通らぬのなら騙すしかなかろう。一度曲がった性根は言葉では治らぬ。荒療治が必要だ。そうしてようよう生きていけるのではないか。私はそれをしてやっただけに過ぎぬ。報酬くらいはあって当然だろうに。その証拠に 死んでいった娘たちは皆幸せそうだった。千鶴とて同じこと。あと少しで浄化が済んでいたというのに。
なんてことを。
そもそも母親のしつけがなっていない。分をわきまえていない。それではまるで陰本の窓に落ちた母と同じではないか。生きる価値がないのであればせめて私の役に立て。
サイテン様 What a thing to say! なんてことを。
私の娘に何を言うのですか。大事な娘に何を。
いいから銃を渡せ。すべて終わらせてやる。
サイテン様 took a step forward. Hulk sama's finger squeezed the trigger. ダメ! I like how he has a special facial expression for this. A flash of light and the sound of gunshot tearing through the darkness of the night. Immediately after, Saiten sama bled and collapsed onto the ground. What have you done? Illuminated by the moonlight, I can see dark red liquids flowing out in spurts. The man in the monk's garb did not twitch. He passed away without even showing signs of suffering. Hulk-sama, this way. Please drop the gun. You must not commit any more crimes.
私はこれまで何をなんてことを。
お母様、いけません。そちらは。
来てはいけません。
Dropping the Jew, Hulk-sama moved as if dragging both her legs. Up ahead is...
すべて間違っていたのですね。サイテン様の指示に従っていれば、千鶴。
Oh shit! Wait, give me a second. Oh, let's go back there.
千鶴も柊家も救われると思っていたのに、大勢殺しました。殺すために引き合わせました。来世があると現世の悩みからは解放されると言い聞かせ、この宿坊に連れてきたのです。なんと愚かな、救いようのないことをしでかしてしまいました。
Anyway, please come here. It's dangerous there. As I took a step forward, Hulk-sama took a step back. I can't move carelessly like this.
思えば私はあの時から間違えていたのでしょう。仏に見入られたのではなく、詐欺師に目をつけられていたのですから。いえ、仮に間違えていなくとも世間知らずの家族ですから、いつか似たような過ちを犯していたのだと思います。
お母様。
千鶴、私は謝らなければいけません。間違っていたのは母の方でした。あなたは初めから正しいことだけを言っていました。言うことを聞けと、子供にはわからないこともあると何度もそう言いました。けれど何も分かっていなかったのは母の方です。ミオ、あなたもです。あなたが勇気を出してくれたおかげで千鶴を守ることができました。本当なら私がするべきことなのに ごめんなさい。蛍、あなたには夫ばかりか私まで助けられてしまいましたね。
奥様。
本当に愚かですね。自らの目で見て頭で考えれば分かりそうなもの。私はかつての幻に長らく取りつかれていたようです。ああ、福原さんに何と詫びればよいのでしょう。首を切ったのは私なのです。あの子は苦しそうにこちらを見ていました。
お母様、警察に行きましょう。罪を償うのです。お父様も分かってくださいます。
But 奥様 quietly shook her head.
自分でしたことの責任は自分で取らなければいけないでしょう。自分の娘を騙してかどわかし、命を奪った相手を許すことなどできません。国家と法が贖罪の機会を与えても、人様の子を手にかけた責任はそれ相応の方法で取らねばなりません。
ですから警察に行くのです。罪を認め償い、そうすれば。
許せません。許されません。私はもう何人もの首を切ってしまったのです。人様の大切なお嬢さんの首を、人の子を食らう鬼は始末されるのが道理でしょう。
奥様 took a step back. Behind her, a sheer waterfall. ダメ、奥様 Please come here!
蛍、娘たちを頼みますよ。
奥様 Her thin body swayed and tilted. There's nothing behind her. Her slender body is being drawn down into the roaring plunge pool below.
千鶴、あなた何を。
Oh no! Oh no!
ずっと思っていました。昔の優しいお母様に戻ってくれたらいいのになと。最近はどうしてしまったのだろうって。話をすれば対立し、意見を言えばぶつかり合う、そんなことばかりで嫌気がさしてしまっていました。
ですからそれは私が。
そうですね。お母様は頑固です。私の話なんて全く聞いてくれませんでした。そして私もお母様がこんなに苦しんでいたなんて考えもしませんでした。ですからこれでおあいこです。
何よ、バカなことを。
思えば小さい頃はこうして抱きしめてくれましたね。お母様のぬくもり久しぶりです。
何をしているのですか。あなたは自由に生きなさいと言ったではありませんか。
ですからそうしたのです。私は自分の意志で行動しているのです。今も昔も同じことです。
千鶴、いけません。千鶴、
いいのです。共に行きましょう。私も福原さんを助けてあげられませんでしたから。
No.
始末は二人でつけるのです。
さ。
千鶴、お母様。
And so the two silhouettes disappeared into the plunge pool. I felt that was kind of forced with Mio. I mean with Chizuru. Mio Ojo-sama and I, who were left behind, went down the mountain path all through the night. In the morning, we finally reached the town and ran into the police station and sought protection. After receiving medical treatment, questioning, and resting for a few days, we had to climb the mountain path again for an on-site investigation. Riding together in a police kuruma part way and walking when we reached the path where kuruma couldn't enter. Unlike the first time we came, surrounded by a large number of police officers. Upon returning to the scene, Mio-sama and I were isolated and told the same story many times. The reason we came here, the story when we found Fukuhara-san's body, Shizuru Ojo-sama's gishiki, about Saiten-sama. Even when I finished telling everything I could, they repeatedly asked me to tell the story from the beginning once more. It seemed they wanted to check for consistency and see if there was any confusion in our memories. They were probably also checking if there were any discrepancies between my testimony and Mio Ojo-sama's. Vaguely thinking about such things, I repeated the same story over and over again. In the end, I was told to guide them to that cliff. There lay the Jew and the deceased Saiten-sama, just like that time. Perhaps to take her testimony here as well. Mio Ojo-sama seemed to have come along too.
Hotaru, 事情聴取は終わったの?
Hi. I told the same story many times.
私も喋ってるうちに昨日のことは夢だったんじゃないかって思えてきたけど。
Ojo-sama's gaze shifted. Beyond it was Saiten-sama, covered by a sheet.
本当なんだね。お母様と千鶴いなくなっちゃった。
Hi. Around us, people in uniform were moving about busily. We were told they wanted us to stay here until the initial on-site investigation was mostly finished.
宿坊でおまわりさんと話してる時にね、いろいろ聞こえてきたの。宿坊の敷地からたくさん死体が見つかったって。それも全部頭が切り落とされて、手とか足とか胴体とかバラバラだったんだって。
I heard it too. They must have been trying to delay discovery by scaring where the corpses were disposed of, they said. The culprit behind the serial disappearance of the women that has been causing a stir in society, Shakai, is, all likelihood, Saiten-sama. Because no evidence had come out until now, the police are enthusiastically proceeding with the investigation. On my way, I heard about Saiten-sama's background. It seems he had been doing fraudster-like things since before the war. He was originally the second son of a very wealthy family, but he was disowned by his parents, and his whereabouts have been unknown since then.
そう。
A lukewarm wind blew. Perhaps it seeped into the ground, but it no longer smells of blood.
ねえ、ホタル。
はい。
お母様、自分のことを鬼だって言ってた。始末されるのが道理だって言ってた。自分だって子供がいるのに、娘がいるのに。人様の子供をさらって食べる神様の話してくれたよね。
Oh, yeah, the story that okay, I kind of forgot about that. Are you talking about Kishimojin?
うん、それ。お母様は岸母人だったのかな。
Kishimojin, who devoured other children even though she herself had 1,000 children. The sin of killing other children in order to let her own child live. Thinking about it that way, Oksama must have done the same thing. If Oksama was Kishimojin, I should have been the Buddha. Because Kishimojin, who reformed and took refuge, became a goddess who protects people. However, I couldn't do it. The story by Kako that I had hidden all this time. I didn't want to be despised by Chizuru Ojo-sama and Mio Ojo-sama who had finally accepted me. If only I had confessed everything sooner, maybe no one would have had died. Out of self-preservation, I caused the deaths of people who didn't have to die. Oh man, okay, I like the symmetry shit here. Okay. I still don't like how... Why did she say that also? Anyway.
そんなことないと思うけど。
え？
飛び降りる直前のお母様、優しい顔をしてた。あのお坊さんに出会う前の優しいお母様だった。あの人は間違ってたし、しちゃいけないことをしちゃったと思う。だけど、千鶴のことを心配してたのは本当だと思う。だから最後はちゃんと改心したんだと思うよ。元の怖い神様じゃなくて騎士母人になったんだと思う。
She must not let them feel what she had felt. She must not let them go through what she had been through. Was it because she had such strong feelings that Takako Oko-sama fell for Saiten-sama's talk? Kishimojin kidnapped and ate other children to gain enough nourishment to feed her own children. Kishimojin, who was thinking seriously about her own children, probably didn't think for a moment that it was wrong.
他人の子供を犠牲にしてまで自分の子供を救いたいって気持ち、今の私にはよくわからないけど、母親ってそういうものなのかもしれないね。
Saiten-sama's body was carried away. It seemed Takako Oko-sama's body was also pulled up from the bottom of the cliff earlier. However, Chizuru Ojo-sama remains unfound. Even now, the Keisatsu are searching desperately for her.
そういえばさ、騎士母人が大事にしてた子供ってどうなったの？
I believe they
仏
are...
様に隠されちゃったんでしょ？
Oops, my bad. I believe they are safe. The reformed Kishimojin is depicted holding a zakuro in one hand and a young child in the other. This is probably the child.
そっか。じゃあ、お母様が騎士母人なら、千鶴は生きてるよね。そんなに大切にされてたんだからさ。
Hi, Sonotori. A lukewarm wind blows. The chirping of the semitori echoes from all directions. The summer sunlight is reflecting on the water's surface. I felt as if the scenery Chizuru Ojo-sama had been sketching was melting into the chorus of the semitori. That's Nemophila. This is a trilogy, so I'm just gonna think about this in terms of like as its own. It's like, huh? There's a lot of huh? What? Doshite? Moments were remembraned? Doshite? It's not bad. It's not super excellent either. It's just like I sense potential. It just didn't reach there. Why did Chizuru have to jump as well? Well, of course, it's in the middle of the moment. The Okasan felt like remorseful about her actions, obviously. I mean, she had good reason to feel remorseful. I guess Chizuru got into the mood. I mean, got into the emotion of the moment, and then she felt like it's because I didn't listen well enough to my friend, and therefore I was also at fault. Also at fault, so therefore I must also jump. But they kind of left it as ja. Therefore she's alive because of the statue depicting the goddess as Zakuro and the child. And I don't know, man. There's there's part 2. Obviously, part 2 was announced, and then I don't know, man. There are a lot of moments. There were a couple of moments that should have like. It's kind of weird because there's moments that you could straight up see Saiten sama had like fucking. He was thinking about things, how to approach things, like, you know. I'm not like surprised if he had those moments. He felt his hubris just comes out. It was kind of shown that throughout the story, he kind of gets too arrogant at some point. But like before he gets to the point he goes to become arrogant, you know, he's calmly thinking about, this guy is still alive. I see bloodstains. I must be careful, you know? Like during the scene in the whole, I don't know, man. I'm not convinced about like him letting I don't know. Something just didn't feel right there. Something just didn't feel right. I mean, I'm willing to like ignore like the fact that like Hotaru was just like, he didn't think about the possibility that Saiten sama could have like did some was drugging them or whatever, because his only concept of like people causing fraud was like how his family did it. But I don't know, man. There's some moments that should have like, and it wasn't like, oh, they should have been smarter than that. No, I mean, they were supposed to be careful about things, right? They had those suspicion in their head, in their brain, and they would have like, oh, I think we saw that body, and the body was removed. Why didn't they just go straight up, like, get meal and then just run away, ran down to the mountain without alerting, you know, Okusama and I don't know, man. I don't know, man. As for the symbolic stuff, I like the thing they were going about, the whole. There was a karma thing going on. There was some symmetry stuff going on. I like that stuff. I don't know, man. Anyway, I'm still gonna try read the other VNs of the trilogy whenever the second one comes out. I still don't know why it's called Nemophila. Maybe I'll research about it later, but yeah, it's okay. It's okay. They could probably do better next VN. It's not bad as their first VN of the company, so it's not bad, but it could be better. I like the art though. I really like the art. Though. Art's good. Music's simple. Music's very simple. Oh well, whatever. Anyway, that's it for Nemophila. I don't think I have time to start the next VN. I still have to do some editing, and then I have to go to sleep. I'm gonna watch the Odyssey tomorrow morning, really early in the morning. So we'll start our next VN tomorrow. Tomorrow we will be starting Senran Banka, and yeah, I'm really excited for that. Holy shit! Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed watching, and we'll see you guys on the next upload. Ciao.
小さな種がそっと小さな町に落ちて咲いたゆっくりと
雪の心を動かしたものが書き込まれた、そんな地図よ。
ムラムラするのね。そうなのね。
大丈夫、淡雪は見られて興奮するタイプの変態だから。淡雪に会えるなんてほんと幸運よ。君のことは好きだけど、君のことだけを好きになることはないわ。
二人合間たなびく光、どこへと行く。君だけを待ち、まだここにいるよ。迷い惑い瞬きさえも忘れた星、深い眠りも再会の日まで。小さなプリズムを二人空に向け眺めてた。虹のかけらは一つ一つ天のひらから
人が腐りきった世界に生まれてきた。こんなもののために生まれたんじゃない。これもしかして合格？我ながら見事な着地。ふふふ、飛んでみればわかりますよ。この子の凄さが。もう少し愛のポイントが上がれば教えてあげますよ。いい夢見させてあげますよ。このドリンクで